The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
GMT has the perfect timing!
Facing down and Odin!
In Inspire, it's just gonna double down! Caillou caught! We'll get away with 1, 2 now! Come on the train, baby! Let's give Envy another race! talking.
Hello and welcome back, Valorant fans, to Valorant Challengers North America, just in time for the Stage 3 playoffs. It is day number 2. Yesterday, we got to see our very first beginning of this upper bracket. Today, we get to finish those quarterfinals and see who's going to be doing pretty hard and who maybe has a bit of a longer road to try and make their way to Ascension. My name is Sarah Dawn. Joining me on the analyst desk, we have Roy and Ash. Roy, welcome to playoffs. How's it going?
I'm happy to be here. It's going great. I'm excited for some more Valorant. I know yesterday we got to see some cool matches. It was pretty exciting. I'm sure we're going to get into that here shortly. But I'm here. I'm ready for it. This is what we've been working towards. This is the final stretch, guys. The pressure is on. People are looking to make their claim for fame, for the glory. It's all beginning right here in this first week.
And I love that you talk about the pressure because, yeah, Stage 3, what happened there, as long as you made it to playoffs, doesn't really matter. It's what we get to see from these teams right here, right now. And Ash, I feel like that was the beginning of the story that we got to see yesterday, when we do get to see very recent rematches come to play, when, of course, so much more on the line. And it all started with that collegiate clash, but we got a little bit of everything and a very different result.
Yeah, we definitely did. For the first time, we're seeing Winthrop. They managed to finally get that revenge matchup. Not the first time that they took down Marivel in the past, but within recent history. And it felt like, honestly, such a crazy match when you think of how this best of 3 really went, right?
Right.
It's that overtime that we start with on Corrode, and then like I don't think I would have believed anybody if they told me it was going to be a 13-0.
The 13-0 is crazy.
Like, it's actually so insane the way things just turned around, and the fact that Winthrop are able to then take Ascent after getting 13-0'd on Icebox to be able to take the series as a whole, I think says so much about the mentality that team is sitting with right now. And for Marivel, I feel like you've also got to be heartbroken in a way to be losing your first playoff match of the season in that kind of fashion when you had so much momentum on that number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the bounce back from Winthrop University on that third map was honestly just inspiring overall. And after the series, of course, we did get... actually, before I even get into that, I think we saw 2 Governor aces yesterday. I'm pretty sure. That's the birthday buff.
Yep.
Yeah, that was insane. That was actually insane. Like, just to bounce back from him. It's obviously, it's good to have such a performance. But then the second game of the day we got to see was NV versus TSM. I mean, this match was just honestly so much to it. Obviously, the NV's return to form. They had a sweeping first map on the bind side. We saw a lot of I think this was TSM's map pick as well. I think they came in with some kind of game plan, but as always against NV, like, yeah, you can have a read on what they're doing, but you do have to ultimately shoot back. And then we got into the second map on Haven. That was a little bit closer. There definitely was a back and forth going on between these two teams, but in the end, it felt like NV was the one, you know, capitalizing off some of the mistakes that TSM was making, and it felt like NV was just on top of the late rounding and just sort of the clutch factor.
They definitely were. And I think Exter I feel like he had such a pop-off series yesterday as well, with the impact that he had for that team, carrying them now into the upper bracket semifinals, right? And that's when today comes in play. We get to wrap up our quarterfinal matchups in the upper bracket and see who's going to be facing up against an NV, which could be that Qbert or Box of Rockets, depending on how that match goes.
Yep.
And then, like, the core NBG match later today is going to be a heater to see who faces up against Winthrop in the upper bracket.
I love it.
The fact that it's an NV Qbert we could see sooner rather than later, I think, is a little scripted. What are we doing here, guys? But of course, teams taking that loss early on, we are going to be going through that double elimination. But the fact that, Roy, I mean, I'm already just eyeing up the Maryville, the TSM that are down there. Like, this is going to be really tough for the teams that are trying to vie their way to the stop. And reminder, when we are looking at this Series 3, this is whoever wins this to just go to Ascension. And for some of the teams, that's the only chance they have.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is their redemption. Like, you could have had a horrible split 1, a horrible split 2, but as long as you're here in playoffs, this is your potential for redemption. This is where you could make the claim, right? I think a lot of these teams are starting to realize that they desperately need this. There's been step ups from a lot of these teams. QOR's had a phenomenal bounce back this split. They're looking to keep things going. And obviously QBert, who's had, you know, they made kind of roster changes of their own. They're coming here to battle it out versus Box of Rockets. And I think this first match is just going to be so interesting.
First up, we have QBert Academy going up against Box of Rockets. Later on, QOR going up against Nightblood Gaming. And I think for 3 out of these 4 teams that this should be a really good litmus test for what they have to offer us throughout this playoff stage to really show they have to take what it has to take to go up against the best of the best. And of course, QBert, the one undefeated team from Swiss. So let's start talking about this matchup for today. Because again, when you're looking at the first place seed going up against Box of Rockets, I mean, I don't think it's tough to say that this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Boxer.
Yeah, but before we get into that, I just can't believe we're kicking off the day with such an interesting and fun match. Like, this match has everything. It has the drama, it has the flashiness, it has the game of wits, the veterans versus the upcomers. Like, we're literally going to see everything in this first matchup. I think it's going to be really interesting. And I think it's a lot more than just winning, right? It's like these teams, they want to feel justified in their decisions with the roster swaps and kind of like bouncing back. And obviously the others want to feel like, you know, the other party has made mistakes, and there's just so much to it besides advancing in playoffs and trying to get it in sanctions in this first game. And I think it's just going to be so interesting from top down.
I mean, you're talking about this being a matchup that has everything. So let's talk about the top dogs of stage 3 so far in QBert Academy. Reminder, this is a team that, as it stands, being an academy team, can't go to Ascension. But of course, you're looking at the growth of these players, the journeys and where they can go. And this has been a team that's really been able to show up. This current iteration of the roster, they've had such great pickups in this stage 3 things. And I mean, Ash, when you're looking at it, every other team I feel has given this team the kudos, and QBert Academy are the team to watch heading into this.
They absolutely are. And I feel like so much of that came down to a lot of the rule changes that we had going into stage 3 as well. Those adjustments from QBert that they're trying to figure out during stage 2. It felt like we're constantly seeing plus Redux on the duelist, minus Redux on the duelist, plus Redux on the duelist. And
they figured it out.
They definitely have. I think he looks great on any role, but duelist definitely feels at home for him, at least with this iteration of the roster. I feel like the calling from Caillou, the system that has been built with QBert Academy, has looked really great, especially when you're thinking of another situation where we've got a duelist throwing them onto a sentinel role, looking for them to learn that alongside of a new core that they're working with as well. It was all of these pieces that they needed to really get to fit together here going into stage 3, into that last stretch. And I think it's so important that they have that strong backbone core within Nismo, Knights, and Redux, because Nismo has been the best initiator on that KO ever since he's come back in the league. But specifically on that KO, like, he has the highest APR out of anyone on the league at like 0.7, which is insane as far as like the impact that he has in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this team is literally settled on like a superstar final form iteration. Like, there's literally no weaknesses on this roster. Like, no matter who you look at, whether it's Nismo on the flex, filling in Sentinel, filling in Initiator, filling in Sage, like, it doesn't really matter what he's playing. It seems like he finds his value, and he has so much more intangibles to offer with like his comms and his emotional leadership in the team, and just kind of keeping everybody confident. And then you look at Redux, obviously a very vocal duelist, very confident duelist. You look at Caillou, same thing, like very mechanically strong IGL. Like, no matter where you look at, Satellite, flashy, Knights, super flashy, like, they have players in every role that can very well take over any scenario. Anytime they need that extra risk, that extra leverage, they have those players. And I feel like when you have a team like this, when they start to kind of get on the same page and they sort of get coordinated with the vision and sort of the plans moving forward, I feel like that's when they become the scariest, and the results have proven that.
Yeah, when you're looking at the evolution of QBert Academy throughout and be able to see the core of the roster that's really been able to put in that work together, and the growth of the players, when you are looking at a young player like Knight really being able to find his role and hone his role, I think that's so nice. And it's a team too that we talk about the growth and the evolution, but as soon as they added these 2 new members, Roy, I don't feel like we really got to see too much of a drop off here, because yeah, again, flawless Swiss run.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think we can all agree that this team has had undeniably the hardest path here, right? Like, when it comes to their matches, they played against NV, beat NV, played against Maryville University, beat Maryville University, beat Winthrop University, and then took down QOR. Like literally the only other top team that this team hasn't played is TSM.
Yeah, it has been TSM, and TSM, we got to see them yesterday up against Envy. That little litmus test for them to see where they're really sitting in the league because of the opponents they played up against, right? But you talking about them not only just playing like the hardest teams, with having this fastest run, it's been nearly a month since they've stepped foot into an official matchup within the server. And for that reason, QBert have also had so many opportunities to hide their game plans on these maps, right? And that's where I'm going to be really looking towards. It's going to be the plans that they have going into this. We heard that they've been cooking behind the scenes. I'm curious to see QBert's approach heading into playoffs, but also hoping that in that like a near month off that they didn't get cold in the server either, because we've seen that kind of downfall of whoever makes that quickest run into the playoff stage not having those opportunities to get those reps in a little bit sooner. But with the amount of scrim times it's been rumored that they've been spending in the server, I'm not too stressed out.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that Envy talked about yesterday was, yeah, no other team really plays as much as us, except for maybe QBert, like really giving them that kudos for the amount of work they've been putting in. So whether they're rusty on the day or not, we'll have to see. But on the opposing end, a team that definitely did have to do much longer of a run and has a lot more recent games, Box of Rockets, previously Landor. Going into this, there's a couple of different things to look at when, Roy, I think you're talking about the drama going into this, because now we have a roster change with McNutty coming in as of last week. And of course, T-Dog going up against his old team here and a chance at redemption to show what this team has got.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the key thing. Like, there's always an element as a competitor, like whenever roster swaps happen, and they can happen for many reasons. It could be performance based, it could be just like personality clashes, or maybe they think they have better options. Like, it's really unclear from the outside. But one thing's for sure, like there's always a sort of psychological factor of like, you want to feel justified in your actions, but you also want to prove to the other person that they've made a mistake, that you can grow. And I think there's obviously T-Dog this is like sort of similar to how QBert was, where like they had to reiterate the roster right before the split start, and then of course swapping in McNutty towards the later end as well. Like, there's been some changes top down, and this roster, while they might not have had like the most consistent results to garner like the most confidence in them just yet, I do feel like they have some elements of dark horseness to them, right? Where like they have a nice mix of veterancy and upcomers. They have a lot of talent on the roster. There's definitely a lot of brains here. It's just a matter of whether they've had enough time to just like tighten up a lot of their mistakes, and whether they can sort of just show up better than QBert can in today's match.
And I think that's the important thing when you look at the team, because again, that goes back to our conversation at the top of day, Ash, where it's not how your stage 3 went as long as you made playoffs, but what you can showcase now to prove that you have what it takes to try and make that run. And yeah, looking at this team, even if it was a little bit more difficult, we've gotten to see a team that was able to come together amidst this IGL change. And that was something that T-Dog had talked about pretty early on, that talented and special team that he's on, and showcasing what they can do within this stage.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of individuals who have that ability to pop off, but I think leaning back into that conversation about T-Dog, the calling is where I'm going to have my eyes on Box of Rockets for today, considering the fact that QBert have had that opportunity to hide so much of their game plan. It's going to really hinge on a lot of those mid-rounding moments, a lot of those moments where we're seeing those mid-match pivots as far as the approach to the game that they want to take, right? And that's where the biggest difference is going to be, I think, for Box of Rockets versus Landor to me, especially with the fact that Landor had, especially with how much time Box of Rockets have had or how little time they've had since the end of their Swiss run into playoffs as well, with such a quick turnaround on their end.
Yeah, I think on the topic of T-Dog's IGLing, I think completely agree in the fact that he's going to be such an important factor in this series, because obviously his calling style is very micro heavy, and I feel like that kind of fits really well in a roster that has not had a lot of time to practice. Like, just being very vocal, kind of being in control of a lot of the elements that are happening on the macro scale. And whenever you have players like Moose who can supplement, the lurk timings and sort of the mid rounding, it helps a lot in terms of the team dynamic. But yeah, just looking at the results, like we said before, it hasn't really been that consistent, but they've had some pretty good wins. Like SRB is a great win. Nightblood Gaming is also a really solid win. They took a harsh loss to NV and Core, and then of course they're sort of get back with Blue Otter, and then they finished it off with Legacy Kingdom. So they've definitely had a lot of matches, a lot of reps in under their belt, and hopefully that's gonna matter today.
Yeah, losses to Envy and Core are nothing to be ashamed of. Like, let's get that out of the way right now. Sure. And a couple of the ones they have, I think, have been especially strong. I think where I'm most intrigued with is, since we did take the loss to the big names, when you are looking at arguably the biggest name that we have here in stage 3, how much of a fight Box of Rockets is going to be able to put up, especially with, I mean, this run that they've had ahead of them. So I think that there's going to be a lot of eyes on the team. Again, that great call out of that IGLing and how much work this team has put in. So I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think it's a tough one ahead for Box of Rockets, but if you made it to playoffs, you know that you're able to be putting up this fight, and I'm intrigued with how this is going to go for today. And I think the fight I'm most excited for is looking at our head-to-head and what these duelists can provide, because yeah, going into this, Redux, we highlight him every week, but Chaotic was someone that we've always been quite interested in as a duelist, someone, Ash, that I feel has really put up this fight in the server, and it should be a really fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, Chaotic is definitely a huge threat in the server. I think a really big win condition as well for Box of Rockets is just his ability to get online and get that tempo going, or get that momentum going early on for him, right? He loves to go for a lot of that push and pull play, going for those pushes over towards the extremities. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on QOR Academy for how they're going to look to re-clear a lot of those lines, a lot of those angles, because you've got to keep your eyes out on Chaotic trying to get that operator online early if they get that opportunity to start on defense first.
Well, I don't know why, but every time I like look at Chaotic and his playstyle, it's very like reminiscent of Jaw Gemmo. Like I feel like they have such a similar playstyle where like the tempo control is so important to them, and like they have these like very X factor plays, and they're willing to like abuse the game to its max potential. Whenever I see Chaotic play, it's really like similar to how Jaw plays. And obviously Redux is a little bit different. Like yeah, he does have that flashiness to him, but he's, for his age, like he's extremely vocal. He knows how to set himself up with the team. He knows how to like demand what he wants to like get the max results. And I feel like that puts Redux in such a unique position. And I feel like this head-to-head between these two players is going to be really important, because you know Redux might have the calls, he might have the reads, but if if Chaotic is throwing it off and he's in like full tempo control and they get that momentum rolling, it could completely derail the ideas that Redux has. So it's going to be a lot of mind games between these two IGLs and these two teams to set themselves up for success.
And with Chaotic being such a big win condition for the team, I'm looking at the rest of Box of Rockets and how they're able to set him up. I mean, T-Dog had talked about how majority of duelists that have played under his calling have been able to thrive, and looking for that to be true today on the day. Because if you're looking at him for a win condition, I mean, there's a lot of eggs in one basket here, but I definitely think with what we've seen from Chaotic in the server that there is the chance. But again, Redux, the team's just been so strong. But I want to start talking about the matchup for today, because we've definitely laid this out as a David versus Goliath sort of match, right, guys? Am I wrong here? Yeah, we're all in agreement. So yeah, going into this again, QOR, they've gotten to hide a lot of information, but starting this off, Ash, when we look at the vetoes, it's going to be QOR to pick up Icebox.
Okay, I think that Icebox is a really interesting one to start things off on, because for the side of QOR, they run that Gecko KO composition that we've seen previously. It can work really well. I like the synergies between the two initiators there, but it also hinges a lot on especially that mid-site control over towards that B site when they are going to be looking for that plant. They're starting out on defense first, so there is a lot of opportunity to have a lot of those stalls. So many mollies to also have that plant denial. So that's something that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on for Landor, is how they're going to look to try and deal with that utility early, pull it out early as possible. Otherwise, I can see them having that clock run down on them.
And I think the other interesting thing with Icebox is that both teams are kind of good on Icebox. Like it's not really a weakness for either of these teams. Like they've both had some pretty decent results. It's been a little bit shaky for Lander, obviously, and looking at QOR's statistics, they've been so dominant on this map, but also extremely dominant on their attack. That's where they've garnered almost all of their rounds. Like 81% of their attack rounds have been successful, but they're starting on the defense side, and we know how slippery Icebox can get. Statistically, even at the VCT level, this is the most attack-sided map in the pool by a large margin, to be honest. So that first map's going to be a little bit weird in that regard. But Ascent, we're going to go into Ascent. QOR's going to have their side on the defense. It's going to look, it's looked fantastic for them so far. I mean, yeah, they did take a harsh loss against Maryville University. I think that's where, Box of Rockets are sort of getting their confidence to pick that map. But we've seen it so many times before, right? Where teams get on that defense side of Ascent. They have a shutout half on that defense, 9-3, 10-2, and it just never leaves enough room on that second half. So we really need Box of Rockets to have a really huge step up in that first half in the second map for them to have a really good shot. But yeah, I think if Boxer wins this first map somehow, I think this could very well be a 2-0 series for Box of Rockets, especially if they can get things going on that attack side of Ascent.
I mean, going into this, the path is there. The path is laid out for this victory. They'll just have to show up in the server on the day and really be able to showcase that. But when it came down to my official predictions on this, I just have no words. I apologize. I do not mean any disrespect here, but Ash, I mean, QOR has just continued to impress. And for Box of Rockets, again, I look at the run and yeah, fantastic run, but I still can't just go up against QOR at this point, not in this current form they're at.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is the current form that QOR are at. It's really hard for me to vote against them in this particular head-to-head. That's not to say that I don't think Landor can make it close or even potentially take this series, but yeah. I think it's going to be a really uphill battle for them, that's for sure. Plus, they got the plushie. I don't know. If you want to make a plushie Box of Rockets, like, I'm for it. I'm for it.
Okay, wait, how come our analyst desk is so easily bought by a plushie? This is madness. We got Dan now, Ash too. This is crazy. But no, I mean, I think it makes sense, right? Like, I don't know about you guys. I'm a very simple person. I'm a see it to believe it kind of guy. Yeah, I love the idealism, but ultimately when you look at the track record, QOR has just looked so good leading up until this point. Whether it's going to keep going, whether that momentum rolls through into playoffs, whether their playoff form is equally as good as their the regulation form, that will be answered today. But I just like what I saw from QOR. I think they're in a really good spot. They've taken down the Goliaths of this tournament, and they looked great.
I love that see it to believe it, because for QOR, when you have gotten to see this team that has uprooted Envy as the only undefeated team to then take that title for themselves, and on the opposing end of Box of Rockets, that there still has been some ups and downs. Again, like the losses they took were against really strong teams, but when QOR is the strong team, the strongest team we have, I think it's still just going to be a tough battle ahead. But let's see what they can make of it and start heading into the map with the Agent Select. Again, when we are looking at this very first map, QOR pick, there is going to be a couple of known quantities that we know, Roy, but I'm curious to see if there's any switch up in response from Box of Rockets or what we get to see on the day.
Yeah, I feel like a swap here would be so risky. There just really is not enough time. I'm not surprised to see no changes happening across the board. Again, I do want to reiterate that planting towards B is going to be very difficult against QOR's composition, right? There's going to need to be some sort of innovation or some sort of problem solving happening from Box of Rockets. So my eyes are sort of towards that B side, how it's going to be handled, or if this is going to devolve into an A pulse plant simulator.
Yeah, and I think, again, with Roy having talked about how weak the defense has been compared to the attack there on the side of QOR Academy, it's really going to be my eyes on the utility usage on QOR to try and delay as much of that time as possible, not allow Box of Rockets to get those easy, simple plans down when Moose throws up that wall. I want to see that Sage wall being torn down right away, layer those mollies by that time for that rotation, and start off strong in the first half.
Going into this, it's a QOR Academy to showcase that they are just as strong as they were during stage 3. Box of Rockets, what they've learned throughout, and the team truly coming together. It's time to get started with the first map here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be Icebox with your casters, Jen and Tenor, to take you through.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, I think Roy said it perfectly, Tenrig. Like, this match has all the entertainment, all the drama. Like, who has the best finalized roster? Does Box of Rockets have the firepower to upset this match? And this is a great first map to kick off.
Yeah, it's a great showing of what we can expect today, which is a whole bunch of Davids fighting these Goliaths. All three of the teams that are eligible for Ascension that are playing today need to make at least the top 2 in order to even have a shot at making Ascension in the first place. And Box of Rockets, I mean, they have arguably the toughest first matchup at all, going against QBert first, and then Envy if they end up winning this. Taking it to Icebox to boot as well, a map that QBert has dominated so hard that their last 2 matchups, this map was hard banned to start out. It was, it's a tough start for sure, coming out from Boxer Rockets, but they've had some time to learn things, and as we've seen in previous playoffs, teams that have time between the Swiss stage and playoffs tend to have a little bit of trouble having to shake off some rust.
Yeah, that's the thing. A month off for QBert. Like, oh yes, they can hide all the strats, but how much of a vacation did we take? How much are we warming up? Like, Ash had a lot of faith that QBert were on the grind, and Boxer, they got the reps, and they got to show it here and now, and they're showing up already at A, trying to make contact here with, at the back is Nismo. Back all the way behind screens, but no, showing up, already putting shots through the wall, and Boxer's trying to stay nice and quiet, waiting to just jump scare this defense as soon as the Viper wall drops. Now some action, throwing out this Sova bolts, and QBert just out of sight, out of mind, Sage wall up. This is a fortress to get through, Tenrik.
Yeah, tough to break into it at this point. Boxer Rockets have executed really well on top of this, so got to find the right openings quickly, and QBert are going to pile drive on top of Heaven, which is that opening.
Wow, and I thought Caillou was going to be the one getting a headshot. This is still anyone's game, and on top of the wall, Moose gets removed. And Boxer now has been pushed to the side. Backs against the wall. The spike will get halfway, and QBert just have to protect the defuse, but Boxer have someone behind them. It's Sacred, the MVP from the last match, but could not get the backstab. The calling is too strong for QBert, and so is their pistol.
Enough of a battering ram to just make it through, and that's what makes this composition on Icebox so terrifying. The 2 initiators that stay standing, their ability to just bluster through any wall that's set up on this map. Boxer Rockets are going to have to win many wars of attrition, and the fact is, a lot of their composition is built around setting up shop for that pre-plant and duking it out afterwards. If QBert are able to continue just drowning that out with noise, the fights are so much easier from there.
Absolutely. Like, I know the desk was worried about how Boxer's comp was going to go towards B, and for now it's going to be back-to-back A hits, and QBert have been just playing for the retake, but these opening picks are going to matter a lot, and this time it's Redux with the Outlaw at the top, king of the hill, and Boxer now have to assess. Do they want to still try to push into this? They don't have a lurker clearing any other way, so they're going to just try and commit and see if they can make Redux uncomfortable. And they could just be feeding the beast, and now he gets to teleport out and reposition, and QBert are covering all the bases. Boxer don't get a single kill. That's all 5 weapons into the bonus.
And that was a well-oiled machine, even in just that 3-stack from QBert. You notice that Nismo went forward the second that any damage was taken as Boxer actually started to get forward. Redux, the one on the outskirts with that Outlaw to be able to TP back to continue repositioning as Box of Rockets went for basically their only option, like you said, which was just committing to try to make Redux at least a little bit uncomfortable. But the coverage entirely there to keep all of these guns going into the bonus. Already a terrific setup here by QBert on the defense. Exactly the kind of thing that you expected coming into this matchup.
Now Satellite will hold the Outlaw while the rest Guardians. And look, QBert getting more confident with their B setup, that they're just pushed up just to really make sure that no one is hitting B. Boxer just gonna play this slow, no one on the top tower, and just knowing that this Viper wall can drop at any moment, and they just have to have their guns ready, finger on the trigger. And now with the turret drop, QBert know there's danger ahead. 3 in screens, ready to maybe re-engage off of Caillou if possible, but Boxer trying to get proactive, and it's QBert winning the duels, and now getting the round around this spike plant. Boxer just don't have any space to work with, just some smokes that keep things quiet until Caillou just goes exploring, and Boxer have the spike dropped and the whole round gone.
Satellite just standing it down from Heaven for the majority of that round on that Outlaw. A couple dinks to seal the deal. But QBert reducing Box of Rockets to so many static positions as that push went throughout. You saw Boxer knew that QBert had the read on where this stack was going to be. They knew they had to come with everything when it came to this execution, this contact, this push. And Satellite, the opening stopgap, QOR able to put a couple extra speed bumps down from there, and they are ready to fight. The stack is prepared. The rhythm completely unkempt. And it seems like Box of Rockets have already run out of ideas to start and momentum to boot.
Just with the composition of Box of Rockets, like they don't have a flash or something to really pressure the defense. Once the walls and all the smokes are in place, they can slow down the tempo. They have the slow orbs for moves. They're trying to get their shots lined up, and that's kind of going QOR's way. But Boxer are facing the only undefeated team here in Challengers, and these are the killers of Envy. So Boxer, the desk card, he said this was going to be an uphill battle, and it's going to turn out to be the case when you don't win that first rifle round.
Yeah, such an influential one. QOR already primed to take all of the snowballing here. Nismo yet to die as well. Something fun to
Wow.
note. I think at this point, it's become a kind of unanimous consensus that like Nismo is the guy that deserves a shot at tier 1 the most in North America at the moment. I think that's kind of like everyone kind of agrees on that. And especially here on Icebox with this KO, like he has really bloomed into someone truly different. He was on another level last year already, in particular on this map with this agent on M80, but even here now, like he is continuing to develop as such an unk. It's so impressive. And he's, I mean, he's enabling all of these kids on the rest of this team like hell. It's a monster, this academy team. Really.
Absolutely. And Nismo brings like all this hack FPS experience, and he's on like a utility heavy role, and his timings have been incredible. They're perfect. I mean,
Perfect.
He literally is. He's 5-0. Like there really hasn't been much. I've been worried about QOR and how much space they're giving up, how they're literally playing out of the site, and they're just relying on getting picks to get in. But that's really what's been working. The chaos behind leaving Redux smokes, the Knight's Viper wall up, and just getting the right timings against Boxer. And they're still trying to figure that out. As our tech pause is all done, we'll actually get to see Boxer and what their approach is to be.
Again, heavy stack to start. They understand how much they have to commit to be able to take this space, and they understand that once they have it, they can set up shop and bunker down for at least a good portion of time. Play the waiting game a little bit more.
Ooh, nice shots from Sacred. Top fragger in that last match. And he's been the X factor for Boxer. These sheriffs are going to hit hard, but through the smoke, and Chaotic couldn't be steady against Caillou. The fight for yellow continues, and if Boxer can get close enough, these Stingers can really brawl, but they still haven't dealt with Caillou. He gets away with a second kill. Boxer really not checking off all the boxes before they move on to the next step, but hey, one of the most important steps is done, and that's the spike being planted. 3 left with Redux with an Outlaw all by himself, quietly going on the other side of the wall. And wait, a quick flick onto Moose. This is now possible. Redux position revealed though, and McNutty will be on the back corner where Sacred can be aggressive. The shotgun, wait, this is possible. The 1 versus 3. McNutty just has to play time. He has the post plant, he has the cover of the smokes, and Redux just has to go for it, get his attention because time is running out. And McNutty just played this perfectly with the util he had left, and just the patience of how to close out this round. Redux will not pull off the 1v3.
Yeah, really tough attrition that Boxer was able to play there on the B lane after that opening kill came a little bit early. The double initiator stack, especially with Caillou being so heavily barricaded up on yellow, you had to commit a bit of an extra flash. And of course, Nismo's flash was perfect. It allowed Caillou to start fighting, but it also forced the fight to start a tad bit early. And with the toxic screen, Boxer were able to still cut that in half. So you deal with 2 to start, you trade away as you go, pick up a couple rifles, shred the 2 in the back site. By that point, Box of Rockets are the one that have been able to isolate. And now they are on the board. McNutty able to recover that after Redux gets away with the 2 to make it close. So they still have a lot of stability, keeping that operator now for Redux as well. Null command. So I think that they'll continue to play a little bit slower now, especially after Boxer kind of caught them with their pants down here in round 4 already.
Yeah, and it surprised me too. Like, Boxer won that round with 3 sheriffs and 2 stingers on a site that I thought was going to be a big disadvantage for them. But maybe they've just conditioned QOR that they're going to be hitting the A site so much. Boxer really got lucky with a weaker site, less defenders. But Qbert, their style so far has been to play as far back as possible. See Nismo just bringing all the sounds, all the attention towards himself. Boxer gonna throw them the Viper's Pit as soon as they plant. Good information off the knife, but as you expect, the whole team is gonna be there. How do you pressure Yellow Box though? Qbert are just trying to play this from front to back and just pepper down the Viper's Pit. They've still not been able to find Knight. Some damage in there. Boxer just holding back on their base, and Qbert trying to find their way around. And even above the problem, we even have a turret in the middle of the Viper's Pit. This is just a no man's land. Redux has to go in deep and will not be able to dig out these remaining members of Boxer.
See, Qbert doing a great job of punishing any sort of overextension, but Box of Rockets in these past 2 rounds have done a tremendous job of making a map as open as Icebox very sequential when it comes to its clearing. Viper's Pit obviously doing a great job of helping with that this round, and now Box of Rockets can get their own old cycle going as Qbert Academy has a lot on the table coming into this next round. But with the help of that pit, you were able to kind of set up checkpoints, and Qbert, again, once that extension came over to Snow, they were able to stop it, get that easy double kill to start, but they still had to press back into that pit that the spike was already inside, and you immediately saw the weakness come in from there. Everyone split apart with so many resources to fight uphill against. Just a great setup from Boxer that keeps them more than afloat coming into this second tech pause that it appears that we've encountered.
Esports players and not charging their wireless mice. Name a better duo. But I just can't think of a better Viper's Pit. Like, that was really well placed from Sacred. Far back enough where they could plant and also just kind of watch their backs. They knew that Qbert were going to either have to go through it or around it.
Yeah, if anything, it made Yellow a little more tantalizing for Qbert to kind of approach around. You saw Redux get a little antsy, you know, TPing into that cubby instead of kind of skirting around it. Qbert treated that pit and the space around it with a lot more respect than I think they would normally give.
It was a great pit, and Knights has been more of a supportive player, so we'll compare pit to pit on another match, but there's still 4 other ults that we're excited to watch there for Caillou. But Qbert haven't really shown like initiative. They don't really have to because they're on defense. If anything, they're playing almost out of sight, all the way in Snowman with maybe Satellite in B-Link areas. So I'm wondering now that you have something like Thrash, who is so good at the retake, is so good at kind of taking initiation in these fights, what timing Caillou is going to find with that ult?
Yeah, very different kind of confidence game in this first quarter of regulation. Wondering how Qbert is going to kind of turn on the heat when they decide to actually get active, because they've still played relatively reclined despite their individual interactions. Quick rotation to make sure they have a good eco stack when Boxer is again made very early noise, and the drone is going to continue blaring the bullhorn.
Yeah, and Knights didn't buy a Guardian. Satellite's the only one with one, so Yellow Box control not going to be as sexy to do with a Sheriff. It's going to be a bit tougher. If anyone's getting that first pick, it's Sacred with the Sheriff. He's been really clean with those, but if anything, Boxer with the 2-round win streak, they're able to get some good weapons, and Knights, well, got information. It did cost a death, though. So it looks like Qbert may even still think about guarding Yellow just to surprise Boxer. You wouldn't expect that kind of play, but off the flash from Caillou, he takes a peek. Boxer respond. Better trades from the offense as they take those around Yellow, and that last defender gone. They'll be able to, I would say, plant safely at B, but I guess McNutty has other ideas just based on where Moose is going.
You see the potential for success in the structure that Qbert tries to set up there, playing preventative once there's only like a minute to go on the clock.
Spike down
but
A.
Unfortunately, Knights dies the moment he peaks, and he's the guy that has the most preventative util, so it's less of a battle against the clock and more of a just let's see what we can find when it becomes that 4v5. And Nismo continuing that trend until he will go down as well, which will turn this to a fully tied up game. That being said, with the stability that Qbert was able to build in these first 3 rounds, it still feels like as close a game as can be. It's just Boxer has kind of fully inched their way back up, and now they look in form with those guns to boot. So the question is, how do they spin the tempo back at this point? Because again, Qbert has continued to play very reclined. It seems like they're still waiting for Boxer to start acting out, because anytime they've overextended, they've gotten pretty easily punished. I'm wondering, when do they really get the drop on Qbert and turn this into a more decisive attack rather than just one that can continue to contest?
we can really compare apples to apples and answer that question now that everyone's got goodbyes going on, and Qbert have still all the ults not investing into that last Sheriff round. Now can go to some more fundamental rotations. Again, it's pressuring that yellow box. Now they're investing more of the shock bolts from T-Dog just to force some movement, and Knights is just going to take a different approach, and Chaotic almost at the sidelines with the op, brings out the ult, loses that to Knights, and Qbert have found huge stabilization, not only off of the two defenders, the 2 kills, but the Thrash drone on the other side to get information, and Boxer are going to go elsewhere.
Once again, connection immediately off the read that Qbert have continued to have. Both teams very aware of how telegraphed the attack is, but Box of Rockets just not able to find that opening kill after Chaotic gets that exec, and Satellite's now able to hold the mid opening for 2 easy picks as well. Anytime that Box of Rockets lose an inch, it seems like Qbert is able to fully take the mile, and that's what still makes it seem like there's such a massive gap between these two teams at the moment, despite the scoreboard saying otherwise.
Hunt for the Moose has been concluded. There's so many Canadians on this desk that like we've seen and heard of that before, but every Canadian knows not to mess with any Moose, especially this one. He brings so much experience and knowledge to this team. Qbert are now back in the lead after winning. They got a good buy, they won the round, but can they actually keep this up? Because Boxer are always changing things up. They're becoming more aware of the Caillou flashes. They're trying to have better timings against all the smokes that are coming up from Redux and Knights. And Qbert are also adapting. They're not fighting as much for yellow off of Caillou. They're going to lay farther back and wait for the swing off of the corner from Boxer. So it's a really fun chess match. Is also the match between which batteries are going to stay alive too in the mouses in the mics, I should say.
Yeah, for some reason, what's popping into my head right now is like the hand slap game. It's like, when is one team going to drop that hammer, and is the other team going to be able to kind of dance around it properly when that hammer actually gets dropped? Because that previous round, Qbert was like you said, just kind of waiting around that corner with a big cartoon mallet and just slammed it right into Boxer Rocket's face the second they turned it. But that does come with some individuality. That does come down to like Knights being able to win that opening 1v1 against Chaotic. That comes down to Nismo being able to get there in time and hit a perfect pop flash, which he does always do that, but just, you know, pretend he doesn't for the sake of the story. But there is a lot of like reliance on the individual prowess of members of Qbert in order to get them far, because it seems like very similar to Box of Rockets, it's a bit of a volatile setup. If one drops, everyone has to kind of start committing, or it's boom or bust.
We thought this was going to be like a big duelist matchup. You know, I thought Chaotic was incredible when I casted him against Blue Otter. He was insane with the op, and that was a fun match. But now going up against, it's actually, I think, the Sentinels that are fragging out really well. Satellite and Sacred are really proving that they know how to anchor in sight. They know how to open up the rounds with first picks. And Sacred had, like, what, the first ult of the whole game with the Viper Spit in round 3 or something like that.
Very active, very, very antsy, like very, very willing to start executing plays. Qbert are still trying to get their feet wet, and it's keeping them from dominating this.
And I mean, Roy has talked about how this is going more into a Sentinel controller meta, and it's so important to have players like that. And Satellite was, what was he, like a duelist that moved to Sentinel? Like, he's been changing roles. He's been incredible. And to be able to swap and be as comfortable as he is at this point shows to just obviously the amount of work that Qbert did throughout that past month.
No, the engine is definitely running, and these guys have been very keen to learn. I think that was the object when it came to trying to build this team, was find people who are so willing to just absorb information and continue to improve. And I mean, each of these guys individually has the perfect kind of story arc to go for that. You know, Satellite being that, you know, wonderkin that we saw previous stage, Nismo being that old head that's been so good at just continuing to learn the game. Caillou, one of the most frag-heavy initiators we've seen in Tier 2 North America in the past 2 years, learning how to be an initiator that can enable while staying that active, and then Redux in turn, learning how to be more of a leading role and more of a full front man that can sort of be an everyman instead of just the tip of the spear. Knights, of course, just a kid on the smokes that can just do it all and has infinite potential. That's QOR trying to farm out of this. And I mean, coming into this is the 1 seed for the tournament. Coming into this is the 1 seed for potentially all of the region. It's a lot of pressure, but these guys are handling it just as well as they do these games.
Pressure continues as we move on after the tech pause. I guess there was some Discord issues, but okay, Redux already teleporting over. He has the op. He has an important job as a pseudo-duelist this time. But it's cool to see how QOR approaches the non-duelist on their attacking side. But Redux has been playing it like a budget chamber. He uses like his teleport to get back to safety as he looks in the face of danger. He says, I am the danger. And QOR, they hide behind smokes. Boxer playing hide and seek, just gonna use the lockdown to flush out the rats, and Redux is still around. It's a critical off shot on the T-Dog and will be able to escape. And as Boxer pushed through Kitchen 2 to get sightlines, QOR are just reading them like a book. They have won every 1v1 against them. Redux with the second pick with the op, and Boxer, when it rains, it pours. No action here at A.
A real confidence game there played for Redux, and he wins it to start out the round. But the rest of that is Box of Rockets searching into an open field that hasn't been cleared out. And QOR continue to farm off angle after off angle to find the easiest reapproach imaginable, even after that lockdown went through. Box of Rockets just had no way to recover when they had to go to the barricade each and every time, just clamoring to get some sort of way back into advantage. But they could never find it. Once again, it is completely unstable from the jump, and the dominoes start to fall so quickly against a team that knows what they're doing as much as QOR does. Once again, restructuring on this defense, though, continuing to respect what Box of Rockets can change, and they do. They're going to start letting McNutty get a little frisky on these lurks with the help of Sacred.
Now you get to activate Chaotic more. I almost like forgot there was a duelist. I'm used to seeing like the Jet, like dash in, updraft, get all these kills, and his ult earlier in the game got muted quite quickly. We need to see Chaotic get loud the way he has in previous matches. And Boxer, gonna be all over A. Finally get to see this lurk from Sacred, but hey, at least you know the op is on the opposite side of the map. So silver lining for the rest of Boxer, we're gonna try and pull ahead in this 4 versus 5. Planting has not been a problem for this team. It's actually guarding it afterwards. And it's top screens that has been such a kryptonite for Boxer to approach, as it would be with how awkward that angle is.
Exactly, you're still banging on that door, and you've used, again, so much of your stuff to set up and clear. Even though, again, like you said, you know that op is there, they still had to just book it and hope and pray that they could make it work, and they could. QOR wasn't stacked, but now they're prepped.
QOR bringing the Viper Wall back up in order to retake, and some of Boxer stayed on the other side in enemy lines to surprise QOR on the drop down, and the defuse not getting held. What a Hunter's Fury from T-Dog. And kind of delaying that last shot. Redux looks to finish off what his team started. McNutty can't deny it. Oh my God, Redux is fearless.
Just running in on top of his own smoke, and Box of Rockets are still playing the distance game, and so they can't get back in time for the other half of the defuse. And that comes after such a perfect plant from Moose. The fragment from Nismo misses him on the clear, and he's able to get away with such a sick flick for 2. The heaven clear was there. QOR did not have all the space in the world. And T-Dog had that Hunter's Fury lined up. He finds Knights as well, even after he drops off, but he gets away with half. And Redux has enough time to finish that defuse. A humongous opportunity lost now for Boxer as they hit 6-3.
Redux has been the GOAT the last 2 rounds at that, from staying in an enemy lockdown with an op, getting 2 picks, to securing that last round we just saw. Insane out of the star duelist, who is, well, playing obviously not a duelist, but still impactful as one. Boxer now unobscured from the smokes, hope to take yellow control, and QOR gonna have Redux inserted with the op. He's about to find the back of Chaotic, who was thinking this op was gonna be further back, and now the shotgun where the sun don't shine. QOR just making Boxer hemorrhage.
At this point, it's conditioning. They're just flexing. Redux is starting to get more confident on these op swings. QOR willing to dry contact when Boxer is still just clamoring at these lanes, these openings where they could still be packed up. where QBert don't necessarily play for information. Rather, they again, they just play for the fight. And they're just making it work because they're better. They can play that confidence game. They can play that classic North American style now that they figured everything out. But we'll have another tech pause. So another moment to breathe for Box of Rockets is they've been quite jostled these past few rounds. Definitely some extra time to restabilize is kind of welcome.
I think Boxer will take any moment to breathe when they've been strangled the last 4 rounds. It's been an absolute masterclass out of QBert Academy, and I think they're realizing the tempo and the aggression that they can play at when they have 2 sets of flashes, and they have Nismo, like, who has been, I don't even want to call it a one trick. He can play anything, but man, is he cranking on the KO. And then
he
you
is
have
that guy
Caillou.
on KO, yeah.
He really is. And yeah, you have the 2 sets of flashes, so you could be aggressive, you could be up in their face, you can play early and fast, and that's what QBert are doing. Boxer don't have someone that can kind of counter pressure that can counter Util. You have kind of Chaotic, who's still trying to read what the situation is. The yellow box control has kind of been here and there for Boxers. Sometimes they get it for free, sometimes there's Caillou swinging at you with flashes of his own, so it's been hard for Boxer to get a read on how they can have the edge in these battles.
Yeah, it's really tough to say that Box of Rockets can find an edge when a lot of the ones they've found have come off of mistakes from QBert, either overactivity or just missing a flush or a clear. And I mean, this is the same structural integrity issue that we discussed, that we saw when Maryville 13-0'd Winthrop on this map when they had a mirror composition, and it was that composition that Box of Rockets is running. They just there's just no way forward after you get the spike down. And it's necessary to have that on this map nowadays. There's too much in your face. There's too much of a potential to be able to retake. And QBert show that in spades, dude. With this double initiator, it's disgusting. Of course, Redux has been taking the spotlight mainly with these first bloods and op shots and just open seasons. This is his element. This is the state of Icebox that he likes to play in, and QBert have reduced it to that, where Redux can just start looking, and he'll get away with it so much.
Yeah, and he kind of took that top frag role from Satellite just now off of purely the Outlaw and the op shots that he's been having. So fantastic job out of QBert. The desk have highlighted that each one of these players can be in that spotlight. They can be flashy and they can take over a round. In the last couple of rounds, it's been Redux. Before it was Satellite. Then you had Caillou, who was a thorn in Boxer's side when it comes to yellow. Knights has kind of kept the wall up so that QBert can easily retake A, forcing Boxer to go to B. And Nismo just flashes whenever they want to engage first. Like, there's so many layers and threats to QBert.
So many ways that QBert can sort of just meld this to a 9-3. Feels like the one thing that Box of Rockets can do is just fully slow it down. A lot of the time, Spike's going down with like 45 seconds to go. Icebox is, of course, just so beyond committal that you're either kind of just on whatever site you're choosing with 45 seconds to go, or you're just barely getting the spike down in time. And Sentinels have already proven that they are willing to play keep away with their utility if the clock starts becoming an enemy. Knight's going to be that first line of contact more often than not with just the snake bites. They do a world of slowdown on these opening chokes. But that's the best place it feels like Box of Rockets can be, because maybe you encourage QBert to start making mistakes again, just start over swinging. Maybe you diff Redux and you use that to start twisting the knife a little bit. But a lot of it comes down to punishing the over initiative that Sentinels Academy may have.
Well, we're not going to punish any of you with our voices any longer. The podcast is done. We're going to throw you all to a quick break, and when our teams are ready, we will be too. We'll see you soon. We are so back. That was barely a break. That was more of a breather. And we'll see if Boxer can keep their heads above water with the 2 rounds left in the half. And man, you just can't get any information, Tenric, off this Sova. It's hard for T-Dog to get value.
Yeah, Nice has been playing right at the front door with bar nothing to stop the opening of the lane. Just because, again, they know that it can't be very explosive. You don't have a real true flash. You don't have a real true smoke that can be tossed. And this round, they don't have a real true rifle. Chaotic is on that Hero Guardian.
Okay, able to make some space, and Moose goes on the other side of this protective wall to try and challenge 1v1. Isolates himself, doesn't work out. At least the plant is there, so the time is on Boxer's side, but you have an outlaw in the picture, and we just saw how lethal Redux can be with this, even with the ult too. But I think Qbert are happy zoning off Boxer, using the lockdown, getting the defuse halfway, still waiting to see that. McNutty is gonna sacrifice himself, and Redux just picks up all the kills off of that.
I might as well run into it, but to give Redux a couple more kills off of it, definitely gonna pad his stats a little bit more. I respect Qbert taking the safe route for a route. You gotta be kidding me, dude.
We're so cursed, actually.
We're so cooked, dude. Oh my God.
We have to like sacrifice some
we're back.
firstborns to feed the talent to Redux, because every time we go to tech break, this guy like kills 3 people. So like,
yeah, this is purely to reactivate Redux again. He's gonna get 4 this round. But like I said, I respect playing the lockdown instead of just going purely for the lane fight, where, you know, Box of Rockets could still gain some advantage, playing some funny cubbies. So still paying that respect.
okay, the firstborns are in the fire. So Redux, okay, my bad. Not just the fire was not stoked. Redux first blood. Boxer, I mean, should have picked up that kill. Look how deep Redux died, too. His Boxer been hitting B a little too much. Resurrect, though, from Moose brings Sacred back after an altercation in mid. And Caillou has a lot to watch out for, and he's really steady with it. Nispo has the left lane, and Boxer with all this map control can't win their gunfights. So that's really unfortunate. Hey, 1v2 though is not impossible, and he's gonna get ahead of the game, and wow, even with the step around, Knight still wins that.
That's purely a brawl, really, at that point. I think Box of Rockets just wanted to see if they could scrap it out through mid, and it was a bit of a longer fight, but Qbert still just have the better shots. It's another avenue that you really can't try to play into against the 1 seeds. Unfortunately, Qbert continuing to look lights out. 9-3 is an understatement going into the swap, to be honest with you. And this attack, I mean, it is one of the most trademarked, most incredible attack executions on Icebox in the region, if not the world right now. It is so consistent. It is so energized. Such a powerful way to just dig an elbow into a stack at basically whatever time Qbert decides. Again, all that could really trip them up is them missing timings and Box of Rockets playing to that clock accordingly. That's really all they can do, but you can't play as preventative. You have, you know, your bite, you have your shock darts, you have ways to sort of slow this down and force Qbert to maybe play committal, but it will be very difficult if Qbert get the first blood or make the right first call against this read.
Silver lining for Boxer, at least the suffering of that first half is now done. Money reset, pistols. And this is maybe the side that Boxer should be better at, but against all the flashes, Sacred just barely dodges util and maybe doesn't want all that smoke, but it felt challenged. But he didn't want to go in blindly, not without the support of his team. Now Boxer take their positions to the front. Maybe see a long recon out of T-Dog, just something to get vision at the back of this yellow box. And here is the recon, immediately gets shot down. Boxer emerge, and off of a shot bolt from T-Dog, it kills 2. Boxer fully take over the real estate, and they have the pistol.
As a perfect way to utilize what Box of Rockets has in their kits, especially to take something as pivotal as the pistol, just dumping it all, and Moose's barrier providing so much help to be able to fully zone it away. But it's T-Dog, of course, taking the spotlight with those shock darts that can do a world of hurt when, for once, such an open space that Icebox tends to boast is fully isolated away. T-Dog did not have nearly as much of a radius to deal with as he normally did, and with the help of a blind and a couple 2 packed-in players, he gets way too much value out of that shock. Boxer have all the space they need from there, all the fight they need, and the pistol.
At least that's been how they're able to utilize T-Dog. Finally, if they can just use the chaos of all the Sova util being thrown to advance and catch Qbert off guard, that could be a big win con for Boxer. We're gonna stack a 1-1-3 setup, and now B has been cracked open like an egg, and that'll call over McNutty from Kitchen and Moose as well to try and retake, because at this point, you can't prevent the inevitable.
Euro outlaw from Redux is ballsy. I wouldn't expect any less. But where do you play from this when you still, again, you can manipulate this. You have the barrier orb available from Moose once again. Slow this down.
Lock off Snowman, so it forces Chaotic to be more forward and just out in the open. He thought the rest of Boxer were emerging from the smoke, but the timing, the synchronization is off from Boxer. And it's a 1 versus 3 for T-Dog, and not enough bullets in the chamber as Qbert get up to double digits.
I don't know how Qbert make enough of a ruckus for Satellite to suddenly go completely unchecked, but he's able to just go fishing from under the tube and comes up with 2 free backstabs as that fight rages on. And of course, with Redux grabbing that first frag onto a vulnerable B site, you were able to hand Knights the Guardian, who got himself one as well. The dominoes started to fall way too early in that round, and all of a sudden, it is Qbert's, as is the momentum once again. Double digits theirs.
Off of just forcing there, and Qbert now just needs to close it out, and T-Dog goes for a big play, comes out with 1, giving now confidence to the rest of Boxer to hold their positions, but Chaotic, he's been silenced yet again. Not having that explosive performance you were hoping him to have in playoffs, at least not yet. And when it just gets worse for Boxer, and Qbert just having the better buys, you expect this round to go their way, but how cleanly was the question. And now every life being sacrificed there for Boxer as Qbert just get ever so closer to taking their map pick.
And as the snowball starts to roll on, you'll see how T-Dog is kind of forced to IGL the team as well. It sort of forced to play into a least common denominator type of scenario where you just go for the lowest risk, highest reward option that's available and visible at all times. And like with the previous half, that can often be quite telegraphed. Qbert able to fully manage, and if you're playing to the least common denominator and your opponent's just better than you, then you're not gonna be able to come up with a whole lot. Great opening frag there from T-Dog as well. Good initiative to take, but unfortunately, there's just nothing you can really do when Qbert can isolate like this. Now, they have the full setup they need to take these last 2. A lot of cushioning available and precipice of game point as long as, once again, they don't mess up their timing.
Yeah, this is a must-win for Boxer where the economy is at, and Sacred just stays behind his own wall, or actually the enemy's wall, but wanted to dodge the Gecko flash. He's gonna have to find a safer spot to push from. Relies on the Hunter's Fury. The lane is open. T-Dog hasn't been able to make anyone kneel from the side of Qbert. And now they're on the other side of yellow. They've already planted. And Boxer have open sight lines now that Knights doesn't have the fuel to protect. And now with the Redux smokes up, Boxer gonna have to fight in close quarters. But how they swing in is what matters. And Boxer, this is important. Chaotic already opens with the op, and the rest of Boxer unite at the right time. And it's just Satellite left to protect the spike. And he just won't be able to see this coming. So Boxer will still live on.
Like in the pistol round, swinging the right way with the stack, just using it all at once. And as Qbert has been aptly stacking for the fights as well, you can gain a lot of perpetual value from this utility that would normally not get you as far on this map. Again, what normally would be such an open space that Box of Rockets have to manage when playing preventatively has become very condensed, almost thanks to the way that Qbert has been taking fights. Able to close the gap very quickly, and once the communication is there, if everyone is synergized, then they can drop the hammer even harder than Qbert does on what is normally such a boisterous attack from them.
T-Dog got a lot of information off that recon, but their money is so low. He only has 1 shock, and Boxer gonna have to just rely on teamwork, and Moose gets the help he needs. That's first blood for Boxer. Now they slowly retake the space. How do they take care of this right side? Nismo is above, finds a crack in the wall. He could surprise these members back screen. His wingman won't be planning, no one will, because it's a death match, it's a bloodbath, and Boxer just barely holding on. It's a 2 versus 2, and they op on the drop down. Chaotic is nasty. He hides within the smoke, dashes away, relies on Sacred, and Boxer clutch yet again.
And doing it in such an unconventional way to start when it comes to the retake for A, just playing purely for the heaven control instead of trying to extend on with that utility. On A side, it's tough to do with this composition. And they were able to manage what space they could hold on to absolutely beautifully. Once again, the communication for this team looking fantastic. T-Dog managing these players very well, understanding the kind of leash they need to be kept on. And that's exactly how you take back a site. Qbert relegated to that timeout now, forced to open the playbook back up. They can no longer go window shopping for those easy first bloods the way they could in the first bit of this half. And now it's clear they can get out executed. They can get out contacted. So they need to win a fight somewhere else. They need to find a gap in some other spot. Where is that gonna be?
Yeah, Qbert called this timeout. I think it's to figure out, well, first, T-Dog getting a lot of information off that recon, kind of foiled things, and then Chaotic still has the op, so where is that gonna be? So how can you pressure that op, and how can you get closer? Of course, without a jet on the attack, it's definitely a slow scaling affair. Even slower if Moose gets a good slow orb on ya. So timeout over. We'll see if Qbert get to match point as they creep up towards B. They know there's only been a solo defender, and Thrash is hungry, going after Sacred, who's hiding away. 2 away from the Viper's Pit. Gonna be pretty crucial to have him if it even gets to that point. Qbert nothing off the Thrash. Now just play to plant the spike.
If Qbert want to really take this round like they're going to invest for it, they need to wait for the fight to start for the null command to proc. There it is. Yeah, Nismo, good timing as the spike gets dropped, so Boxer are left to kind of just play the waiting game, and Qbert will see if anyone can stagnate and punish.
If McNutty can just get 1 kill, this lockdown could be huge. As Chaotic now out with the op, support of the team. Flash, no, Chaotic is still within the smoke, and Thrash is out, bites down. Boxer still live on. 3 versus 4 as they approach through yellow. T-Dog has to get this kill, has to set up Chaotic for success, and they do as a team. Man, when Boxer are just at the finish line, they seem to just find a whole new level of firepower.
Excellent chauffeur service around yellow there to make sure that Chaotic was safely able to continue opping. And despite how expectable both sides at this point may be, it seems like Box of Rockets is still able to win out these fights, still able to have more firepower at the end of the day. And here on this map, firepower is still king. Qbert have every trick in the book up their sleeves still. That was a nice Thrash to be able to decisively guarantee the lane, but like every round that they've tried to encounter Box of Rockets, on their terms, it's been telegraphed.
Right up to Sacred yet again. Not gonna go for the early pitch, just gets lucky, spam through the smoke, but Redux aggressive in his space, gets the trade before he can escape, and gets that weapon upgrade too, so Qbert will have Wingman plant. Now, how do they approach Boxer? Wait, the Wingman has been put down, so Caillou has to go and fix that real quick while the Pit of Knights will watch over them. Boxer not getting the spam they were hoping for. T-Dog will have shock bolts to clear the front side of the pit, while the lockdown takes care of, well, the entirety of the left side of the map, as Qbert will have to watch. Maybe just use their ears to see if anyone's on the spike, and it's a bloodbath yet again. The lockdown is gone. T-Dog throws shock bolts to force movement. The pit is down. Nothing obscures Qbert from their objective and from getting to match point. Now the crossfire in place. Boxer are careful to step out. They get to Redux, and he pulls off the ace.
And he's apparently the one that can do it all. After Box of Rockets find so many moments to stick their foot back in the door, and that lockdown seemed good But Qbert redirect into that one corner outside of yellow, the one they know they have to control from, and are ready to fight right on top of it. Very aware of how close BORZ can be to the fight after that first blood is committed. But it's Redux that's still doing it all, dancing beyond yellow. He doesn't have to be the only one getting those frags, but he is. Because that's just the kind of guy that he can be. Now up to 22, as he got 5 rounds of game point to play with.
I like where Sacred is sitting, though, within the smoke in the heads of Qbert, but can he actually find one, too? Now the smoke within the smoke, or the flash within the smoke, Sacred somehow gets out, but was hoping to get out of there with at least a kill. Qbert left the spike behind. They were up for some exploring, and T-Dog be able to drone back up to assess the situation. Boxer have lost control of the site.
And once again, gotta play kind of sequentially here, but now with a lockdown from Qbert's side, they'll be able to encourage a fight either now or later. But T-Dog able to find one on the fadeaway. So turning this to a 5v4 that Knights cannot be present for, so it's Qbert that'll have to play a little closer to the fight at this point. Can't play the distance as well with that Viper util gone.
Qbert have many angles watching this back screens, a beautiful paranoia right through Boxer. They'll have to wait this out using the pit, the lab protection, but nothing can protect you against the bullet hail from Qbert. Now a 3 versus 2, not the most ideal weapons, but it's Sacred in a 1v1 to save Boxer in map 1, and he does find a roundabout, but does he have time? It'll be pretty close. And he does so with a second left. Boxer, you just can't kill them.
They had to find some way to get back in through heaven, and the Viper's Pit was the call for it, and it still just barely works. The slowness of it reaching the altitude of that heaven spot on the pedestal made it so Nismo still was able to get away with 2 after. Once again, Box of Rockets overextend just a tad, but that pit is theirs, and that pit is powerful. Sacred able to use it to divert 2 free kills on top of his spike defusal, making that a whole lot easier for the re-execution. Now a res makes this a 6v5, makes this still in reach for Boxer as he got 4 more rounds to clamber back.
You just need one, Qbert. It only takes one, but the first blows have been going Boxer's way. And Qbert, they just have to rely on Redux, it seems. He's going to teleport forward. He's so aggressive, and Sacred puts him down like a dog. And it's Boxer ahead in the numbers. And it just gets worse. Caillou did not have enough security to plant. And Qbert will just have to throw away this round. It's Nismo in a 1v5. Wanted to maybe take away some of these weapons because forcing a repurchase could have still been valuable, but Boxer, their resilience is insane.
Yeah, and making this round artificially flawless, you do get to stabilize that economy going forward from here. Even losing a round, a closer round going forward will keep Box of Rockets stable to get this to overtime potentially. But yeah, just a lot of respect for how these guys are able to just get right back up. Turn this to a continuously close game. And catch Qbert continuously over eager. A little anxious to just accomplish the game plan and not as ready for the fights as we've seen before. So this timeout that Qbert's calling feels probably more like one to level their heads a bit. Just a way to let them meditate to get this game finished up and get them out of here.
Yeah, I mean, Qbert have had the same approach towards B of how they bring their Viper wall up, how they're leveraging Redux, and Boxer, their only issue was to kind of come out of those smokes at the right time, but also together, where they've seen some desyncs there, but as soon as Boxer cleaned that up, now we've really had a match on our hands, because this started 9-3. This was kind of decimation in favor of Qbert Academy when this match started. And Boxer are just always punching low and where it hurts at these random times. Like, Boxer are really figuring it out, but is it too late? It's still match point for Qbert, and they have a whole timeout to figure out the perfect strategy to crack open Boxer.
Yeah, like you said, you just got to find one round, and Qbert still have a good couple. And still the fodder after a pretty dominant half up until this point. probably discussing how much of a commitment you do to the bye for this round as well, just because it is kind of pivotal going into the last 2 rounds of regulation, how much you decide to commit to this. But they're gonna commit by the looks of it.
All right, 2 Guardians.
Yeah.
Should be good. Still at long range. Can't underestimate how much those one-taps can hurt. Oh, here's a one-tap for you, but it's with the big gun, Chaotic. He's so good with the op. I've been waiting for him to be rich enough to get one, and they are rich in kills too. Qbert playing the distance battle against Chaotic is just not gonna work. Caillou gets away with one, but Qbert can't even upgrade off of that. His Boxer are still looming on the horizon. At least the op has been removed, and Qbert now has a possible chance. Caillou is fresh with the Sheriff, and Boxer have not figured out how to put them down for good.
Yeah, it seems like Boxer wanted to finish it right there, but now they've committed the whole stack. And Qbert, in a world where for a moment it really seemed like they had just fully given up, given in, understood that there's no way they can toss more variables into the round. Variables come to them. Caillou, clean as ever, will give Qbert potentially the site here. But Box of Rockets is going to be keen. And in time to meet this, by the looks of it.
Having wingman plan as your only util is gonna get the Thrash online. No plant though, and with the wall up, Qbert, it's do or die. With 10 seconds left, Caillou has to do what wingman started. Hunter's Fury left at the last second for T-Dog to seal the round. The cherry on top. Boxer up to 10. Wait a minute, this could go the distance.
So from here, Qbert will be able to commit to a buy and have a couple ultis to throw into the fray. But that Box of Rockets now has had enough time to fully stabilize, and they've got all the cushioning they need. Chaotic, looking really capable, and it seems like pure contact is not going to be as fruitful. Qbert is going to have to make their clearing a little more piece by piece. That means the big execute at the end is not going to have as much showmanship.
Early round knife to see if Boxer were close. The Thrash and Chaotic floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. Another first blood for Boxer, but Redux is the final boss. And you thought Qbert were beasts. How about a guy who gets an ace on Omen? And Qbert out there smokes in place. Moose is going to try and find an angle above it. Redux didn't expect it. Pressure against Qbert. They still got the spike down. It's 2 versus 2, and this is for the map win. If Qbert can just hold on, you just gotta hide at this point. The drone doesn't get far enough. The slow orbs have been thrown. Moose and T-Dog start to take some space, but time is against them, and Moose has been exposed, and T-Dog has to do it all on his own against his former team to prove something. And Qbert just gonna hide away. Caillou takes a peek. T-Dog wasn't fast enough to the trigger, and it's a crossfire. T-Dog has to look both ways before crossing the road. And now the spike is ticking down. It has to be now, and it's never. 13 to 10 for Qbert on Icebox.
Another case of Box of Rockets coming with some great ideas, some great counter activity, making sure that you guarantee there's only one player that's taking the util dumps at a time and maximizing the value you get in the long run. But Qbert Academy just continue to prove what everyone expected them to coming into this match, that they are purely better, and it'll get them over the 13-10 line of their pick of Icebox. It's a map that they've been itching to pick for a while now after such dominance on it previously. This was a map that had been gate-kept by some teams for some time, but even so, Box of Rockets looked prepared for it. So I wonder, how open is the playbook coming into their choice?
They looked ready for it. They looked ready to even turn around this whole map. Like 10 to 13 after a 9-3 very one-sided first half happened. You got to applaud Box of Rockets and still just fighting with everything they have, but they're going against what looks to be the future stage 3 champs of the undefeated Qbert Academy. But up next, we'll have to decide who will come out of the series if we go to a map 3. It's Ascent coming up after this.
at the series between Qbert Academy and Box of Rockets. Going into the day, we had highlighted that, yeah, we anticipated a little bit of everything, and that is exactly what we got. We got a dominant Qbert. We got a Redux ace. Then we got the comeback into the false comeback into a Qbert closing out. I mean, Roy, everything.
Hey, we set this up, guys. We warned you. Today was going to have a lot of things, and wow, did it have an insane amount of things, guys. Like, for me, I think that it all started in the first half, right? A pure shutout from Qbert Academy. Obviously, we talked a lot about, you know, the way they were going to be approaching the defensive side. That was going to be the sticking point, and they managed to come out with a 9-3 finish. I mean, there's just so many aspects of their defense that was just on point. First of all, the utility and the setup ideas were there. It was very clear how they wanted to approach the map. Second, Redux was such a problem on the I mean, he was a problem on every half, but on the defensive half, he was such a problem for them, specifically towards that B site. And then whenever he would swap up on the A side with the snipers, he was getting so much value. And I feel like that alone has put so much pressure on Box of Rockets, and it really like threw off their tempo and threw off their pace to the point where it felt like Boxer just looked so off record on their attack side.
Yeah, and having such a strong initial half is what allowed Qbert to also close the things out in the second half. They didn't have nearly as much room to work with. It could have been a completely different story, because once we swapped to the defense there for Boxer, we thought, okay, sure, they take the pistol round, but then Qbert managed to get rounds 14 and 15, managing to grab that eco round and then looking for the momentum to carry forward. But Box of Rockets, they're able to bite back in full. It was kind of like this B-take simulator on the side of Qbert Academy. They were managing to get that plant down, but when it came down to actually fighting for that site control, fighting for that post plant, Box of Rockets were so good on those retakes over at B. They were synergized when it came down to how they were looking to take those peaks, isolating those fights over towards yellow. And it felt like Qbert were sacrificing a lot of that space, which then they got a little bit more active to finally close out this map. But it is honestly insane, some of like the step out moments that we had for Box of Rockets out as well. That one round that we saw from Sacred, I can't remember which one it was exactly. I think round 20, to keep things going, keep life in the lungs of Box of Rockets was absolutely crazy. I feel like it was a great way to kick off this best of 3.
Yeah, especially when, I mean, we had very clearly highlighted that Qbert were a favorite to go into this. The fact that we have both teams within that double-digit scoreline to Boxer to be able to have that comeback push, that fight, and see the step up from the players all around, Roy, I think is really, really important, because that's going to be something too, again, with this being Qbert's map pick. If this is the fight that we get to see now, I think that's going to be good. But again, Qbert, you just look at the dominance across the board, and they're the top team for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely dominance on their side, but just to kind of back up Box of Rockets, I feel like there's so many rounds that could have gone their way that would have completely changed the outcome of this game, right? Like, they lost their bonus in the first half, they got thrifted in the second half, they got aced by Redux. There's so many like these like rounds here and there that if the outcome was just a little bit different, this could have very well been OT, or this could have been a 13-10 win in their favor. And that just goes to speak volumes on, one, the individual power in the server, and two, how tight the competition is. Despite the results of Qbert coming into this, it's very clear that, you know, the Box of Rockets was heating up in the second half. I mean, you could just tell by like the way they were moving, the way they were aiming. Like, there was definitely confidence to kind of coming back into the hands of Box of Rockets. But we definitely have to give a shout out to Redux. I mean, he was undeniably the MVP of this first map. There's the immense value that he got on the defensive side with the Outlaw, with the Op, whether he was rifling the aces. He was just such a problem for Box of Rockets.
He was. The fact that he was playing the way a Jet would play on Icebox, on the Omen pick, I feel like blends so well into what we can expect out of him on Ascent as well, right? Those aggressive TPs forward, the paranoias to be able to secure that second pick, that reposition. Everything was gorgeous for that push and pull on the defensive side coming out from Qbert Academy, and all enabled by the early engagements that Redux was able to solidify for his team, not even giving Box of Rockets like a moment to breathe to actually set up for any of those site takes. And heading into Ascent, where we're expecting to see him potentially back onto his jet role, you can expect a lot of the same kind of forward positioning with that operator, trying to get that online early. And
For
if
sure.
Redux is feeling that good after map number 1, you've got to be scared for how he's going to carry that momentum into the remainder of this best of 3.
Yeah, we talk about Redux being a star duelist, and we get to see him putting up those types of performance when he's on any other role as well. So, assumingly being back on the jet, I definitely think it's a little bit of a scary prospect for Box of Rockets going on forward. But looking at the second map in the series and looking at the Ascent, where this does get better for Box of Rockets is, of course, we are going into their map pick. Of course, seeing an Ascent picked up does mean things can get a little difficult in terms of the sides, Roy. But at the same time, this has been something that Box of Rockets has played a lot. We've seen great things from, and Hubert's recent history on the map is a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, we have okay. First of all, we have a sample size of 1, and that was a month ago. So I think we should give them. It's not looking good. I will agree. It's definitely not looking good on paper. But I will give Hubert grace. I think they've had plenty of time to iron out their map pool and kind of fix a lot of their mistakes. Obviously, they did reiterate a really big part of their coaching staff as well as their leadership. So things have changed for them internally. And these things take time, right? We've talked so much about that. It takes a while to get everybody on the same page. It takes a while for people to adjust to different kind of voices and different kind of tempos. And I think they've had that time. But the way that Cuber was playing on their defense in this first map was just so solid and on point, and their team play was just so phenomenal. And now that they're starting on this defensive half, which is a lot easier than Icebox defense, I think it's making me a little bit nervous for Box of Rockets.
Yeah, I've definitely got to agree with you on that, especially when you're thinking about the fact that we're expecting that mirror matchup. Vanilla Ascent coming into it for both of these teams, barring any potential changes. I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Landor from keeping Hubert from being able to get that operator online early, because not only is Redux a threat with the op, you know that Nismo is also going to be there to back him up with those flashes, shoot that utility for him, and assist and support him as much as possible in those initial engagements. And that, in and of its own, is a huge battle to face up against in a lot of those micro moments.
Yeah, I definitely think the second map in the series is going to be quite interesting. And I think a lot to dive into as well, when we are expecting something that's so similar for both of these teams. But that's something we have to wait for just a little bit. It is going to be a little bit of a pause as we wait for our players all to get ready in these servers. So we're going to take a short break on the other end. Map 2 of Box of Rockets and Hubert Academy. Don't go too far. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. QOR Academy, Box of Rockets going into this up 1 in the series, but we anticipated what we've seen before, and Roy, we're getting a lot of switch-ups on the day.
Yeah, I guess they're done with vanilla, guys. They're switching things up. Obviously, the Box of Rockets thing, it has that composition is kind of coming to rise. We've seen Fnatic run it. We've seen a lot of teams starting to shift to it. It's very strong defensively. It's very strong offensively. It has a lot of gadgets and a lot of util to work around. And on the other hand, for the QOR side, we are seeing the good old true and tested, the Cypher, the Deadlock. Obviously, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Box of Rockets to figure out where a lot of these trap setups are, where all these gadgets are being placed, and how Redux is playing around all these things to apply pressure on the map. So my eyes are on T-Dog, my eyes are on Chaotic to see how they're going to use their utility and their information to try to shut down and minimize the defensive value. Otherwise, they're going to be swept by QOR Academy.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is it's going to be that huge tug of war now here on Ascent with the trap plays that are going to be available. I think Redux is going to be a huge piece of that puzzle. Once again, we talked about how he loves to get aggressive. Now having that ability to get out of jail for free with the gate crash as well, trying to push Box of Rockets into those trap setups from Nismo and Satellite. This one's going to get scrappy, I think, because you think about all the utility that's going to be coming into play. I can't wait to get into it.
Oh, I am so done with vanilla Ascent comps that I'm glad our teams agree. I love the switch up across the board and excited to see heading into the server their work they've put in with these compositions. Who's going to come out on top? QOR up 1 in the series, but it's Box of Rockets map pick. Time to see if they can take us to one more map. Let's head over to Ascent to find out, and back over to your casters, Jen and Tenric.
All right, this is the Box of Rockets playground. Have they come here to box or what? Because it's match point, series point for Sentinels QOR Academy, and they win. They're going to the semifinal.
Yeah, and again, Box of Rockets need to make the top 2 of this tournament to even have a chance at making Ascension. So a long road to make up, especially if they lose here. But I'm so glad that they've made changes to their composition, as I have for as QOR has as well, going for that Yoru Deadlock. I couldn't agree with the desk more. It's going to be that push and pull between T-Dog and Chaotic and how effectively they're able to trespass across the double Sentinel util that this QOR comp is now set up for themselves on the defensive end. It feels like they're going to be able to really hit the ground running as long as they can fully set up shop and have as good of a read as they have on previous maps.
Kind of got to the right season for Boxer when they bloomed very late into the end of the round, and well, they've been squashed, absolutely burnt to a crisp off of QOR, just making that a speed run of a pistol.
I mean, Redux just ran out, and Nismo just ran out with his GraphNet, and they were able to completely collapse. That was insane.
Yeah, what?
I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, what a way to get it started. Don't even offer them a chance. Shoot, Sacred at least got 2 nice little dinks with his Headhunter before QOR could fully silence the Prowl, but I mean, the round didn't even really get started there. Like, the blind and the GravNet fully pressures away everything on that push, and everyone hits their shots.
Yeah, QOR just can't keep getting away with this. And now they dial it all the way back from barriers down, run at you to, all right, you got kill trips up, you got one-way cages, and QOR just hanging back, calling reinforcements from Redux. Will be able to teleport over if needed. He has a Marshal watching over mid, so you know that the market's not going to be in another angle for Boxer to explore, but Sacred, he was nice with the Headhunter last round, as you pointed out, and he opens up the round this time with it again.
He just walked out for those as well, and he just fades away. That's kind of nuts from Sacred. And QOR, they kind of just have to stay put now. They've committed to the bit. They got to stay slow, sluggish, wait for Boxer to do the talking. They've given away mid at this point, too. They've got to hold the CT swings as well. This is touchy from every angle.
Boxer tried to sell the fake that they were going elsewhere. Now the recon will reveal a ton, and it lines up the ducks for Redux to hit 2. The 3 with the no-scope. Oh, no, not the ace again. Oh, you just can't stop him.
More. We can do this again. My ult's ready.
What was that?
I mean, he's only got to hit the body shots for a majority of those, but that doesn't make it any less impressive. That was awesome to see. The world on his shoulders for just a moment. The cavalry was coming, but he didn't hit it. Everybody just walking into frame. That was a nice double no-scope there, too. That last kill on the Sacred was nuts. All right, so yeah, we've hit the 2-0. We're not in panic mode. Redux now has a dimensional drift as well, so they can play for retake if they want to, but it looks like Redux is already looking to go on a a quest.
Is he just like smurfing challengers? Like
He might be. It might be that kind of day.
Already. Like surely. Oh, that's my bad.
You spoke too soon.
Chaotic. All right, he shows him how it's done. Open up the market side. Now gives a lot more options for Boxer to be dynamic. Oh, just early contact for Sacred. Gonna get out of dodge. Keeps Qbert busy. But Boxer have now the 2 open lanes, A or B. You see Qbert already adjusting their trips for the very door they're coming out of. It says a judge. This is guaranteed a kill at the very least. This Boxer, this won't have something good. Okay, I'm just gonna stop speaking. 6 HP. Any other judge kills that guy there.
Sacred's a
That one's
contact king.
Remaining.
And mid is finally played into this time after it's once again
30
given
seconds
away
left.
once Qbert are forced to a 4v5. But even still, like you said, some of those shots are a little insane to
planted.
still get them this far, make it as dominant a bonus as it looks to be. On the ropes to keep 5 members, but Sacred is, funnily enough, the one that's the most overextended, and the man could get tickled and he'll die.
Yeah,
How much does
he's
Nismo
about-
get here?
I think Sacred's about to shoot him in the back.
Hey,
On the
there we go.
side, close enough. But hey, good for Boxer to get their first rifle round down because on Icebox, it was 9-3 in favor of Qbert. Losing that first rifle round forced Boxer to have to buy a bunch of sheriffs and stingers and somehow pull a round out of their hat and on a lower buy like that. So now Boxer don't have to worry about that as much, being able to carry all their rifles into the next round.
Yeah, definitely a confidence game that Boxer can now play back into. And no real opportunity manifested for Qbert to utilize the util that they still have on top of this comp-wise. Redux, again, very forward, but he'll find Chaotic this time. And that changes just about... I mean, that's... The butterfly has flown the other direction, you know? Everything changes from there.
Yeah, you throw everything at Redux and he still doesn't die. Like Flash, Recon, and Boxer just need to find the right window to swing on him while he's busy shooting util or playing anti-flash. While the Qbert Academy boys play OBS off the camera. Boxer just haven't found a good engagement, at least an easy one. And man, Qbert are just playing very lights out, like every single individual on this team.
Yep. It's the point that they're at. They once again want to show that gap on the scoreboard and do it quick while they're on this defensive half. The double sentinel should not be the star of the show at the moment. It should be these initiators. It should be Redux continuing to be a thorn in the side. The double sentinel should be the last line of defense that Box of Rockets have to deal with when there's 30, 40 seconds left on the clock. Qbert have only shown the first page of this playbook.
Yeah, Boxer are just
really good.
Boxer are just trying to come up from different angles, from into tree to main to everything, and not being able to get these wide swings and good contact off of Qbert, who just have a really good setup. Then you have 2 players who have yet to find a kill, and not to like call anybody out, it's just Boxer that I thought really started to hit a good stride at the end of Icebox. Like it ended 13-10 after a 9-3 start, and I really thought that Boxer had what it took to even force an overtime. That's how good they looked at the end. But this is a quieter start, but we'll see what they can do now.
Still maintaining composure and just walking out. So if he continues to do that, then BORZ still definitely has a chance.
Off this camera alone, QOR don't have to take any risks. They can have full vision of multiple entry points into the site. And maybe Boxer just have to work the map a little more. That's why we thought this map was going to be so fast. It's like Icebox, we didn't really see either team work the map too much and explore different sites. And maybe Boxer just need to do that more.
You can sell that the TDF is somewhere other than where it's already been telegraphed, then that would really help the rest of Boxer's bottom line. A lot of mid presence to help do that, and the smoke about to dissipate. They can, turn this into a pinch now that they've done the rest of the clearing manually, and now that tour de force can just be a residual threat. Mid presence as well from Moose, a terrific insert to block out the rest of the team. The board's really been split by Boxer Rockets this round.
See how purposeful these gaps have been left by QOR. Yeah, you just have Boxer, you have the attacking team behind you, as you pointed out. This is kind of scary. And no, even through the backstab, Boxer just haven't had any openings, any bullet holes into QOR. A flawless round for this defense. And Redux is crashing on your body. Oh, no.
I mean, every bar set there by Box of Rockets, fully cleared and then some by QOR. Every threat met immediately. McNutty having a really mean snake up to heaven. Could grab a quick 2, but QOR is ready. They meet the threat. They deal with it quickly. And on site, it is no different. The extension is quick, but the crunch back from QOR is quicker. And the dimensional drift utilized by Redux to fully pressure out Sacred as well. So he cannot be as ubiquitous as he wanted to on the pinch. A great counterplay to what looked to be a very strong round from Box of Rockets. And now McNutty having to go re-hunting after the Gravnet catches him. That means no smokes for what is already a touchy round for Boxer.
Yeah, the desk talked about that push and pull, and we saw an example of that right at A off the one-way. Exchange of util. But Knight's just outplaying it in that moment, staying alive. QOR have everyone still up after a flawless round. They are scaling and the momentum is on their side. It's a quick dance and Boxer left to pick up the pieces. And it's Chaotic with a big double that makes this round winnable, with Knights teleporting over using the ult. Now a 2 versus 3. QOR have to defend the site. And it's an uphill battle. Boxer even just gonna flush out the very back. What is it with Boxer going to the opposite spawn? They get 2-piece. The spike is down. Chaotic barely pulls through on that, but he's just so injured. Boxer really overthought that round, I think.
Yeah, it feels like they were terrified of Knights, even though they fully confirmed him after ETP. That was a terrific timing on the recon bolt, but it just seems like they lacked the confidence to press into it, and so instead they opted to run towards what they perceived as a weaker site. And it also seemed like they were primed to clear Nismo, but Nismo does what Nismo does, and he gets 2. He completely stops this push and pulls right back for QOR to continue keeping their foot on Box of Rockets' esophaguses. And this is still a desperate buy.
Oh my God. How did he not collat there? Or at least to get both kills. Either way, QOR can always rely on Redux with any sniper you give him. It's hunting season. And Boxer just gonna try and clear through mid and just really sell this fake, but there has to be a win from Boxer elsewhere, and they really just don't have the weapons to tango with QOR.
You're just holding it down at this point. Yeah, this is confidence. This is QOR starting to boom Boxer. But they've been, again, very willing to just climb back, very disciplined. See the slowdown even in this round, where they're getting continuously pressured. QOR realizes it has to be material, and they'll finally act.
Yeah, the Boxer smokes came up too late, and the QOR threat from the top site emerged, and that's Caillou. Now getting Boxer to have to deal with them, because he can't get onto the site cleanly with the 2 defenders, the 2 anchors still there, and man, QOR, the teamwork is just so good, and they've worked on this for so long. and it's really shining here, 6-1. But this is also reminiscent of how one-sided Icebox felt in the first half. Maybe Boxer are just a second half kind of team.
I mean, it's very true. They'll definitely have better luck on the defensive half as well. So if they're able to at least just like hold it down, secure a couple clutch rounds like they did in the previous game, then we could meet the very same kind of fate that we did previously, where they were able to climb back and start forcing more mistakes out of Q*bert's, weaker side. But you've got to get there first, and if Q*bert stay as polished as they do, then it's going to be tough for Box of Rockets to find any semblance of momentum. This Dimensional Drift is a good start, though. He's already getting taken over.
Hunter's Fury from Caillou keeps Boxer humble, but some still snuck through the cracks, and Boxer got a good trade. They have their spike in deep. They need to help McNutty. He's kind of on a solo endeavor, using his paranoia to enable himself while the rest of Boxer cover the other staircase. There's only one lone wolf left. He uses the fake TP, but Q*bert, you just cannot stunt them.
The Steel Garden to get on this time, and they did, but they couldn't really do anything with it. Everyone on Q*bert was able to stay so stationary. You saw Redux and Knights feeling very secure in their positions thanks to the latter's smokes that were set up very properly on the site. And B still felt like such an impossible site to fully guarantee. You had so much that you had to clear. You have all this double Sentinel util that you have to make sure is not present. And it has led to forced slowdown, conditioned slowdown, without even having to place anything. Q*bert gets so much free time to just check back behind them and fill in the blanks. And it's led to so many free fights taken back, and a lot of tough rounds to watch if you're a Box of Rockets fan, for sure.
Absolutely. You have to play phenomenally. You have to play to your peak to go up against Q*bert Academy. To be the best, to beat the best, you gotta be the best. And I'm seeing Sacred have these high moments. I have Chaotic, of course, clutching up some rounds here and there. But it's like the whole team needs to be on their best behavior mechanically, and all of them have to just be on point. And it's 7-1, and I don't doubt the resilience of Boxer. They've come back from worse. But this was their felt like their first time out of the series. And a much needed point for Boxer to talk to each other and breathe a little bit.
Yeah, certainly the right time to do it.
I didn't want to curse any more shotguns. I did not want to say it's guaranteed a kill anymore. Of course, the shorty gets the kill, but not the judge, right? But Boxer, fantastic start. Lurking in the shadows, catching Q*bert. You know they're going to be playing a buddy system, so you got to beat them at their own game. Here comes Boxer. They just have to deal with Satellite. Can get a neural theft online if he's lucky. There's a lot of injured members from Boxer. Too much threat, though, for Satellite. Won't be able to activate the ultimate. 2 versus 2. Enough work has been done as Boxer approaches, and it's a 1v1. No spike yet planted. 48 seconds. Chaotic doesn't have to worry about that. It's Nismo rounding the corner. He's worried about that back closet, as Chaotic is just gonna dip to another site.
The reset that you need when you're on just 39 HP. And Nismo still has a grav net to be able to clear a free choke. With all the knowledge that he had left after all that individual clearing, you needed to go for it. But he's already here. Nismo is ready.
Oh, you just heard the weapon drop in main. So Nismo knows. Chaotic already checked Heaven. He's just gonna be playing for sound, and Nismo plays for the one tap. Oh,
He didn't even need it.
just absolutely caught.
So disrespectful, and he just shakes it off. He shrugs it off. That is nothing for him. To speak to how the rest of that round went, I gotta say Satellite did kind of give himself away a little bit early on. Felt the pressure, but did a good amount of chip damage in the meantime. Thanks to, again, that double Senti util that was set up. Hey, how about that collat damage with the shorty from Redux to cut that health pool super short in the short term as well. So a lot of homework done to let Nismo get that one shot that he needed to. But still, this has been a really impressive half from Q*bert all around, and they have all the tools they need to carry this forward. But This is around where Boxer Rockets also have a lot of stuff at their disposal. So any way to really open up this site and guarantee themselves around again, it's necessary ones to hold on to in order to have the morale to bring this back on their own defensive side.
Boxer bought an attacking op that helps Sacred and friends dominate mid. They already inserted Chaotic to teleport forward, send a clone, get Cuber to pay more attention and look away from the perimeter. While T-Dog throws some util at B. So we're seeing Boxer eat up more of this early round to use util, try to create a weaker site, a better opportunity. So far, the duels have not gone their way.
Sacred's been the first line of contact first purely, or a lot of the time purely because he's just been so clean with it. Box of Rockets just trusted being able to make that shot happen, but Moose continues to have a goose egg on his scoreboard at the moment. Unable to really make any headway here in mid. Chaotic having to take those reins. And unfortunately in a round that Box of Rockets had so much structure in, seems like nothing is coming of it here.
I was just trying to get your lurks going and see if everyone takes their 1v1s. Surely someone will come out ahead and that'll inspire the team to go somewhere. Well, at least it's A and the spike carrier gets killed. Boxer have to step up and Chaotic does just that. The plant will go down just in time with 2 seconds to spare and Boxer have to salvage this round. At least they'll have the numbers, they'll have an op, and Sacred will be in main. We'll have to match up against Nismo, who has a lot of threats below and now in front of him. Sacred wins the shots and the op will be dropped. The damage has been done. Boxer have bought some time. And Knights drops to deal with these Hell members, and Chaotic stays stoic despite literally being 2 HP.
Playing so slow and mechanical. After, again, so much was given away, but Chaotic getting right back on top of that mid-cut. And even though he gets the clone there, Qbert is still forced to divvy up the resources. And that lets Box of Rockets get that opening 3v2. They step into it, they win the fights they need to, they set up shop, they have the personnel advantage. They get to reset in hell, despite the fact that they continue to give themselves away. It doesn't matter. Qbert don't have enough.
Who's next?
Boxer really need to get everything they can get on the attack. Yeah, Knights just gets pinged from the dimensional drift. Good information exchange from the Boxer side. Now the Hunter's Fury did press back Qbert, but Satellite will just be lurking in the shadows while the rest of Qbert try to regain control of Heaven. They'll do so with their own dimensional drift. Satellite still has the neural theft, and Boxer don't want to leave any bodies in their wake. They need a clean round, and T-Dog just charges into hell. Satellite eats a shotgun, and Boxer have to just deathmatch it out, and Chaotic converts 3 and the 3rd round for Boxer.
I mean, he's just running around the map at that point. He's just trying to make a mountain out of that molehill, and Qbert, they're ready for it. They're trying to fight it out. They're trying to maintain some level of advantage there, and they almost hold on to it. Satellite continuing to stay on site rather than backing out for the retakes, just trying to get away with as much as he can, even in these 4v5s. And it turns into a neural theft, but it also turns into so much intel that the rest of the team can use to just spring the trap fully on the site now. And Qbert, in this last round, forced to a bit of a slim buy. Redux with this Marshall can't get much more than just a simple cut on a Chaotic done.
And Marshall versus Outlaw, I'll give you a guess who wins that. Chaotic. It's really come alive these past couple rounds. And okay, a lot of jump peaks from Qbert that have gone unpunished. Information without really much cost. So good for them, while the rest of Boxer have to head elsewhere. So all eyes are on Caillou and how he deals with this 1v2. Off the flash, he looks away. If you blink, you miss it. And off the corner, Boxer just flipped 2 on its head, and Caillou is dead, just being overwhelmed. And Chaotic, the Outlaw, still stands at 13 HP, while the rest of Boxer hope to scoop up Satellite from this power position. The drop down's a little awkward, and my God, Satellite is a beast. T-Dog just hesitated.
Oh my
and
God.
Satellite just can't be touched. A 3K, the ultimate anchor we just can't stop talking about. And Chaotic won't be able to say much back at 13 HP.
Fully aware that he's there. Able to retake fight after fight after fight, and it just doesn't matter. Satellite saves everything
10 seconds left.
for Q*bert's 9th round here as Chaotic is forced to just gun it down and hand a 4th to that Cypher. Just when you thought that that opening Sentinel was looking a little bit weaker, was not starting to find as much value, he comes up with that 9th round as we swap sides. And we need to talk about what Box of Rockets has done well enough that they can flip onto this defense. And immediately what comes to mind is Sacred's ability to just shoot right. His activity on the attack half was already a little bit ambitious, and it worked out far more often than I think many of us expected. For him to be able to reset a couple times on top of that, I think he'll start to climb up to where Chaotic's sitting on the scoreboard in no time.
Well, our hope is that Boxer have been a second half kind of team. Pulled out the second half pistol on Icebox, and that will be their only hope to come back in this series and this map. And it's an all-out swarm for mid, and Chaotic's about to find out the hard way, but can he bring people down to hell with them? 2 for 1, you take those every day of the week. That ends with Y. And Boxer are left itching their heads on, well, how do they cover up the gap that's been left in mid? Q*bert could still get B going, but Q*bert left their backs unchecked, and Sacred is poking about.
Chaotic calling the shot and then making 2 of them. And now Sacred following up with the ultimate backline frag. The confidence to hold that as well as Q*bert only have market now that McNutty has cleared the remainder. And Satellite's been found. That'll certainly seal the round. And what a start for Box of Rockets. A very small amount of integral plays turning an entire half to their favor in an instant.
A lot more solo plays coming out of Boxer sometimes where they're just kind of... You saw that at the end of the first half. Like, even just Chaotic being in the smoke here by himself, to Sacred's at the very back of the site playing solo, to just Boxer having to pull out everything. And kind of utilizing the map control that's been given to them and see if they can find an angle that Q*bert aren't watching. So they pull out the pistol yet again. Now they're able to buy up. Sacred will have the Marshall over in mid, but what matters is that Boxer can even get away, and they've been netted by Q*bert. They're going fishing, and they're hungry for some bait, and Boxer are poking and prodding through the smoke. Chaotic teleports in, he is fearless, and Caillou and friends are left with nothing. Boxer with back-to-back rounds.
The sheer alone enough to do a majority of the slowdown for that one, and Moose being able to really get in his bag there, go from 0 kills just a couple rounds ago to now in the middle of his pack with 6 after a nice little string with the Bulldog there. So that'll catapult Chaotic into going for the glass cannon operator for this bonus round. Really seems like Box of Rockets think they can extend the slowdown even further. Oh, that's a sick turnaround from Chaotic too.
Chaotic has had some really high moments. And he just needs to be consistent. He needs to be the star throughout. Boxer just takes some time to warm up, and then they can really ramp up. Sacred has been the king of mid, and king of the mid map, I should say. It's clearly not mid, anything but that. And he even tried to go after Q*bert's spawn, and now they're watching their back as they're still trying to get into B main. Boxer have T-Dog pushed up too, so oof.
That was just a lot of aimless wandering from Q*bert, and Caillou gets mega punished for it. Now they just have to go for the full-blown exec, and this is one of the most telegraphed things Box of Rockets has seen today.
Hey, Q*bert,
look how Sacred's ready for that!
I can't believe it. Yeah, Boxer are always good for one, but Q*bert, oh, they dropped the spike. This is not good. And you have the clone being pushed up from Chaotic. He goes unsmoked and unperturbed as Boxer really starting to come back into this map with 3 in a row.
I mean, that is Chaotic walking down Cat with no shields and clipping Caillou to 2 health points before QBert gets an inch of space that actually matters. And the crowd already given away, time kind of low, honestly, and the rest of the map, for all they know, potentially cleared by Boxer Rockets. They have to commit. If Boxer Rockets are ready for it, the op can reset back with a TP from Chaotic, and Sacred knows where he has to look for any sort of approach, even from Redux's TP. These guys studied, bro.
Sacred got out of there real quick. Nismo took some damage though, so farming for orbs. QBert working the map more. They got their duelist on the other side of the map going up against McNutty, which could inspire QBert to flip the map very soon.
Cage triggered.
Still a lot of that push and pull. An Odin that, well, I don't think you want to play chicken against bullets from an Odin, but Satellite will just hang around, keep the pressure up, keep Boxer honest, while the rest of QBert still have to find a way to get a net on to McNutty. Satellite finds where the op is, but QBert get an opening off of the pistols. It's not going to be a great buy. Could this still be a great round for QBert to get the double digits? And it's the team that swarmed together. Sacred gets away with one before teleporting out, and QBert will go out kicking and screaming if they have to. And annihilation. Well, did it even kidnap? It did kidnap one. And Boxer have to make the most out of this situation while the one is down. Nismo's the last one really left to protect this, and Knights has to watch this all go by. What a great retake from Boxer.
It really felt like QBert had the proper read on that after they were able to isolate. Force Sacred to TP early, and then you already spotted where Moose is at. They win the fight against that so quick. And then Knights finding the extra kill on Heaven. But the Annihilation catches the decoy again. Chaotic is a fiend at this too. Just in time.
Oh,
God, that was microseconds away from catching him. Oh my God. And then he just jumps down with the Odin. That is ridiculous from him. And I mean, that's a save round from QBert, but that's also the deadlock ulti gone. That's a way that Nismo tends to really get activated on the Fulcrum rounds for QBert, and now they have to find other ways. And Boxer Rockets, they're gonna get active first, send this dimensional drift right into T-spawn.
Running it down to their spawn is insane. And just off of a cage left by Satellite, they QBert cover their tracks and leave with both bodies intact. Satellite did take some damage, but now they have to re-clear through all of that, leaving T-Dog to get an even deeper drone too, knowing, okay, QBert are still in spawn, so does Boxer want to do anything with this map controller, or do they just play safe?
I mean, you have to do so much like stick shift clearing. It's so
Deploying drone.
tedious. Just gotta chip away at everything. Owl Drone's one of the more efficient tools, and the dark cover is only going to prevent a real good eye shot here. Oh God, that's a disgusting shock dart from T-Dog. That's caught a decent chunk on Caillou. Now, once again, you're pressured to use stuff early, and the Hunter's Fury isn't going to find T-Dog. Moose can play guard dog, and Boxer Rockets can have this locked down.
Boxer have had a flawless defense so far, and Moose is on his last leg. He comes out with no HP, wins the 1v1. The QBert are just left 6 feet under. This is insane. Again, Boxer are just a defense type of team. There's no other way to paint it. 9-3 to a 9-8.
This confidence game really starting to get played by Boxer Rockets. Chaotic hitting a 23 bomb. In just 17 rounds. I mean, he has been the linchpin for every one of these marks, but the setup has been immaculate the whole way through. T-Dog just barely escaping that grab net, and the Hunter's Fury forcing a lot of the push to stay stationary. So Moose can get the first bit done. Whoever's holding that Odin seemed to be T-Dog at that point. He was able to retreat back, and you're able to just cycle your own fight from there. Once again, Boxer Rockets manufacture just enough time to work with, and Chaotic continuing to just go crazy.
QBert have hit now both sides to no success. It's been very close, coming down to 2v2s, at least it's been closer over on the A side. B, they've just been hosed down by like an Odin, as you said, to just finding a way to really leverage Q*bert's smokes to block off some of these sight lines. Even just, yeah, trying to deal with these anchors from the other side, from Boxer. It's been tough for Q*bert.
Good to see them call the timeout here, for sure. But not much of the game plan gonna really change. Satellite still holding a lot of weight as that lurk. And Boxer Rocket's gonna try and go for a heat check again, as it appears, with this save round that they're gonna be going into.
Even just seeing that clone doesn't really tell you much, because the Yoru can just teleport anywhere. Just fall back whenever possible, and then you have to see where Sacred is teleporting to as well. He'll have the op this time, and a lot of firepower from the Boxer side on a 5-win streak. Q*bert, now they're the ones facing an uphill battle when they seemed so well drilled on their defense, but now the attack to break the Boxer setup has been really difficult, and really just the post plan has been the hardest part.
Yeah, getting it done after the fact, as Boxer Rockets have so much available. Sacred doesn't even need a TP to reset for these. That's 2 down so far. Blind will finally force him to go back, but got a second line of defense here. Caillou actually will find T-Dog, though, so a bit of panic mode for the Spike, able to get set up again. Nismo gets the right click.
Oh, wait, this is not as one-sided as we expected it to be. Boxer will re-clear through and be fine in the end. Sacred really is good at choosing his battles. He's so intelligent at the game, picks up a couple picks, will teleport back, and doesn't immediately re-swing. He finds the right timing, you give a sense of security to Q*bert, and you play off of your team. Boxer have built up a lot of chemistry and have just officially tied things up 9-9 with hopes of forcing Lotus.
Yeah, with the disrespect after a couple rounds of getting to really toy with it, and now they've slowed the rhythm back down and forced Q*bert to reconcile with the fact that Boxer Rockets do still have that control. Even with just that single Sentinel that has all that util he can throw down, Sacred's mobility has provided more than enough checkpoints that Q*bert are forced to deal with anyway. It's been a great setup so far on both prongs of the map. Really tough to do at the same time, and Q*bert has offered threats both ways simultaneously, so great management to take this to potentially a lead for themselves this late into the map.
The winner of this goes up against Envy, loser against TSM, which I don't think any of these opponents are ones you want to face. I mean, especially Envy, but even TSM are a wild card of its own, so important match to try and close out. Q*bert farmed up their orbs. Now a neural theft advantage would be great. They'll have their cam in mid too. Dimensional drift initiation for Redux. Did maybe not spot Chaotic, so a sense of security, but the paranoia does flush out the Boxer defenders, and Redux finds himself within the site and with an opening pick, and the rest of Q*bert follow in suit. The dominoes fall, Boxer are smoked off, and really Q*bert just dot the I's, cross the T's. The setup is there, and T-Dog will emerge now that the smokes are gone. Boxer have to fight through their own smokes, it seems. And Q*bert hold back within the site. Oh, wow.
Oh, T-Dog. See, all the pieces come together, and then Boxer Rockets, they're able to just completely dismantle piece by piece.
Hey, Redux just tried to juke them with the clone, and Boxer tried to get organized, split between both lanes. Annihilation doesn't find a victim. The real victim is Moose. He's running out of time and more than enough money to at least force some repurchases from Q*bert. And Q*bert just barely get away, and that's their first round, I believe, of the half.
Yeah, it took more than just that drift as well. Nismo having to pull out the Annihilation to fully guarantee. But a good start to the round for sure. You force a lot of the openers that Box of Rockets offer, mostly being Sacred on this B site. You basically speed run to the last checkpoint that they set up. And QBert are continuing to hit their shots. They're continuing to win these fights. And in the moment when it matters, they're able to now take this lead back. But even still, you saw all the pieces coming together. They were shuttered in that boathouse and really forced to play, again, very piecemeal to try to deter Box of Rockets from what was inevitably a very strong counter push that almost made it all the way through. Purely a timing issue at the end of the day. Not able to cycle. So if QBert can, again, kind of just light speed run through onto a site and guarantee it, seems like they can just kind of ladder their way through the kill feed until they've been able to guarantee themselves a round. But Box of Rockets have been able to stick too many speed bumps in their way when the ult economy is not as good as it was that last round. So, I mean, all signs point to Box of Rockets just continuing to cruise this round.
The Bucky buy and market from Sacred. Oh, no, okay. Pop something else, but QBert now swinging in, catch the tail end of T-Dog. Oh, and Redux just makes it worse. Boxer have to jump now in front of them. Sacred from the logs. Just gets slapped there by Redux. Really brought the firepower. I like that QBert just bought their own Odin to the gun show. And now it's another if we get 3 Redux aces, like we're just part of the montage at this point.
Okay, he just stood
Kai
down.
does not want to screw up the ace. Just gonna call out where he is. Everyone sacrifice yourselves. Now the fake teleport, and there's another ace for Redux. Another day at the office for the young chap.
Oh my God. They fully made him a raid boss that round, giving him the Odin when he was the best candidate to spray, and then giving him the Phantom when he was the best candidate to get active. The timing for QBert for that has to be impeccable and a little silly, to be honest with you, but really making it work after that opening flash that who else threw but Redux. Opening himself up for the first blood and doing all of the dirty work for the rest of the round. Now up to 23 himself, fully matching Chaotic, but QBert 2 rounds ahead and starting to show that all they need is a little bit of pushback to guarantee themselves the match here.
QBert having to work the map more, sealed off from the A orb. Being able to leverage Satellite as their lurk too. He's just been incredible on his own.
There's a drift again now that Redux is ace. They could just do what they did 2 rounds ago to guarantee this B site really heavily and default their way to another guaranteed win.
Who's next?
And T-Dog just has to be careful that he's not going to be caught out in the open in these moments. The Sacred gets to teleport out, bait out QBert Academy. They follow suit. Behind this dimensional drift, 1v1 that's very critical, and Redux converts. And the rest of Caillou and QBert do not get tripped up by anyone from Boxer trying to cut them off. And it's 3 versus 5 for the retake, and T-Dog is gonna get caught with this knife out. I don't know what Caillou's up to. He's trolling now.
Yeah,
we did say this match is gonna have everything.
Yeah, I mean, this is 12-9. You have to. The economy is fully dry, and all of the ultimates were used that round to try to save face. You've lost your TDF, you've lost your Into the Shadows, you've lost your Hunter's Fury. QBert's execute was more than enough. I mean, the drift itself was still quite strong. He still manages to take down Sacred, despite the fact that he was able to reset all the way back in Boathouse. I don't know how he takes that 1v1 after all of that, but clean as clean can be. One where Boxer get to save 2 rifles, and so this buy coming into the first of a couple match points that QBert Academy now get for themselves. It's as touch and go as QBert would like playing up against the defensive comp, but it seems like this may just be fully unlocked. Now, you look to Knights as the one to get that positional advantage rather than Redux with that dimensional drift. Can you just get that done this round? Can you just juke these guys out for the one time and make that work enough to take this match away.
And QOR have got a lot of good rounds under the belt just off of ultimates, so now that won't be as much of a factor this round. Now this is a judge that's guaranteed kills, surely. Surely. Okay. Oh, not even just that, the whole party comes down. Ooh. Big Nutty really rained on their parade. That's what we love about the judge. Now QOR, this is a familiar spot, just like Icebox, being on match point forever, and Boxer inching closer to forcing overtime. You can't discount Boxer until they're fully dead.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely take those. Thanks so much, McNutty. Appreciate Tree as always. QOR, they can just get away with that simple exec. Unfortunately, stopped far too early. And I mean, at this point, Satellite should be going for kills. You've got so many creds, and getting rid of even one gun here would actually be crazy good for the bottom line. I don't think you'll get one though.
Oh, now there's a little high-low going on. QOR, at least Satellite can just grab the orb, but maybe worried that they'll just swing on him, so there it is. 12-10. Can Boxer force overtime and a Lotus appearance? Or will QOR secure another date against Envy in the semifinal? Whew. This match really had everything. Entertainment, drama, trolling, knees being crouched, judges spraying everyone. It's been great.
Yeah, and Box of Rockets making it all the way back up to 10. Is this as far as they get yet again on the defense? QOR splitting the diff even harder now. 1-3-1 playing into Cat early, but Boxer gonna stick Sacred on this operator now.
Oh, he's gone untouched. What? Redux is quicker.
He's better.
Not a lot of people could say they could beat it off like that in a 1v1, and it just gets worse. The Death Parade is marching in. And here comes QOR through a tree. McNutty trying to find the timing, hesitates on when to throw the paranoia. He gets netted, he gets found. And QOR steps away from a semi-final spot. And Satellite with the op. It doesn't get any worse, any better than this, depending on who you're a fan of. The glass has been broken, the hopes have been shattered, and it's Moose trying to break down the door and break down the hopes of QOR fans, but the whole squad is there. Satellite with the third, a flawless run, and none other than a flawless team to the semifinal.
With two twin 13-10s and a hell of a lot of blemishes against a Box of Rockets squad that looks on point, Sentinels QOR Academy will seal a date with the team that they had to crush in order to make playoffs as that 1 seed. They will play Envy in the winners semifinals here in the playoffs to try to continue to curb Ascension dreams.
Got our appetizer to the grand final, it seems, but you know, everyone levels up when it comes to playoffs. There's so many teams that become different beasts. Like, I just think about TSM. Everyone performs a little differently in playoffs. There's a different level of preparation. But QOR have shown a month off does not matter. They are still clean. A dude pulled off 3 aces. So I think you put all the eggs in the Redux basket, but everyone had some level of star power on that roster. QOR did fantastically.
Yeah, 100%. It was really great to see every member of QOR really getting to show what they have. Good to see every player, you know, continue to stay in form after such a long gap of time. I'm excited to see what these guys have to offer in playoffs, and no doubt going forward from this Forum team that is doing exactly what it wanted to going into this season.
And we're going to have a fun interview with someone from QOR Academy very soon. And up next, we'll have QOR versus NBG. So don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining.
back from NBG. He has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give NB another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
QOR Academy, the only undefeated team throughout stage 3 here in Challengers, and they're going to keep that hot streak going with a 2-0 victory over Box of Rockets to be kicking off their playoff run. I mean, going into this, Ash, we had definitely teed up that QOR Academy was the team to beat. Box of Rockets, I will give them their kudos for making it close, because it definitely, I thought for a second we might get a map 3, but QOR Academy, the shutdown, especially from Redux, is just too much.
It's so good. But you have to give them the credit that you were talking about there, Sierra. The fact that they were down 9-3, both of the maps that we saw, to be able to come back in the way that they do into that second half here on Ascent. Box of Rockets, they played that push and pull so well. Those double pushes coming out from Chaotic and Sacred, taking control of one of the extremities, forcing their hand into the waiting arms of Moose and McNutty with some of those paranoias as well. Really nicely done by Box of Rockets. But QOR Academy, they have just been insane to watch. Redux was crazy today. He carried that momentum into Ascent, where he somehow also gets another ace and then another one on top of that. He was doing everything in the server.
Yeah, he was. I mean, yeah, that's an understatement. But before we completely start complimenting him, I think I'm going to touch a little bit on what you were talking about in terms of how Boxer was approaching this, because I did feel like they actually had some really good ideas on their defensive side. There's so many bait setups that just kept catching QOR off guard. And honestly, it wasn't really until the tech pause that came in the second half where maybe the coach had a say in it, or maybe someone on the team kind of got a chance to speak, but they sensed that the B part of the map was exploitable, and they ended up going there 3 times in a row, back to back, and won those B site hits. And that was really what they needed to get that momentum rolling in the second half to finally close this game out in the 13-10.
And looking at the later stages of it as well, well, specifically when QOR finally was able to close out that match, it was just like they just like tuned in. Like, I just want to compliment the great calling from Kat Yu on that one game plan. And it was just a team that just executed so well. And once they closed the door on Boxer, I mean, that was it. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. That last round was just so dominant. Heading into this, again, we had highlighted that for Roy on the side of Boxer, there was definitely players that could contend and Chaotic MVP, but that Euro head-to-head, I mean, it's close, but still.
Yeah, this was definitely a game of inches, guys. Like, this came down to the absolute wire. It felt like the even like the head-to-heads across the board, like the Yorus, the Sacred versus Satellite, right? Like there's so many of these matchups that were so close, and this was a very marginal game, right? It came down to a lot of these tight, clutches, late rounding. Sometimes the trades went favorably for one team. It really just came down to these tiny little margins that allowed QOR to come out on top. But that being said, guys, a 2-0 is still a 2-0, no matter how close the maps were, right? So we have to give credit to QOR. They played phenomenally. They've kept their momentum going, even with the new added pressure of playoffs and the expectations that they had coming into this playoff stage. They've managed to still look phenomenal and on point.
And across the board, we got to see a step up from everyone from QOR Academy. But when you're talking about 3 aces and the impact that Redux had, yeah, we need to talk about him a little more. Specifically, too, because this is something that we saw all throughout the series, Ash. Redux, he was just having a day of performance. And when we have so much expectations on this young superstar, this just makes sense.
It definitely does. And then you also have to consider the 2 different roles that he's playing between these maps as well, right? Yeah, on Icebox, QOR, they don't have that duelist. So Redux takes that position as that secondary controller, getting aggressive with those TPs. And it's very similar play styles that he carries forward throughout both those roles on Icebox and Ascent, playing that ebb and flow, putting that pressure on a Box of Rockets and a lot of those early engagements, but not having that same kind of liberty as on that Yoru, where you're able to get out as safely, having to be a little bit more careful. And the fact that he can make those micro adjustments between map 1 and map 2 and be so consistent in how well he was playing made all of the difference for QOR today.
Yeah, I think the crazy part is like the kind of what this doesn't really capture is the fact that he's plus 24 in the series. He's almost 280 yard. He's 12-8 on openers. Like, he was getting value in almost every phase of the round, whether it was the early setup, transitioning to the late rounds. Like, he was getting value at all times. And I think his performance in that second map specifically allowed him to get so many of those Yoru ults up. And that was really a key point for them to kind of run their set plays and just just kind of close things out and whenever they needed it the most.
And to be able to see the performance and exactly as you call it, when they needed it the most, is just so nice. So big congratulations to QBert Academy for the win today to be able to move along within this upper bracket of the playoffs. But I'm ready to start hearing from the young superstar himself. We have none other than Redux on the line, chat a little bit more about the victory, everything else. First off, 3 aces on the day. A QBert Academy still undefeated. How's it feel, Redux?
Feels good. I feel like I performed really well today, and my team set me up to play really well, so I'm very happy about that.
I'm glad to hear. And what QBert Academy has been able to do, I mean, the undefeated throughout Swiss and a really strong performance today. I want to talk a little bit more about that and ask you about the work that the team's been putting in, because you guys are just looking so strong.
Yeah, we've been putting in like long hours, long days, and I think we could definitely do more when it comes to like effectiveness in our practice. But I mean, we are working hard, and it's showing here in the matches before and now.
I want to talk a little bit about the match because, of course, we do get to see the 2-0, but Box of Rockets, they were definitely making you guys work for it a little bit, being able to start pushing into those double digits. So I want to ask how you're able to close out to make sure you can take this match in a 2-0.
Yeah, I think like we had a lot of strong leads, and then like towards the end, I feel like we were maybe trying to end the game a little bit too early. But we learned from our mistakes. You know, it didn't cost us a map, so happy about that. And for sure, next match, we won't be so eager to end the match.
I want to talk about this next match that you have going up against Envy, because QBert was the one that stole that undefeated title away from them. The series we got to see go to a 3rd map. And I want to know how you're feeling going into this rematch yet again.
Feeling good. I think, you know, we're prepared to play anyone in like, you know, in the playoff bracket. So like, you know, when the playoff bracket came out, I didn't really like look at it. I was just ready to play anyone, and Envy's who we're playing against. So I guess we'll have to I don't know, maybe 2-0, we'll see.
Ooh, we're all excited for it. It's going to be a great match. But Redux, definitely go celebrate, go rest after this win today. Thank you so much for chatting, and best of luck against Envy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, great win for QBert Academy, and they're going to keep on their winning ways and move along within this upper bracket. Now it's time for the final quarterfinal match. It's going to be Core going up against Nightblood Gaming after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. QBert Academy, as we just got to see, continue on those winning ways 2-0 and move along in this upper bracket. Now for the final match of the day, Core going up against Nightblood Gaming. And stories for 2 teams that are quite interesting throughout this, because Roy, looking at these 2, I mean, I feel like they're the 2 biggest dark horses that we got.
Yeah, I think we've considered both of these teams as dark horses at some point, right? Like everyone has slept on these teams, whether it was now, whether it was in split 2 or split 1. But now I feel like, you know, the stories are a little bit different, right? Nightblood Gaming, they're kind of what Core was last split. They were sort of the sleeper team. They've managed to quietly make their way into playoffs, while Core, you know, they've kind of been building up into this moment. They've had a pretty good showing overall. But I feel like the similarities are very, very parallel in the sense that like these teams have managed to be filled with very hungry grinders, a lot of the upcoming talent, players that are very proficient in their roles, and just the immense potential that is in the server is crazy, guys.
And I love that that's a story that we can have for both of these teams here, which I think makes this match all the more intriguing. But I want to start talking about, I think, one of the bigger underdogs that we had all throughout stage 3 and talk about Nightblood Gaming. Because when you see a team that's made their way up from Premier, there's always going to be questions surrounding them. Ash, especially too, when you are seeing an IGL come into the team and kind of revamp it. But I love the growth that they've had throughout the season and in playoffs. I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
I think the growth is the key takeaway, right? And this is something that Screwface has talked about constantly in his interviews, is having that kind of downfall, having to rebuild and then refigure out that identity, not just as a player, but as an IGL, and bringing that vision together as a team. And he was talking in the interview with you, Sarah, how he had that chance to finally find this group that was aligned on that vision with him. And I think that's what's going to be so exciting about today's head-to-head as well, is that you've got this Nightblood that's this kind of revamped roster heading into stage 3 versus a core that has been relatively stable as a team when you're looking at the core pieces of it throughout this entire season, right? And I think Screwface, he brings in this kind of energy and injects that into his players. And I feel like I was getting similar vibes from Darkest in that one interview. Like, he was mad choosing. I'm excited to see yeah, I'm excited to see the two captains going head to head, because I feel like there's so much positive energy that they're bringing into the server, and it translates into their gameplay.
Yeah, and I feel like elements like that are so invaluable in tier 2, guys, where like there's definitely a difference in like a very big differences in POVs and how players play, and just like trying to piece these things together is so important. So having like good leadership and somebody that has a very clear vision on the game's approach that can get everyone on that same page is so important. And I feel like that's a big part of Nightblood Gaming's kind of identity, where it feels like they're all mesh extremely well. And then you have all these 5 players who are all just so good and so like proficient in their roles, and they're kind of just experts in, you know, in every individual role within the team, that they have this kind of like a sort of very unique position where it just makes sense. Like, everyone's in the role that they need to be for everybody to shine, and they all have their individual moments, and they all have their moments as a team as well.
And the fact that they're all aligned, I think, is why we've been able to see this team make their way through stage 3 and grow together so much. This is a team that they were aligned going into this. They knew that it was going to be a tough road ahead. And despite any sort of growing pains, Ash, it was a team that was able to come out the other side stronger. And yeah, Screwface talking about taking that momentum going on forward. And we were talking about the mental. I think that is humongous.
It absolutely is. And it really feels like, I think the calling has just leveled up as these pieces have come together, as stage 3 has gone on. Nightblood Gaming, they definitely showed us what they had to prove, I think, at the beginning of the stage, especially taking out TSM for their very first match of Swiss as well. But it just feels like they've gotten even better since then, that the calling has really locked in, especially for a lot of those mid-rounding moments where we're seeing a lot of those pivots being called. I'm really loving the vision that Nightblood Gaming are trying to bring to the server, and the results that they've been having as well, because it's been a long run throughout Swiss stage, you know, playing the maximum number of games possible. And they had some solid matches as well. Like, I already mentioned that TSM one. I think it was a tough loss up against Maryville, but they kept it relatively close at times there too. So really good looks here for NBG.
I mean, even just looking at their most recent win, the qualifying match up against YFP, I feel like YFP has been a team that we've praised for the talent across the board, and to see the 2-0, but exactly just how they 2-0'd them as well, I think that just speaks even more to the journey they've had. And again, going back to, I feel like this is the buzzword, Roy, the growth that they had. Sure, the path was long, but again, you've made it to playoffs, you got those extra matches, and it's what you can do now.
Yeah, and I think the really interesting thing for me, guys, with this team is they came into this split so strong, right? They had tier 3 wins. They came off with a 2-0 against TSM. They're feeling very confident, right? They had sort of their growth in the middle where they were struggling to get wins, but they still had some solid games. And then, but they're closing off the split and going into playoffs in the same way that it began, right? A 2-1 against SAD, a 2-0 against YFP. So now the confidence is kind of at an all-time high. They're feeling good. Everything kind of feels like it's coming into form. Whenever you get those 2 wins in a row, it feels like a lot of the problems or like, you know, flaws that you've identified as a team, it feels like they're being worked on. It feels like things are being solved, and this perception of like growth and sort of things making more sense is going to help them and give them confidence headed into playoffs in this match.
And this match is going to be so interesting because now on the opposing end, going up against QOR, I feel like this is quite interesting for the two teams because we've gotten to see as well for QOR when we're looking at a stage 3 that has an Envy, that has a Qbert, etc. I feel like maybe sometimes, at least personally, that I haven't talked about them nearly enough. But again, when you look at what they've been able to do in the server, Ash, I feel like the talent has been there. It's always been there, and have really been able to showcase that.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? And it was tough to see, I think, in the first stage, this team didn't manage to make it into Swiss. And then didn't manage to make it out of Swiss despite finding some results in stage 1. So having that moment where they were in a stage where there were a lot of insane teams kind of coming out from like the lower portion of the rankings, I would say, in VCL, like Burger Boys really making a splash and then not having that space for QOR, and where they're feeling like, okay, we really got to work hard with how close the competition is going. And that complete pivot in that mindset heading into the 3rd stage to have such a strong finish in Swiss as well in that 2nd, 3rd place is absolutely insane for this team that has been flying under the radar. And it says so much about how they've been working together to fix all of those growing pains.
Yeah, and I think for me, like the difference between, we've drawn a lot of parallels, but really the difference for me is the fact that like Nightblood Gaming, wow, has quietly made their way into playoffs, but it feels like QOR, they've kind of entered very loudly with such a dominating win against Envy, right? Like whenever you beat Envy, I feel like everyone hears about it, and there's expectations on them now. Like no one can really say that we're sleeping on them. So like they've been slept on for far too long, and I think it's really time for us to wake up. But I can't tell whether there's these expectations or whether these solid wins that they've had has sort of set themselves up for this, like, you know, whenever you have like these sort of dominating wins, it feels like you have an expectation of how you want to play. So when things aren't really going your way, or if you can't get things going, then you start to kind of like overthink it, right? But that being said, just purely off the eye test, purely on their path to get here, it's looked so phenomenal, guys. They've taken down Burger Boys, the 3rd place finishers last play. They took down SRB. They've taken down Box of Rockets. They had a very close game against QBert in the first series as well. And then they close it off with an Envy win. It's just such a strong resume headed into playoffs. And I feel like this pretty much solidifies them as the overdog in this matchup.
I mean, when Darkus is talking about that confidence and how ready they are, and when they're able to showcase it in, again, that Envy win, because that just speaks so much volume. I think it's a team that is ready, Ash, and I'm really excited to then see today going into this, what exactly are they going to be able to put up, because the run that they've had, they've definitely gone up against some very formidable teams looking at that resume. So they've definitely showcased that they deserve this.
They absolutely have. And I think the one thing that I have to keep in mind for this team is that they're not going to go in today's matchup underestimating Nightblood by any means. Like, they're going to give this match the respect that it deserves. They're not going to allow those wins that we've seen with the big splash that they made in stage 3 get to their heads, right? They're very locked in ensuring that they're taking every single match as seriously as possible and guaranteeing that they can find these wins comfortably. And if they can't find the wins, we know that they're looking to amend the mistakes and fix them going forward in this double elimination bracket.
And continuing on with we've gotten to see some similarities throughout with these teams. I mean, I want to talk about the players on the team and specifically look at our head-to-head and these duelists, because yeah, when I look at both of these teams, it's like, oh yeah, cracked teams, a little underdog with some cracked individuals. And Roy, looking at this is the head-to-head that I'm most excited for.
Yeah, this is a very exciting head-to-head, so I don't really blame you, Sierra. This is really awesome. Both of these players are upcoming. They're very young and they're very talented. And I think for me, like, really I mean, I've been playing in Pro City for a little bit, and I've been watching a lot of the streams because I feel like in those environments you kind of get a kind of a read on these players as well, because we get a lot more personality and stuff like that from them. And Alim has been very impressive. Like his overall read on the game, his raw talent is there. It feels like he pulls so many plays out of the hat when it's required, but at the same time his fundamentals are so on point. Whereas Son of Car, it feels like he's such a good player within the structure as well, where it feels like Son of Car, he's able to play within the structure whenever they need the hero play, whenever they need the X factor, he's kind of there. And it feels like he can also pull up hero plays whenever it's required for his team. So they're just a raw potential in both of these players, and the fact that they're clashing in such a high stress moment is going to leave a lot of stuff that is going to be entertaining for us as viewers.
I feel like when I watch either of these teams, that these are two players who just never disappoint, and that know that there's any moment that one of them can have that big pop off, whether it's within a round or within just the entire map itself, I think just makes all the more exciting. So this is going to be a series that is so worthwhile, and I cannot wait to get started. And the fact that we've gotten to see a lot from these teams throughout the stage, we've gotten some good information about the map, picks and bans, and the tendencies. So I'm curious to see how exactly that's going to vie up for today and where the battleground's taking place. Up first, Corrode. And I always love to see a Corrode into this, but this is something too, Ash, that I feel has looked quite strong. So this will be a really fun way to kick off the series.
Yeah, Corrode is a really interesting way to kick off the series, like you were saying. I think that Nightblood picking into this, they did come off the back of that win from YFP, where previously I think their composition that they had been using beforehand just wasn't working out quite as well with them. This new comp really focuses, I think, more around how they're looking to set up Son of Car in a lot of those early engagements with the double initiator. Meanwhile, for Core, we haven't seen them on this map at any point so far, so they've got a lot more that they could hide into it. I think that I'm going to keep my eyes out for how they might try to look to abuse the lack of Sentinel on the side of NBG with that composition. But as we carry forward into the remainder of this map pool here, it feels relatively even between these two teams, Roy.
I completely agree with that, actually, but I want to touch back on the Corrode before I get into the Lotus thing. I think Corrode is a very weird pick for me because, like Nightblood Gaming, they've had some good results on it, and even their losses have been extremely close on the map. But we haven't seen anything from Core, and I feel like the fact that they're starting on the defensive side is such a big question mark because we really don't know how, first of all, what comp they're going to choose, what meta they're leaning into. And despite this map having like very long rotates on the defensive side, it still is a very defensive sided map. Like the amount of crossfires that you can run, how many positions you have to play on sites, and just the way and the kind of the unique styleness of it is just so very defense sided. And I feel like it's going to be very hard for Nightblood Gaming to unravel a lot of these solutions that they might need on that map. Headed into Lotus, Ash, I'm right there with you. I think this map is really weird because both teams are very good on it, and it's not really like a quote unquote comfort pick, and they're running mirror comps if nothing has changed. So it's really going to be like who has a better game plan coming into it, and who's going to have the superior execution, and who's going to be popping off really.
I think I love the contrast between the first map and the second, where we go from something that's, well, completely unknown for one of the teams into something that's going to have a lot of tape on it. And I think, too, that that's going to be really big for the IGLs and really be able to test them on, I mean, all fronts for that series. So I think that is especially exciting to see which team can then take the win, push themselves along within this upper bracket. But for how we thought the match was going to be turning out today, I mean, we got to get into the predictions. We got to fight a little bit, guys. That's all I'm saying. Because going into this, I know you guys are going to be like, oh no, Sierra's doing that thing where she goes up against everybody. But look, hear me out.
She knows us too well.
I got to take the words right from y'all's mouth. But Nightblood Gaming from that week one into now where they're at. Yeah, it was a win week one. You know, they did some great stuff, but be able to see the growth, I'm just super signed on for it. I'm definitely not discounting Core. I think it's going to be a really, really close match, but like, I don't know. I'm a sucker for the story, Ash. I'm not going to lie. Can you help a gal?
I mean, I can't. I feel like I'm usually with you for the storylining, right? Like, I love a good like revenge arc. I love a growth arc. But Sarah,
wow.
I've got to agree that NBG, they've just continued to scale as this stage has gone on for stage 3.
Agreed.
But for Core, I don't know, man. After that interview with Darkest, where he really went, I've been playing more ranked with the biggest smile on his face. I'm scared. Like, I would not want to play up against him. Like, if your IGL has that mentality where bro is grinding ranked and he's thrilled about it, he's feeling good. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's nearly nothing that can take him down.
I'm dying. I mean, Ash, you're kind of reselling me on that idea. I'm not gonna lie, because that is definitely the mark of someone who's putting in that work. But Roy, I want to hear from you. And you can speak on behalf of Jen and Tenric as well. The core pickup.
Yeah. So Ash kind of put you down nicely. She said, usually I'm on your side, and then proceeded to go completely against you. But listen, I just have one thing to say about this prediction, okay? 2-0 against Envy, 13-4 on one of the maps, 13-9 on the other. I mean, I don't know. Do I need to say more than that, or can I just end the sentence right there?
I think we're supposed to be here and talk, but I'm okay to drop it there. I think you've said all that you need to say for that one. But I definitely think when you're looking at the trajectory of these teams, it's going to be a very deserved matchup. Figure out who is going to be the better of the playoff underdogs to be able to push along through in this upper bracket. And we got to re-talk about this very first map, because again, this goes into a really cool storyline of, okay, well, we don't know the core Corrode. We know they've been putting in the work. You know, Darkest is out there on those ranked ladders. So where exactly is this going to go?
Yeah, guys, there's one thing to keep in mind, right? About like stress management. I'm going to circle back to this because Corrode is a completely new map. The meta has most certainly not settled. It's kind of starting to lean into the double controller realm, right? Where the Viper, but it's still not really settled, and the approaches are just varying so much from team to team. But there ultimately are only so many things you can do. But that being said, Valorant is a very overwhelming and overstimulating game at times, right? Like, especially in the moment when the stress is very relevant, and if it feels like Nightblood Gaming can't find solutions, or it maybe on the other hand, if Core Gaming can't find solutions in the moment and they're struggling with a very specific win condition, or they can't identify it, it's very easy to just get swept under the psychology and just not knowing how to respond back on that first map. The second map is easy because at least you have a game plan, you have things to go off of, right? Like, you kind of can approach it in a specific way. But on the first map, if you're Nightblood Gaming, it's a little like, yeah, you might be confident with your own performance, but the fact that you don't have a single read when the enemy team does have a read of how you're going to approach it, what compositions you're running, and they're starting on what is the defense, the defense-sided part of the map, it's a little sketchy.
It definitely is a scary prospect for Nightblood Gaming. So gonna have to see how this one will shake up. First part of the puzzle is what agents we're going to see coming up from Core, and the agent select is ready. So yeah, the fact we know what Nightblood Gaming is going for, Core, they have a chance to respond not just in the server, maybe potentially right now. And going into it, ooh, okay, Ash, I like this.
I really like this coming out from Core. I feel like this is also going to work really nicely up against the way that Nightblood Gaming like to approach the attack here on Corrode. They're forced into these spread defaults because they lack that Sentinel. And you're going to see Alum and Logan going for some of those early fights, putting that pressure on NBG so they can't run that slow default as comfortably as possible. I've got to have my eyes on Core for looking for some of that mid control as well. I think that's where YFP struggled with NBG taking that A link pretty heavily into the early round, making it very difficult to try and defend that side.
Yeah, my eyes are on Smiley and Screwface. I feel like their jobs are so important. Without that Sentinel, they're going to have to manage the information extremely well. And I feel like when you're up against a chamber, you need to be very precise with your utility because it's very easy to get caught off, especially with how the chambers can set up on this map. There's a lot of deep lines that they can get, but they have a good, Nightblood Gaming has a good composition to fight back against it. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the chambers. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the initiators. My eyes are on that. And of course, the Son of Car versus the Elim as they fight and battle it out here on this first map.
So much to dive into for this very first match, and our first look at what Core has to offer heading into this. Which team is going to strike first? Let's find out. Head into the map and get ready to send it over to Jen and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, we got our last quarterfinals, sleeper teams, but only one has come out of hibernation to beat Envy. This could be the season of Core, Tenric, and I think Nightblood are certainly ready to rise to that challenge.
Absolutely, yeah. These teams have both been in the lab for this entire season, and it's all got to come out on the table here. Core definitely having the better resume as of late with their previous wins. They're looking just completely on point, and if that rings true today, then this composition will completely facilitate that. But there's always something special with Nightblood Gaming, and particularly on Corrode, there's something in the air that just really activates these guys, lets them go crazy and start W-keying when the going gets rough. So especially with them starting on the attack half, despite the fact that, you know, that was the half that was given to them by QOR, as this map was Nightblood's choice. I do expect them to be able to avoid a lot of the scalpel-like cuts that QOR want to make with this Neon and Chamber.
Yeah, QOR usually kind of banned this map, and I was a big fan of how Note played on this Clove against YFP, top fragger, a true threat here. So see how QOR fare. They want to be fast and loose with this Neon. Flashes are out, but not affecting NBG, not when it matters. Man, annihilation. NBG, some quick kills, and now the sky's the limit.
Perfect start for NBG, avoiding the AoE of that flash thrown out by Darkest and turning it into a pinch on the stack that was there. Now an easy 5v2 as they'll walk into the strong site, but still with 5.
And Logan tries to make it work as the sole anchor of this team. Nerve is gonna join him. That's a big flash, but Nerve just couldn't capitalize, couldn't steady his aim, and NBG, it won't be flawless, but it certainly felt like it.
Pretty singular that round for sure, but it is a pistol that Nightblood will take, and Nightblood will take every pistol that they can get. So not really a performance diff thus far, but with NBG able to get the snowball rolling early, it'll force QOR to kind of empty the brain early. And you'll already see a couple of stranger stacks here, obviously on the eco, but wondering how antsy Alim is going to start getting. And I mean, that's been the vibe for all of these opening quarterfinal matches, is the teams, you know, testing the waters, seeing what they can get away with.
Oh, jeez, you thought you could get the orb, but it was all a trap, but Kumi converts 2 and makes this super winnable. A good punish towards QOR, who tried to flood in with pistols with the power of friendship, but not strong enough weapons to really make this a one-sided round. NBG now have to re-clear through B and see if they could punish these defenders at B.
NBG are total fiends when it comes to just dropping the hammer. With a comp like this, especially when you can throw up all of those disgusting smokes. Watch Note in particular, like you said, the way he plays this Clove on this map, he just feels invincible, and he backs it up with the frags more often than not. You'll already see these cycles coming through. Link gonna be completely dropped out, and QOR has already been completely bottlenosed into specifically that spot where the smokes can keep on cycling.
See if QOR actually want to fight this or just go for exit frags. And based on Darkest trying to lob this one for a Hail Mary, QOR have re-infiltrated, able to ping this Clove through main, but nothing that QOR can really do about it. Are gonna just try and force some engagements, and as soon as QOR poke their heads out, it's just a whack-a-mole situation with NBG. Take the anti-eco and bring 4 into the bonus.
Yeah, well taken by Nightblood, able to really escape out into B main and avoid a lot of the trouble that comes with it after 2Z falls early. And that's another big part of this composition that makes it a little dicey rolling into Corrode. 2Z has to be kind of an everyman, despite the mobility the rest of the composition. Everyone can be everywhere at once, but there is a player that has to be everywhere at once, and like it or not, that's going to be a struggle for 2Z this game.
Shadows traveling.
Now Alim just hoping to play off of contact, maybe even a 2Z paranoia, but as soon as the drone marks Alim, be forced to reposition. I like the NBG, kind of like the desk said, are leveraging as much information as possible. Now no knife, still a recon left, and signs of life in a trade, leaving the spike behind. All is reset back to default for QOR.
2Z won't exit out of the smoke just yet. QOR would rather just play for the 4v4. Very individually stacked at the moment. If NBG find a weak point now, and it looks like they have that B main that has nothing behind it. Now that dark cover is going to get thrown. QOR recognized, but Son of Car sticking around mid and catching Alim on the peak. Patience is key here.
The rise of the underdogs. As NBG are hoping to replicate a core-like performance from when they first entered Challengers, and NBG have surprised a lot, just trying to get into playoffs, and Kumi gets a surprise on Tuesday. Now within the smoke, he stays hidden, and Nerve can't even get a clear punish, not without revealing his position, and Nerve decides to play it safe and wait for the rotation of Logan. Prowler keeps him busy too.
Guardian as well. That is so rough. Having to exit apart from this smoke too. So expectable.
NBG playing in cover, eating up as many seconds as possible. Now Logan, he could be the hero. Nerve strikes at a different angle, and it's Screwface at a 1v1. Thankfully, time is on his side. He's taking his time to throw out the recon. He's gonna get the ping and the edge in the duel, know exactly if he's gonna stick the defuse, and he still gets to laugh it off. Screwface clutches for NBG.
Oh, Kyle. That is nuts from him to clutch up the round, and he holds onto the gun to boot. That's crazy from him. Dares to challenge that defusal tap thrice. And again, taking his sweet time with it too. NBG are cool, calm, and collected on the newest map with the fastest attack in the game. What a switch up that QOR are clearly not fully prepared for. They've been willing to take fights on stacks, but NBG's tempo switching has just been immaculate to open things up, and it's gotten the snowball rolling to a hellish extent. QOR, it's already desperation time on the defense here, as their eco will lead them to a very ambitious mid-stack once again.
A reminiscent walk down from QOR. You know they like to get aggressive and take all the risks on their pistol rounds, because what else is there to lose? You just let NBG get to use their util and keep the distance, then QOR won't stand a chance. Now, the other side of the smoke, Tuesday has to play anti-flash, does counter-blind. NBG a bit stuck, disjointed, forcing some trades, and QOR do a decent job of trying to keep the door closed as best as possible. Darkest solo play in a 1 versus 2. He gets counter-flashed by NBG. But Logan makes the most out of it with the 3K. Wait a minute. It's winnable for QOR. On the backstab is not gonna help NBG's chances. A thrifty is what it takes for QOR to get back in this game.
Just an ounce of slowdown and Logan is activated. And truly, that's a lot of what people were expecting when QOR walked into this split with this particular team of players. These guys known for hero moments, singular pop-offs. And that's all that these guys were going for here on the eco round. Logan finally allowed to after those counter flashes are expended. And thus NBG ran out just enough to be ran down by this chamber extraordinaire. But still more than enough to keep going. Great knife by Darkest to start the slowdown now for QOR, who can start selling mid-presence a lot more commonly, leaving NBG to have to be a little more committal on the resources.
I was wondering if Alan was going to want to start a flank, which is how confident you were with the stack of NBG, and QOR play this from front to back and get absolutely bulldozed by the opposite duelist. And Note is like playing his own pseudo-duelist in that case, and it feels like the true star of QOR has been Logan, but he's going to need a lot more help in these fights, as Nightblood have stabilized themselves in this round.
Yeah, QOR forced to a save with Logan having to hold on to this operator. And with the null command to start, especially after Son of Kar got inserted into sight so far with the help of that cloudburst without getting counteracted, QOR had already lost far too much ground, getting cornered easily, and then Note just doubling down with that not dead yet and grabbing a kill just because that's what he does on this agent, on this map. Something in the air here, I'm telling you. It does something to this kid. So 4-1 now for NBG. Economy still rolling pretty sweetly. QOR do have basically everything they could ask for to counteract this, though. They can go for, they can try to make this, you know, a Corrode defense. Make them clear after clear after clear after clear. Run the well dry, and then completely diff them in the team fight that actually comes up on site. How proactive are you going to be allowed to get here? NBG finally look to contest mid early this round to debate that specific topic.
Core are very strong on the defense of any map. That's just really their style, and you know, the whole reason they won against NBG. I mean, I got to cast that. It was all off of a lot of 9-3 starts on those defenses, but Corrode, not a comfortable map for them. See the confidence really dwindling as Core hope to fight tooth and nail for this teleporting forward. NBG try to split the site, coming on an angle. Nerve wanted to pull out maybe the Nightfall, but NBG just strike early. They strike fast. Nail him, tries to break in, but he's traded. Logan and Tuzi watch at a distance. Tuzi within the site. Logan on the bottom side with the op and just can't get a good angle or any sight lines into NBG. Deciding not to save the op and just get in the middle of the action. They want to force some repurchases out of NBG. Logan, he's been mechanically superb this map so far. Ow. One left to go to pull off the 4K in the ultimate clutch. He seems to have a good read on where Kumi could be. The 2 exits left, but also has to top the spike.
Spotted Kumi before. Still has a smoke, still has a TP, but he's just gonna peek it.
Oh, the wrong angle. Just flip a coin left or right. What side was Kumi gonna hold the window? Because as soon as Logan would have spotted him, would have been a dead guy, especially with the op, so unlucky.
Speaks to how lasting NBG's setup can be, because when the round started there, they took the site and not the fight. First blood went to Core. Logan had an open op shot. It was only when Car got activated that NBG were really able to do anything. And then Car started making a lot of noise, turning that into a 2K. That forces Alim's hand early. He has to slide in and counter-frag him. That lets Kumi get the free kill from on high. But from there, NBG's position is like given away. They can't really fully positionally reset, but they still have 2 smokers available. And so the reset that they can enact on top of that, the amount of times that Smiley was just able to tap Spike and force Core to keep on guessing is more than enough to make the mid-round solid enough. Thank God, though, that Kumi was able to wrap that after Logan nearly made it work.
A good timeout for Core to have, because you got to figure out how to maneuver through these smokes, and most importantly, just this map. Core have just not played this, and this is something they banned out, as I've said many of times, and kind of really need to milk these timeouts for any chance you get to talk to your coach, and namely, how do you leverage this Nightfall, which I think Nerve was trying to set up for, but Core couldn't get the pieces in place on time, so this Nightfall is going to be everything, but on the Sheriff round, is that even something you want to invest if you're Core? It all depends on if they can get the opening pick, and Nerve will have the Hero Guardian. It's already pressed away and almost drops the most important weapon that Core have, and it's the Nightfall to try and slow down NBG. Core are going to invest after all. NBG does not matter if they can't hear, because they just care about seeing targets. Tuzi's kind of deadly with the Sheriff. Alim goes crazy. The second ult invested out of Core to pull out a Thrifty from the hat. It's possible. There's only Kumi left, and they haven't even planted. They don't have the spike. Alim is watching that, so Kumi's absolutely trapped.
What a trap play! Making it look like that Hero Guardian was over-ambitious, and turning it into a Nightfall trap that catches everybody, forces NBG to fight, and all the while, Alim is dashing on the flank, completely unheard. Pops that overdrive and starts going crazy. What a pinch that Core gets away with after NBG think they have completely scraped away with that round without having to think twice. Shout out Tuzi with those opening Sheriff shots as well. The ones that inched forward were decimated by him. But the chaos that was caused afterward, beautifully strung together by Core to give them another shot in this half.
Already see how that inspires confidence in Alim, but I guess just immediately hesitates as NBG throw a wave of util his way, and Alim still gets to tell the tale after, but 57 HP. It's not gonna proc your Neon to get any more aggressive than that. So NBG will be on their toes, though, now that they know this Neon is lurking around. 3 kills for Darkest. Breaking the donut. Surely. Oh, against a pistol. You finish those, right? You finish those, right, Darkest? Okay, living sometimes is half the battle. We gotta say that. NBG gonna be pinching in. At the front door is 2Z. No paranoia, but open to at least get his one and done.
Yep.
And really trust a nerve.
And in the hero rifle to note, his car was the one that took the majority of those shots from Darkest. And NBG will still just turn
30
back,
seconds left.
implant Screwface now that they've booted Darkest out. Oh, he is way in there. This is so strange, but that hero rifle is gonna grab off the trade, and Screwface has still not been found. It'll be an attempted A pinch with Screwface holding flank watch, but they can't get on site. Alim traded away by Smiley. After the stun goes through, still trying to crack on, and Screwface has finally made himself known. Darkest backstabbed.
This is a wild round for Nightblood.
Last player standing.
Just throwing their Sova on the flank and finding Nerve and 2Z. Just thrifties all around from Core last round to Nightblood this round. This is a really wild Corrode.
This is insane. Darkest fails to get his first kill against a stack that pushes on top of a mid-smoke, on top of their own mid-smoke. And then Screwface egos into that insert all the way into the back of CT to go for the backstab against Darkest. And all the meanwhile, NBG is able to just trade their way through a pretty set stack on A. Like, everyone played perfectly there for Nightblood. I don't know how they pulled that round together.
Darkest has been marked by the opposition knife, and he's trying to support Alim with flashes if needed, but wants to look towards the B site. Core's gonna make that call, teleporting in. And Kumi makes the space for the team. The rest of Nightblood are zoned off from just a smoke, just hesitating on pushing in, just rode off of the high of the Hunter Stray from Screwface that did little to put a red carpet down for the offense.
And that guaranteed reset. How does Nightblood continue to toy with Core psychologically here? Core want to control mid so bad. Alim has been itching to hold on to it this whole game. And it's just not meant much in the grand scheme of things. NBG are so good at the main lanes that it just doesn't matter.
Off the paranoia, it was a good start for NBG, but geez. Did cost them blood, sweat, and tears to get this done. Logan will be on his way to see if he can actually pull off the 1 versus 3. If there's anyone that could do it, it's him, especially you got a low HP Kumi, but would you expect someone to be within the smoke at this time? Logan's waiting to see if he would even swing out of the smoke. Oh, easy frag, easy-ish for Logan. But now having to cross on the corner, watch, and Screwface locks in the round for Nightblood.
Still working it out. And Core has just been unable to fully meet the threats. Nightblood are too good at just throwing the battering ram through to the site. Core do have a lot of ways to be able to slow this down, though, now that they've bought back up. And the null command also available to go for a full-blown retake rather than one that has to still play around the double smoke that Nightblood is working with here. But Nightblood don't have to pump the brakes for a moment here. They can just keep on playing their way for the moment.
Defending op from Logan. That's really how you reinforce B. Alim has been on mid-watch for a while and holds it down. Just everyone staggering into his sightline. Now the rest of Core can take over. You send your flashes, you send the army. And Nightblood starting to give up rounds here. You can't underestimate Core and their ability to come back in a match. They've defeated the best. And it's a 4K from Alim to give them the flawless.
3 members of Nightblood dare to contest the spot that Alim's been holding all game, and Alim does what Alim does, and he gets all 3 of them. Dashes right back out, puts the pressure on mid that Core have wanted to put on it this whole time. And that was a really solid round from QOR. Again, coming from an individual moment, but one that kind of was set up by Nightblood to a degree here. A little bit too fragmented as they were trying to take over mid more than they normally do themselves. So back to business here shortly in round 11 as they'll go window shopping. QOR very aggressive here on B main though. It's the first time they've actually W keyed on top of this rather than just sent the util down.
Yeah, they're trying to send Alem to go farm, but crops are not looking good in season. Nightblood very much respected that. It's going anywhere but there. And realizing, okay, the right side of the map looks weaker. QOR, let's really rely on Nerve. He's got full util and could just clear out with the Prowler. Clove will be back in the picture, but you need to see Note actually hunt down these kills, take the duel against Nerve, who's still around. And Note will not be rejoining the party. Alem has been unleashed. It's a 2 versus 3. It's not looking good for Tuzi either. He would have the money to rebuy, but just deciding not to even risk it for the biscuit.
Second NBG here, Logan TP. They just know they have the site so on lock. And they go for that crunch, even though Note goes down to 10 HP off of that first snipe. But the way he's able to stall with that not dead yet controls at least 2 members of QOR and Elbow for an extended period of time, making A itself a lot weaker. And that Link presence starts to get really scary. Nightblood turned that into more isolated fights on top of the double smokes that continue to be set up. Turn it into personnel advantage, and that is how Corrode attack goes. One more round for them to get some advantage on top of the favorites here in game number 1. Once again, this is NBG's map pick, but QOR decided to start on this side. So curious to see how they intend to cut the knife in the side of NBG when we swap sides.
Now, QOR haven't gotten a chance to really develop on the map because NBG, as soon as they get a read on where the majority is, they're quick to tempo up and get the objective done, force the retake out of QOR. And now it's back to a more traditional default for Alem and friends. Hoping the overdrive kicks in too, because this will be the last chance to use it for Alem.
It's gonna get popped. But that's why Nightblood just kept their distance here. Darkest creeping. Once again, ambitious. Considering that he is the bottom frag of the lobby at the moment.
More unfortunate timing again as Logan
Is that
looks the
another
other
clip on
way.
the notes? He's 35. This op just keeps landing from Logan.
Well, we'll see if one of the ops can land, and so far it's Alem just spamming through the smoke, and you love to see that suppression. NBG really rely on their timings and swings off the smoke, and look, QOR just combine their efforts through the choke.
30 seconds
and Nightblood, yeah, they have a lurk, but not their mid-covered, so Smiley can't even join where Kumi is going. At least he'll use the ult to recover the spike. But you'll have to pull off a miracle, and that's a 1v5. Last round of the half, and Kumi's already been tagged. No time to spare, no 1v1, and QOR will make this a 4-8 half for themselves.
Really appreciate Alem's ability to play both Link and main simultaneously there, even though the threat was really only coming from one angle. That relay bolt did a lot of good stall work and allowed QOR to just continue to pressure until NBG had to buckle. And QOR, once again, take a fight that NBG think they can just ego their way through. Shout out to Logan continuing to just get free assists with this operator in the pre-fight, though. That's ridiculous. So we'll swap sides now. And again, I'm really curious as to how QOR intends to fully make this comp work without making it seem stilted. My eyes are on Logan. Like, how confident is he going to be to just kind of walk it down and be a trade machine? I assume he's going to be basically a proxy intel for Alem a lot of the time.
Definitely putting all the eggs in the Alem basket because Darkest has a ton of assists but so little kills because he's just been that selfless player to support the rest, and he'll be solo anchoring as our eyes are on the 3 stack of Nightblood on the right side that have kept QOR at bay here on the second pistol of the map. Little of a flash from Darkest as well, so that's Smiley holding B, I should say. So still looking at Darkest to set up the team. They're being a death ball for a reason.
Smiley's got the fragment to be able to slow this down, and NBG have pretty easy access to B, so they can turn this into a pretty crowded fight.
There's the flash up close, and wow, a lot of information off that knife. You suppress them for now. Core still gonna shelter, get the spike down, and so flank also forming from Note. And if this chamber from Logan teleports back, he's gonna find an unfriendly neighbor.
Area.
Screwface gets the lineups ready. Recon to distract Core, get pings on who is still within the site and who is not. And off of that info, NBG storm in. Opening pick from Son of Car, and of course, Note's flank starts to flourish for a double kill at that. And Core don't know where to look and how to stabilize. It's a paranoia from Tuzi to at least win his 1v1, keep the spike protected. But that's only so much effort for so little gain as Nightblood still come out with the pistol.
I mean, that's a boastful home field advantage there for Nightblood after that lineup from Screwface is able to guarantee all the angles that Nightblood isn't clearing on top of the crunch. And as always, the comms for this team are so clean. Their timing is impeccable. And it turns into another crucial pistol round against the 2 seeds. As Core
Last player standing.
were indeed very stilted coming onto this site. It had to go step by step, bit by bit, and that's how you clear the defenses. That's not how you make an attack work.
That's what I was hoping Alim was going to do more of on the defense, is flank, because like the desk said, and Nightblood are not running a sentinel, so it's a bit harder to mark your flank and know what's coming. But Alim is just gonna run and dash in right through the middle and just hope the initiators help out, because Core are losing battles on all fronts. And now they're stuck on an island with no raft, and Core just get picked apart.
To be expected. The question is just, again, what can Nightblood Gaming get away with now? As Core actually bought kind of heavily into that. This is going to be another save. They just kind of got decimated at the starting line, and that may mean their minds are already on map 2. We'll see if NBG can just fully stomp out the morale here.
All right, Alim and friends just running the stack, the death ball right towards A, the red carpet, but it starts with blood on the floor, courtesy of the outlaw from NBG. And this is definitely not a spot you want to try and push with sheriffs. At least you get the orb.
Look at how much collateral damage that car did with that outlaw shot. That is absolutely ridiculous.
A lot of damage in Core, and gonna have to do what they can with what they got and just try to overwhelm this duelist. But even solo, 1 bullet for everybody. You get a bullet, you get a bullet. And Core pick up the spike, re-clear through a very deadly outlaw, and it's not even just the jet you have to worry about. So a near flawless round for NBG coming up, getting up to 11 on their map pick. Truly showing Core how it's done, but we kind of knew this was going to be a weaker map for Core.
Yeah, we expected Nightblood to come onto this guns blazing, and they have not only not disappointed, but beyond impressed me. The evolution off of just a couple days ago. Just an elevated understanding of this map, and they're turning every inch of it to their advantage now that the tables have turned. We'll see if they can just, I mean, this is the must win for Core. They're not going to get aggressive out the gate here, but Car might.
He's so sick with the op. And Alim finally gets to bring the speed, the pedal to the metal. The violence that the Core squad very much need is this duelist to propel them to victory. But Elam's already got a ton of kills. It's the supporting cast that need to make the most out of this moment, and there's Darkest with the trade. You see more of that. Ooh. Then you got Logan lurking around with an op, so there's problems all around for NBG to deal with.
Got a little bit antsy after Carr died earlier than anticipated. Not able to trade that away easily, and Logan hitting the double shots. Very impressive stuff on both prongs. Their core maintaining composure at the key moment they need to. Now they have just about everything they could ask for to set themselves up for their own solid attack half. It's a day full of comeback potential, Jen. And Core are chock full of it with a composition like this if they can become dynamic.
Yeah, this is a core composition that is very familiar to them, but on a map that they're not as practiced on. You wouldn't expect, like, I don't want to call NBG like a premier team, but a team of that level to bring out such a new map and to bring such fresh look to their strats. And Son of Car's already knifing them from the sky, so Core are being very much humbled right now, bringing the 4-stack to the party while they have Logan lurk around with the op. NBG suppressed and re-swing into this, and that's gonna cost them 2 key members to the squad. So Core can happily step up to B when they feel like it, as long as they are careful of Mr. Carr here.
Yeah, only a couple more flukes to deal with here for Core to take this to 6-11. NBG preparing to just commit everything to the next round. But obviously would love to be able to get away with a couple trades here just to keep the economy on its toes for Core. Getting rid of that operator or that Odin would be really nice. There's Carr finding Darkest.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, deep haunt, Nightblood. Okay, well, the flank is creating a disturbance in the air, and I think Core should very much hurry up. Now on the flank, nervous and important 1v1 at the timing while Smiley was changing weapons. At least Kumi takes the mantle on the front lines. He has Son of Carr on a different angle. All depends on timing. Kumi thinking about dropping down or what he can see, what he can call for Carr Jr., I should say. He's the son of somebody. But Tuesday, 1v2. They could clear out Carr, it would have been possible, but NBG, this is looking like a very one-sided. Corrode now getting a match point.
Yeah, every time you think that they've run out of ideas, that they've been outsmarted, they just come right back and punch even harder. Haven't even needed to really restabilize with a timeout. NBG is locked in for these playoffs. What a start for this matchup. And of course, winner of this having to face off against Winthrop University in that winter semifinal. But both of these teams in need of making the top 2 in order to get to Ascension. They need to come out of this with their foot to the floor. And Nightblood Gaming looking to do that on their map pick.
He's with the Nightfall ready from Nerve. This could be how they just take a quick fight, but don't want to go in blindly. And Son of Carr, the op shot right through the crack of the smoke, and he won't even overextend. He knows his limits, and it's pushing Core to theirs, forcing the Odin to yell back at the Nightblood squad, back to their corner, back to safety, and Core are left without a big win con on their side. No Nightfall.
Yeah, this is the moment where Core have to decide to invest everything else in Logan on just that stinger. Gonna now pop that tour de force. And what else could it be but for that extra control on the strong side of the push? NBG fully ready for this, though.
Good paranoia. It is gonna tag some members from Nightblood, and that's how Alim just thrives off of this chaos. When his team can set him up for success, and he gets to just hose down the competition and turn this all around. And it's, well, Core didn't have that major win con of the Nightfall, but Alim has truly started shining for the squad when they needed to the most. But you have to play flawless from here on out, and Smiley's always flanking and creating problems. Of an important 1v1 against Logan, and that's gonna seal the deal. No flank for Nightblood, and a save for Screwface.
Yeah, any gun you get rid of here is good for NBG, so they were happy to... Smiley was happy to go for a backstab, but this Odin is too important and Screwface is too broke, so they'll let that go. Yeah, that paranoia was really perfect. And Note, once again, trying to reset with the not dead yet, but QOR very attuned to it at this point. You have their finger on the pulse for sure. And they're able to meet that fight very quickly. Take on everything else pretty individually, again, with the help of that paranoia. And split the board before they even really get to sight. Overdrive is overkill, but that's how Alim rolls. And now he's up to 21 to match Carr's boisterous streak, despite the fact that Nightblood has doubled the rounds. But QOR continuing to hold enough cards to get by, and Nightblood not yet relegated to an eco round, but the ult cycle's still there for QOR. Control still ultimately could be in their favor, especially if you can find these two ult holders on NBG early, Smiley and Kumi, who have been waiting in the wings.
QOR can just simplify this round. Nightfall, go in, leave the sightlines open for Logan. It's just now kind of setting up at that door, and they send Alim to scare Nightblood into submission. Waiting out the smoke. He got a good knife in from Darkest. But QOR just can actually work the map based off of some info from Logan. Oh, son of Carr not quick enough to the trigger. And okay. A lot of yapping from Darkest.
You have 6 rounds to... Bro, come on.
You know what? Inspirational plays from Darkest, I gotta say. Maybe a slight choke. I don't know. But NBG are here to retake before the spike's even planted. It does get off in time. Nightfall to suppress Nightblood in the middle of the club. And now Logan just gets to sing with the op. Nightblood, good luck trying to get through these sightlines. QOR have everything on watch. Flash out from Smiley to give him the edge, but even that's not really enough. It's just Screwface left to clutch. Not enough. QOR had the post plan, and they're starting to feel good.
And the individuality that QOR tends to reside on a lot means that QOR is very good at playing with whatever they've really got. Nerve was alive, so you get to use the Nightfall. Logan is alive, so he gets to have that operator for the exits on top of it. That combination can work, I guess. So let's take this A site, let's plant on that default location, and let's just hold that door for dear life. And it works out. Son of Carr, unfortunate plant on the judge, and the disrespect is not paid back just yet. QOR's gap continues to close in on the underdogs here on their own map pick. And now it's NBG vying for that early mid control. Carr not escaping with an early first blood.
No gaps in the forehead yet, but that op has been doing work, and Logan just gets juked. Note ahead, first blood for NBG. Open to close out the map, and they'll have Kumi teleport onto the site. Good anchors all around. Nightblood started to surround them, but QOR get unaffected really by the blind, and they're trying to plant the spike, but the sense of security, the calm is gone. The storm is here, and Nightblood have already stepped up ready to take a swing at QOR, who decided to just abandon this and go towards B, but Smiley already got a cutoff. He's on the chase and getting ahead of the game. Tuesday with a proactive teleport to catch your rotations, but surely Nightblood expect this, but Kumi just taking it inch by inch. Surprised by Tuesday, who's still the bodyguard at the front. Now the third kill of the round, a pivotal ult. Catch Nightblood off guard. Smiley on yet another flank. You gotta get used to it at this point, and QOR have marked it. They'll mark themselves most likely another round on the board.
Yeah, Smiley's just got to grab whatever he can, and it will be this operator over here in mid. But very well done by QOR. And this is the instability in late game Corrode that we've seen from Nightblood Gaming in the past that's had them drop it to Legacy just a couple rounds ago, in fact. QOR recognizing how much Note just has to commit to playing for himself and really doubling down on top of that. Some tremendous targeting on him. and also preventing Screwface from gaining any sort of positional advantage, because that is truly where he shines. If you're aware of where Screwface is, you can kill him pretty easily if you're a member of QOR. That being said, Nightblood continuing to throw QOR off guard. Logan, of course, getting caught so early in mid did throw things into a bit of disarray, but that offensive reset to rush on over to B site was perfect, and the TP from 2Z to seal it as well. Necessary for sure, but now only leaves that null command available for the execution this round.
There's been a lot of thrifties this game, so... All right, Screwface just gonna run it, and he just gets flashed up by Darkest. Null command activated too for the offense, so not much that Nightblood can do, but watch this round sail by. Total annihilation. And Kumi last left on the death note list, so QOR about to make this 9-12, and I don't even want to drop the comeback word yet, because we've cast or cursed enough today, Denver.
Right. Nothing bought into enough just yet. And the comebacks have been fake thus far. QOR still has the distance to climb on NBG's own map pick. They do have just about everything they need, though. That did kind of reset the ult economy for a moment, but NBG will not be able to fully really meet it. Kumi, yeah. He gets out with this. That'll be pretty nice.
Look at the map, though. They're all surrounding him. Sucks for them. They're not going to be able to get Knob. But QOR kept theirs. We'll see if that'll be enough to get them through. But there's still a lot of smokes to get through. There's the Clove ones, the Jet ones, the Omen ones. I don't know if you count the Jet ones too much, but much needed timeout and reprieve for Nightblood.
I think you do count the Cloudbursts for how mobile Carr can be on top of them. We saw that on the attack half for sure, that Carr was able to make a lot of space thanks to the Cloudbursts. No blind required until after it started to fade, and that let the fights really reset. It was a great spear tip that opened a lot of fights up, but much like we saw when QOR was forced to hold on that defense, NBG have to split their resources up way too thin in the pre-plant. And it leads QOR to look for whoever can be fought, whoever can be reached. It gets a lot of easy first bloods for them. They're doing a great job of finding those and nailing that weak angle early on and just digging into that pressure point. So in response, Nightblood Gaming, honestly, I think they just have to go for a read. I think they have to feel when QOR are telegraphing themselves and react to it accordingly. Maybe that comes into play with just some reactive ultimates to retake, because you could probably do that too. You have the time. You have 3 rounds, but it's very risky at this point. QOR are as locked in as they need to be to take this to overtime.
Wondering how many more flanks Smiley is going to go on, because he plays solo on his own. Then I guess he can use flashes for his own kills, but maybe the rest of the team could really use his help, and Kumi just destroyed QOR. Marching forward off of the Alum speed. Now with the smoke to the left side, and maybe trying to draw Nightblood into the site while QOR dominate in the middle. Wow. Just QOR has such good map spread, good map control that there's nowhere for Nightblood to stabilize. And QOR will make this double digits with the potential to force overtime if Nightblood don't figure this out.
Very dominant round that sends NBG right back to the drawing board. And with nothing in their pockets as well. They will be able to, I mean, NBG are professional improvisers. They live to find opportunities, and Corrode's a very opportunistic map. But again, QOR, individually, everyone is keyed in and able to hold their own. That is what gets QOR over the line. Look at Darkest, up to 23 assists.
He's been insane. Like I said, such a good supportive player for Alum. He's usually buddied up with him at all times. Off the smoke, they've marked Carr at the spot before, and you can hide, but you can't run, apparently. Nightblood completely caught. Prowler be chomping down on note. Core's got information. They don't have the spike, though, but that's fine. Alim's got the spot, but Screwface has the cutoff. But just with a classic, there's only so much damage he can do. But this is going to cripple Core down to a 3-member roster. But probably more than enough to close out the round, especially still with an op watching through an open sideline.
Yeah, they're just watching Link. They know that's where Smiley is, and they're going to find out that's where Note's coming from, too. Too intimidated to be able to pick up a rifle, and too overpowered by merely Alim, potentially. Oh, he would love to, but he's on a team that actually cares about winning. So they'll be able to help him out and get Core to 11-12. And once again, Core has everything they need to force the tempo upon NBG time and time again. Nightblood will be forced to play reactively. It'll come down to reflexes a lot. Carr might go for a glass cannon op on top of his blades. Yeah, let's get creative.
Honestly, screw it. It is do or die, 11-12, last round of regulation. And I think Nightblood are starting to get figured out and downloaded. If it's not no kind of overextending, it's maybe Smiley on the flank. Son of Carr has been sticking on this A side, and Core have overwhelmed that with flashes before. Knives will be out though. Son of Carr done playing around. Alim will have the overdrive. Paranoia right through Nightblood. As on another angle, Alim just carves his name into the corpses of Nightblood. And Core have fully evicted Nightblood from their homes and are ready to force some OT. And maybe an ace?
Give it to him!
You gotta. Alim's not going anywhere. So, unfortunately for him, it'll probably be Tuesday. Nonetheless, you gotta talk about the Core bounce back. Oh, Tuesday, what a teammate. Dude, he's here. Nah, don't make me do it.
Oh man, the moment the team becomes desensitized, Alim becomes activated. The overdrive rolling up the middle. As soon as that paranoia goes through, and you think he doesn't have the time. Oh, but brother Alim always has the time. Double down onto Note, who continues to pull almost no impact on this W key and Clove in the latter quarter of regulation. As now we exit that as a whole. NBG back to their strong side where they got their own streaks going. But there is a certain player in the lobby that has taken every ounce of the spotlight at this point and could just drag Core over the line on NBG's own pick.
From a 12-5 start from Nightblood, we were questioning why Core were dropping the knees on bodies so soon when they had so many more rounds to go. Well, look where we are now. It's drone from the Nightblood trying to look into the B site. But as soon as Core sensed blood in the water, I could see them sending Alim, but Alim didn't go on a flank on their defense in the first half at all, despite the lack of sentinels that could really catch him. Nightblood just really staying honest and in their spawn.
Yeah, gaining nothing at the moment. Seeing if Core try to act too quickly on their own smokes. Instead, they'll just send Alim on top of a Darkest Flash to gain mid back, but now it's NBG's turn to do the same. They'll gain that first half on top of their smoke that they set up as they try to gain passive control on the lanes, but Alim peeks out and grabs the duelist counterpart.
Just the aim trainer simulator right down main. Very distant battle. Nightblood lose someone very key to their engages. NBG will still have Smiley with one flash left and a dream, and Kumi with a paranoia as well. But Kumi a bit desynced, and then NBG have their heads desynced from their bodies too. What a hold from Core.
Switching sides. Match point.
And so the onus is once again on Nightblood, who's still 8 rounds deep. Have all the chutzpah in the world to try to take this back. Will continue to play unabashedly as themselves. They found their identity this year, that's for sure. But can it get them back into this game. Carr back on the glass cannon operator. Screwface holding down that Odin. Lineups clear, stacks available, aggression not imminent, but Alim is forward. And a lot dumped into clearing the link in the site itself, but Core is forward and in.
Then you have Logan watching the possible flank while Screwface just takes a shot in the dark, literally. And Core are left without Darkest, without those flashes, without maybe a null command. And this is a 9-round win streak from Core that Nightblood are trying to break. They have the mid control. They won't be able to flank and do much. It's going to be about also Nightblood activating in time.
Yeah, on a crunch for sure. And Logan, the first checkpoint again, if they can just slow this down. Missing the first shot, but the Headhunter immediately after and can dictate against Son of Car2. It's the rest of NBG that have to make up the space, but Smiley can hold on to all of it, and Tuzi is suddenly left alone. The drag on Takumi is good, but the rest of NBG can make it up, and they do indeed have enough time to take us to OT2. Their first defensive round in 7. And yet another term that we will take here on Corrode.
Don't get shot. Human brains are hard to replace.
Both teams having a much more successful offense, but then it's both teams winning their defense over overtime rounds. Got it. Really figuring out each other as
Oh, we love this game.
push comes to shove. Yeah. Screwface. What an important opener, too.
Yeah. That double kill from Logan was insane, but there's luckily enough this time. That's the whole thing, is like, if Nightblood have enough of a stack of a death ball, then they're unstoppable. They'll just keep W King, but they've, like, Core have done what they've wanted to do. They've driven the scalpel into the hip of NBG all too often, and it's made the pushes so much weaker.
Full angle for Logan, and just gonna fade away. Too many smokes, doesn't want to risk dropping. Including just still being a glass cannon up, and Darkest finds a lurker in mid, and BORZ is now the only option out of Nightblood. And it's the fight or die. And now within the site, they don't even have the spike planted. Nightblood have to pour blood from their opponents, and it's not working out. Everywhere they clear, they are met by confrontation. And Darkest, who has a 3K and a null command, so will be Core getting up to match point. Especially with that clear from Logan.
Round full of consolations there that NBG have to hand over to Core, and Core just keep punishing over and over again for it. Continuing to drive the nail in and look unabashedly stronger. And so NBG, yet again, they got to come through as themselves, have enough firepower. They made it a 5v4 nice and early, and that was enough to get them over the line despite the hero moments that Core still brought to the table. And again, these guys are locked in, ready to take this here and now. Ready to get this done in 2 maps and go have that date with Winthrop in the winter semis.
At least NBG like broke the win streak, which doesn't mean much besides just breaking the insane morale that Core have been building up towards, the momentum that made them look so impossible. What made the impossible possible when Core were down 5-12, and look where we are now. This is still so insane, of not even just the bounce back this match, but just their from challengers not being in playoffs to here and now. Your triple man swing, no, it's all has almost all the heads lined up. Will still be good for 1. And Smiley deals with the chaos quite well through even the wall. Good timing against Alim. Could go unpunished. No, he seized and flashed. Great retaliation from Core. 3 versus 3 to decide our map 1 winner potentially. But Screwface puts the ball back in the defense court, back in Nightblood's favor.
Just spamming it down before anything gets released, giving himself away. It doesn't matter. Core walk into the hail and turn this into a 2v3, and NBG is here far earlier than before for the retake. They can experiment with how they operate on this. No smokes available either, and Logan is on the wrong peak.
Core is just going to have at least, just going to play as safe as possible to avoid any paranoia, some shock bolts that could put them in awkward positions. And Nightblood are working every second of this clock. And Nerve, as soon as he hears a spike getting tapped, could be reacting accordingly, but the drop down is found. Logan and Nerve combine on the post plant. It's looking good, but Screwface, the lone wolf yet again, knows he doesn't have time. Nerves just has to deny, and Core have made the ultimate comeback on map 1.
Inch by inch, and then mile by mile, and then just right back to inches again. Core get the job done against a Nightblood Gaming that continue to play with such heart and continue to challenge again and again. The strategies that these teams have brought to the table on both sides have been falling apart far quicker than they've anticipated, and so we've had to see a lot of individual thinking coming from both sides. And Core, that is where they shine. That is where they excel. The individual is where Core is best. And they have had enough of that individual talent to carry their way through. Of course, Screwface is going to hold that spike. And so Core will walk into map 2 with the win.
Yeah, there was something in the air, especially when they started Core started dropping knees on bodies. We were like, wait a minute, you still got 6 more rounds. And they closed out so many more.
And they did it.
Our jaws are on the floor. Core have done it. They surprised us against Envy. They surprised us here again. But there's still more maps to go. Lotus, Core's actual choice, is coming up next. Looking forward to it. We'll see you there.
Back of the series between Core and Nightblood Gaming, and we go to Corrode. Nightblood Gaming, we've seen this from them quite a bit before. For Core, completely unknown battleground, and it looked really good for Nightblood Gaming at first. really, really good. But all of a sudden, Core able to completely flip it on their head and take the victory after the first round of overtime. Roy, I mean, I still am shocked at what we just witnessed there because I thought they were done and dusted at one point for Core. So that comeback, that's incredible.
Dude, a part of me was hoping you weren't gonna throw to me because I'm still a little speechless about like what I just witnessed. Like that one has to feel so good if you're Core, but at the same time, if you're NBG, that has to feel terrible. Like in the world where this is just a nice swift victory for NBG, they would have all the confidence in the world. They're coming off, the 2-win streak that we talked about. They would have had a nice clean map win, but the resilience from Core has completely robbed Nightblood Gaming of that early momentum, and just their like clawback in that second half was just so good. And it wasn't a fluke in any capacity. Like it was very clear that their game plan was just on point. The way they were utilizing their utility, the way they were breaking down the map, breaking down a lot of these setups for NBG, it was all calculated and executed to almost perfection in that second half.
I do want to give credit, though, to Nightblood Gaming for that first half that they did have. It felt like Core... I had some question marks about how they were trying to play this comp that they had because of the fact that it does have like some of that good like retake capability, but they were also going for some of those early fights as well, some of those walkdowns over towards mid, contesting the space that we wanted to see contested up against NBG, right? But NBG, they weren't afraid to slow things down and allow Core to walk into them, or even go for very quick pivots on the other side of the map. And then it felt like Core were constantly starting down a couple of players in that initial half and making it that difficult run back. But the fact that they were able to secure this, you can look at the first bloods as well.
Yep.
Like 17-11 in favor of Core. When you think about how that first half initially started, winning out 8 out of 11 of their post plants there as well, it is an insane run to be coming back from down 12-5.
And I mean, for Core to have that sort of run, to have that much of a step up, it's just so wholeheartedly impressive. But when you're looking across the board at the performance for Nightblood Gaming, that is an absolute heartbreaker because that was something where they started off so strong. We got to see the ideas really come to light. And a Core that kind of struggled a little bit, but we had kind of highlighted this as a battle of the dark horses, but specifically the IGLs going into this. And Core, the longer that match went on, Roy, the more they're able to key in. And not only that, just the step up from the individual players as well. When the moment needed it the most, I mean, that's everything.
Absolutely. I just the both IGLs on their attack sides just had such a good read. I want to bounce back on something that Ash was talking about. It wasn't even just the fact that Core was kind of, they're kind of holed into this, like pigeonholed into pushing aggressively on their defensive side because they're like, oh, they don't have a sentinel, they don't have gadgets, we can catch them off guard. But I feel like that was part of Nightblood Gaming's game plan. Like they had so many crossfires bottom mid, they were holding extremities down, they're doing such a good job. And not only that, but as soon as they recognized that there were weaknesses towards the B site, and it felt like Core didn't really know how to hold B down, and they just kept abusing it with their double controllers, TPing and abusing the jet dashes as well, combined with the KO util. It was just so overwhelming for Core, and then the sides flipped, and it felt like almost the same phenomenon, but just in a different executable way, right? Where it's like they knew how to break the map down. They were flashing through smokes, getting their first pick, punishing the opper. They had like a very calculated read on all of the plays that Nightblood Gaming were cycling through. And then when it came down to it, obviously we had a monstrous performance from Elim and a monstrous performance from Logan, who were doing their absolute best to keep Core competitive in this game. And wow, it was just such an insane performance from those two.
Yeah, the most kudos to these two, and we got to talk about them a little bit more because when you're looking at that comeback potential, I mean, it could be really easy to get caught up in how the loss is going, but we highlighted Elim going into the day as a really big win condition for the team. But Logan as well, Ash, when you're looking at that chamber, to be able to see that impact that he had, I mean, yeah, when these two are going to have a performance like this, no wonder they're able to come back and take this first map.
And you have to keep in mind that the composition on the side of Core is built around setting these two players up, right? All of the supporting utility from the Omen, from the KO, from the Fade, it's all about getting either Elim or Logan on some of those deeper lines, helping them go for an early engagement or refighting into areas as well, because they have that ability to either engage from Elim's side or have that ability to like get out after pushing a little bit deeper on out of Logan, right? And I think they are a huge reason why Core even got those 4 rounds on defense to have that chance to get back. Like,
Yes.
it was really all them on defense getting those frags. So much support, like 25 assists on defense between both Tuzi and Darkest to help them out in that regard. And then, man, flipping over to the attack, Alum just got to run free there, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also the supportive util, I want to bounce back to the supportive util because I feel like they did such a phenomenal job. You can tell in their assists per round, Darkest, Tuzi, they're doing such a great job. Alim was definitely capitalizing off a lot of that utility, but he was also just a mechanical monster. He was taking solo fights down mid, angling out perfectly. His mechanics just looked so on point. And when you have a duelist who's just like everything seems to be working for him, it adds a lot of like reactive pressure. And this is what Ash was saying before. It adds that reactive pressure into the op lines, into the chamber. So literally the entire playstyle was just played out perfectly to set both of these players up, and they both capitalized perfectly.
And that's going to lead to that first map win for Core and taking away Nightblood Gaming's map pick off of them. Now heading into the next map of the series, this gets especially interesting for a couple of reasons. First, Core's pick. I mean, yeah, that makes sense that this is obviously going to be maybe a smidge tougher for Nightblood Gaming, but this is a known quantity now, Ash, for both of these teams in comparison to that first map. So then I'm doubly intrigued when we look at those IGLs, but they're going to be playing too.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this is it's a near mirror matchup, save for the duelists, right? You've got the Neon on the side of Core, and then you've got the Raze for Son of Kar, the agent that I think everyone really knows him for. I think the big difference there is with them both having a Vice on either side, there is going to be a little bit more of that pressure on Son of Kar to have that utility connect with the Razor Vines, take out some of that Vice util. Whereas on the side of Core, they don't have as much util that's going to be able to assist in that kind of regard as well, right? But then there's also the trade-off between the Neon being able to be a little bit more self-sufficient with the stun, and the Raze for Son of Kar is going to have rely a little bit more heavily on those two initiators.
Yeah, just going through their history as well, it feels like they're kind of opposites in the fact that it felt like Nightblood Gaming had a really good start on Lotus in their careers, right? They got some solid wins versus TSM. They got a solid win versus Lander, and then sort of and Shotfire Rebellion Gold. And then after that, they kind of started falling off a little bit. Whereas Core was the complete opposite. Like, they struggled initially, but their last 2 performances on that map have just been so dominant and so clean, which bodes to me in that whole like momentum kind of narrative, right? Where it's like, one, you literally just got away with robbery in this first map. Like, you just commit a crime pretty much. And then now you're going into the second map where you're feeling confident. You're everything looks good. You're feeling good on this map. You've had some solid wins recently on it. It's just a really bad recipe if you're NBG.
I mean, is it robbery when we get to see a step of performance from Core like that? Because I don't know. That seemed like they deserved it at that point. It's time to see going into the second map how Nightblood Gaming is going to respond and head into our agent select. As highlighted, we're looking at pretty close mirror going on. Of course, a little bit of differences, but I'm curious getting into it, how that's all going to be shaking up on the day, Roy, especially too when we do get to see an Alum that had that big pop off, but Son of Kar as well. We didn't talk too much about him. Like, his duelist made some impact, so I'm intrigued. But okay, wait a second.
Oh, I mean, okay, I'm not shocked to see a swap in the composition, to be honest. Like, they were not having results. They looked a little bit dicey on it, but this is also a sign of weakness, right? Like, you're coming into playoffs, you're making a last-minute compositional change. Yes, I like the double orb on this map. I think it's actually very good, especially when it's combined with the net to accomplish map control. So I think Nightblood Gaming's composition is still very functional, but the fact that they've had to swap their composition up on this map shows a very clear discomfort on the map, and I'm just hoping that they've had time and to get the reps in on this composition to see how it's going to flow, especially under the pressure that they're in now.
I'll give the silver lining of the fact that I think that Kumi on the Deadlock works really well up against Alum on that Neon as well. Just having those sensors a little bit deeper, having those trap setups, anticipating for Alum to go for a lot of that space taking and trying to punish him on those pushes. And I feel like you talked about the double orb, my eyes being on note on that Clove. He's so good on this agent with how aggressively he likes to play. It'll enable him to take a little bit more risks in this matchup as well. I'm looking forward to it.
And maybe it's just the thing to switch things up a little bit, catch Core off guard to try and upset on this second map. But heading into Lotus, Core, they got the momentum. It's time to see now if they can take the map as it's time to head into the server with your casters. Jen and Tenric, take it away.
Well, we said today was going to have everything, entertainment, drama, the comebacks, which we didn't curse, Tenric. I was pretty stoked about that, but of course they'll have to try and close it out on their map pick. Who knows?
Yeah, with NBG coming with an unconventional composition choice, no less. This feels very comfort geared, if nothing else. Obviously, the desk pointed out how active Note likes to get, especially when you have that secondary smoke available with Smiley going for that. But no breach, no vice means no true flash apart from just that paranoia. So Nightblood, again, it's going to have to be very firepower geared. It's going to be a confidence game against one of the most confidence geared teams in North America at the moment. So, I mean, really, this is just going to come down to how bad Nightblood wants it more than anything else for these opening 12 rounds. Apart from that, Core have looked divine here on Lotus. They're able to really slow things down whenever they want to, and then amp it right back up with util dumps whenever they've fully packed up. It'll come down to how often they can imitate and regulate for this opening 12. They can once again just stick a speed bump in the way for NBG, then it's going to be a pretty easy collapse from there more often than not.
For sure. And Breach has just fallen out of favor quite a lot. I mean, since the Tejo nerfs, you don't see him as much anymore. So I'm curious how they're going to want to leverage Darkus. Is it going to be just these flashes right off of Bears being down, trying to really shake things up for Nightblood, or do you just kind of play out of sight, play for retake at all times? You have so many good tools on the core side to explode onto the site with flashes to close range prowlers to anything that Nerve can provide, and he gets to be on the fade yet again, which we saw just how impactful he was to core's setup back on Corrode.
Right, yeah. Feels like Nerve's Nightfalls have been huge fulcrums for rounds so far, and he's kind of just used them whenever he gets them. So Core eager to get this done, eager to get this finished in 2. And the defensive setup already pretty default here. 2Z hanging out with Logan in the pistol as the stack gets ready to fly.
Open. Ayla pops the door open, has the flash assist from Darkus than the rest, but it's a little bit off tempo, off timing. NBG had their backs against the wall and managed to fight the right angles at the right time and not really get deterred from all the angles that Core just took.
On the cusp of going 3 for 3 on pistols here and continuing to just stifle out when Core think they can win a big old team fight. NBG is proving the group firepower is so there, and again, that's how they're going to have to win this game.
Nerve still has some util, but they may think about just waiting out the smoke, and now it's the fault line to lead them in. Darkus can be bait, he's lower, but Nightblood are good at spreading apart and not getting pieced up by Core, so they've just been really well drilled, as you said, on these pistols.
And they're gonna try and, again, just take that and run to the moon with it. Huge buy coming up here for NBG as they'll try to get some easy conditioning started despite the fact that all they have is themselves. A lot on Screwface's shoulders, a lot of very risky calls that you have to make early on in the pre-plant. And he's gonna call on himself first to irritate 4 members over here on A main.
Logan has to respect that. Oh, we get to see what Screwface can do. Untouched over in rubble, smoke in place. Core ready to have Alem swing off of Darkus util if they're feeling right about it, especially that Tuzi can open the door and unleash a paranoia. There's a trap for Core, and they just took too long to unleash it. Now Nightblood get to thrive in this chaos. A lot of util all over. And Tuzi is repressed back into tree, and Nightblood just deal with the duels head on. Now they are able to so well isolate them. Smokes are going to make things difficult to cross, but Nightblood are still taking it one objective at a time, one kill at a time, and the orb on top. Core looked like they had the right idea, but just not the right execution.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Gun diff is pretty big for this one, especially when Nightblood are able to isolate the fights like that. And everyone's staying alive for it as well. Does mean a lot for what NBG is able to toy around with this bonus round, which QOR have fully bought into this time. And this is the point in which QOR should really start to dig their heel in. The breach util is going to be a constant downgrade to NBG's pushes. And followed up by that, I mean, these picks do really feel a little comfort-based. Kumi's util on the deadlock is, there's a couple question marks I have over it when it comes to how effective it can be compared to something like a Vice.
Yeah, NBG got info over at Rubble off the haunt from Screwface, and they said no thanks. QOR didn't really take advantage of any map control. Just gonna hold their posts, 2-1-2 setup. Leveraging now the Thorns. And the Nightblood patience has really paid off. They've avoided some deadly encounters. But up front will be Logan. And he, like the desk, highlighted him for a good reason for the last map. And QOR's ability to come back from pretty gnarly deficits.
Good hit.
Yeah, just draining the well as much as they can until they go for it. And again, it's Screwface to open things up with the util, and NBG have to compile the shots.
One's checking this back corner. No, does at the last second, but it's too late! Logan, a critical double kill. It doesn't get the spike down. Plan B, Nightblood evacuate. And they open the door, but they're walking right into the hands of Aleb. Another double kill goes the way of QOR. It just doesn't get any better than this.
And the shear is there the whole time as well. Plan B wasn't even going to work out anyway. Alem was just that first line of defense. And NBG have two members inch up on top of those boxes. Logan just able to hold it down. And if NBG want to dare QOR to shoot better, well, QOR will double dog dare right back. With the bonus in tow, they can stabilize their own economy, force Nightblood Gaming to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go.
You know what? Hell yeah.
Flex on him. But NBG have to, once again, show their identity on this map that has been a big weak point for them so far in this stage.
I'm still dying. Players heard they were on camera, so
he held that for a while, dude.
Have to make sure you hit the shot, or the producers got the shot. All right, can they hit their shot? That's what matters. Note's already been sussed out from Rubble, and Screwface got smoked off. Can't really punish that easily. Not a good start for Nightblood.
Car's able to find the frag right back.
Yeah, life gets better.
It really does. It really does get better. Oh, Tuesday, this is fun, isn't it? Screwface is planted way up here on the roof. Oh, he's been sussed out!
Brother, what?
That's such a fun trap. That's so dumb.
Well, I guess it works out for Screwface. And now they get the scale back up towards A, and Nerve's gonna fall back, but it was all a ruse.
Spike dropped.
Well, again, QOR are fully prepared for this. 3v4 is a tough fight to take, but Alim's always the first to take it. Let's see what he gets away with.
Oh, not the jump, but hey, able to concuss the rest. And, well, Son of Car is still alive and an absolute menace. QOR, I think, got hit by a nasty net from Kumi, so they couldn't capitalize on the split up and what Alim created. 7 HP. Versus a full health Smiley. And okay, Ayla wins that. Oh my god. Now he can keep flexing.
He's alive! He gets busted in Waterfall, immediately swings over back to back site as soon as Logan is vulnerable, which he already is on the grab net, but it doesn't matter for him. Oh my, what is that slide, dude? That is insane. And then to just hold that box instead of playing the waiting game with 7 HP. Alim is saying, I'm that guy 4 rounds deep into this map just to tie us up. And now he's got the overdrive too.
Really said I'll do it myself. And Dion has always been one of his best agents. So even when you go into a Corrode and you're not sure what to play, just stick to your guns. stick together as a team, and Core
And
pulled
Alim
through
has
there.
huge guns, dude. He can totally stick to him.
Couple of plates on there for sure. Something about the gym, but Nightblood going to be working towards A at least, and it's completely open.
Satchel out.
Yeah, just handing this over after the barrier mesh gets tossed. Not willing to risk it for the biscuit. Son of Car up on top of this drop. He's always here, so Core just going to lob some shots with this Odin onto him and chip him down to 61. Core are like telepathic right now.
Oh, trying to avoid this util. I mean, Son of Car got a warning, and he did not heed that at all. Core, the retake, quite successful coming through stairs. And just putting so much pressure at the top site. Nightblood don't have any safe land to stand on. Oh my God, Core looking clean.
Yeah, let's get this party started. This is looking really nice from Core. Very well strung. And that's the other thing about this is like, these guys are all, they live for the hero moments, and they're so individually talented, and they're so able to play off of themselves so often, and that is the North American way. And yet at the same time, when they do have to go for these like set plays, these full retakes, I mean, they understand how to say 3, 2, 1 and then swing and throw all of their util. They have enough of an understanding to group back up when it matters and let that teamwork that they've dedicated themselves to the talking until they can frag out on their own again.
Well, this is going to be a deadly pinch from Core. They have a really good read on Nightblood. Door is open too. Nightblood are just going to storm in with the showstopper after hearing footsteps in the splash. Darkest sidesteps in a wins. Oh, you just made a fool out of him. And Core fully ready to dislodge the rest of Nightblood, but wait a minute. Nightblood are fighting back, and even with an Odin of all things.
Down B.
Nightblood can now securely get the spike down because Core can't do much more about it.
Starting to just sort of walk into it, and NBG can get the personnel advantage. Screwface just walks into Link and picks up an Odin 1v to turn this just to Logan. And B-side turns out to be the choice, even after Son of Car does literally nothing on it. With the showstopper, unfortunately. That is one hell of a takeover. Yeah, no, that really seems like it would boom them, doesn't it? But they come right back in. Screwface manages to take the stairs and hold it. And Core just start dry peeking. They just start contacting. And it leads to 2 or 3's easy demise. Great swing back. Yeah, that just hurts.
It's whistling past his head. And then for Darkest to still win that. Like, I'd be so freaked out from just the rocket coming my way and just, wow, I dodged that, to just immediately locking in. And Darkest got the Rolling Thunder too, so you just know Core are gonna be able to play comfortable and confident and fighting for Rubble already. Tuzi stepping up against Note in their own smoke. And within the ult, Note tries to get another life, but at least sets up Screwface to equalize something for Nightblood. Now, Core still trying Rolling Thunder 2 versus 4. Alrighty then.
Yo, what are we doing?
This is not a hell yeah moment.
That was based off of nothing, Darkest. I suppose he assumes the rotation is already imminent towards A side there, but yeah, I mean, everyone got stuck. Shout out to Screwface with that spray down as soon as Note got the ult activated. That's another way that you can play off of the Clove. It's just the idea of that 6th man is enough to force Core to press just a little bit further forward. Screwface just sprays it down into the fray, grabs a quick 2-piece. Note doesn't even have to do anything. NBG can just take that site. And Alim, despite being on 27 health, is able to be the one guy that actually gets a kill this round for Core's favor. Might try and grab one more, considering most of the health pool for NBG is kind of limited. But at the end of the day, that is going to be a 4-3 lead for Nightblood, as they have found their recovery rounds at the perfect time.
Yeah, that was a big round from Screwface. And he's talked in interviews about having to rebuild, like the downfall that they experienced, and figuring out their identity and bringing together a vision with these teammates, with him as a leader. And it's come together really well. And it started off well on Corrode, And I think not a lot of people would have expected Nightblood, well, besides Sierra, not a lot of people would have expected Nightblood to come out of the series, but they really proved that you cannot underestimate them.
Oh, they always do. This is how Nightblood always operates. They just refuse to quit. They never surrender. And they have a lot in the toolkit to be able to continue to activate. Once again, playing for A main pretty heavily here, when QOR have been able to put up quite a fight a majority of the time, but they will disperse, hand over the openings of the courtyard and rubble to NBG, just see what other util they can scrape out of them before things go forward here on this eco round. But NBG will just press on.
Nerve has a chance here to get a surprise, and the Nightfall. Screwface and friends were not ready, but the nade is somehow what gets the first kill. So Nightblood very much humbled with no map control, no space to work with despite the superior weaponry. QOR have been able to find some upgrades, and they're just bringing the firepower right to Nightblood's corner. No one's bailing out Son of Card. No one's swinging out of Nightblood. They're playing so scared, and QOR is taking full advantage of that.
Let the walls close in for a round like that after you're able to start to find advantage, and we're back on schedule. As after Alim is once again back at double digits, and you still have the Nightfall free to just continue to play keep away. These are the sorts of fallbacks that NBG has to meet with this composition. It's just the long and short of it is like Kumi cannot get as much of an extension with his Sentinel util as much as Logan can. It is still a condensed space that they have to work with on these comfort picks, and it's leading to QOR having a lot more confidence on opening space. So they have a lot of extra time and residual util that they can kind of just throw at the openings that they know they'll actually have to really pay attention to.
Well, Screwface has his own Odin to yell at someone if they come out a tree or anything like that, but QOR aren't going to have Nerve in that position. They can just play for retake with the Nightfall, and like you said, it'll be a good round for QOR, and they've really changed up the tempo from being aggressive to run it down to, okay, try to fault line. Darkus always gets away with winning his 1v1s. Even when it doesn't seem like it. Now the Nightfall, no one can really capitalize off that if you're QOR. So these ults have been very questionable out of the defense. And now Nightblood can plant and benefit off of the lapse in judgment. But maybe their own judgment is lacking. Tuzi gets away with sneaking up and stealing away 2 kills.
Okay.
1v1, what a funny round. Absolute comedy. Annihilation does not connect. The Prowler through the right side. Kumi knows where this last person is. The net will catch him. Spike has been tapped. Kumi has to check it. That was a good fake. A good sell from Nerve, but now has to face the challenge head on, and Kumi stays steady.
And I am not impressed.
They were toying in the mud a little bit for that round. After not a lot's fully checked. And this is a lot of the time what NBG are able to kind of muddle Lotus down to. And you saw, Note had to activate there to give them a fighting chance. And then Kumi's just unanswered, holding B main. So you've got this lead back again where it feels like we've gotten just so dang brawly, and QOR don't take the brawls themselves with the amount of seriousness that they need to.
I haven't talked enough about Tuzi because he's had some huge moments for the squad, and
yeah,
he's feeling it too. And you're standing on Sand Mountain as the barriers come down. I know you're cooking, but unfortunately no one's gonna be tasting no recipe. Nightblood going anywhere but there. Now trying to fight through rubble.
Where are you?
Yeah, with a minute to go and no telegraphing of any real entry, we'll see if QOR get even further forward. Tuzi once again just babysitting. And get out if he's smart about it, but NBG have the stack ready for Mound. This could be a huge 5v2.
Uzi doesn't get seized or anything weird like that. Okay, having to respect it. Oh, it's just a net. Okay, just a net, as it still could be an issue. Nightblood running in to capitalize. The door opens and Halem just shuts down the entirety of Nightblood. And this time it's a bloodbath that Nightblood are not ready for. What a turnaround from QOR.
Yeah. Man, Vice just feels so mandatory on this map now. The Arc Rose is such an integral part of guaranteeing space. And Kumi had to throw the grav net as like a proxy blind out of the smoke fading to force anybody even a little bit back. But all the time in the world for Alien to get to that door and just go for another pinch. So really tough if NBG can't get out the gate here. So gonna once again amp things up, try to take a vulnerable A site early on. And they've actually already spotted Nerve, so a lot of confidence rolling up to this sheer.
Yeah, the sheer will be separating Son of Car, but it's almost like, oh, I was gonna say, you're trapped in here with me. He has the ult, but unfortunately just a pistol. So QOR can watch over as their plan is executed perfectly. All going according to schedule. As Nightblood peek into Alem, who's just ready for it. Even the concussed, the haunt too. Nightblood are just sitting ducks and dead ones too. At least it won't be flawless for QOR, but that's the only silver lining I can point out.
Last round in the half.
Looking to finalize the lead here on this defensive half. At Nightblood Gaming relegated them 2 to start. But Nightblood having all the tools they need to extend fights as long as they need to be extended. Nightblood continues to be a little one and done forward on a map like this where the site is so coveted. But a lot of ways to turn that one fight into a bit of a hellscape for QOR as long as the pack is set correctly. But of course, spreading the util out evenly as well. The sheer on A, the vines on C, still those standard stacks though. And A just completely unoccupied.
Nightblood shouldn't be too beat up here because the lead is always within reach. If you want to cope. Some people don't even look at the score. You just play like it's always 0-0. And you just never give up, never surrender. Which Nightblood did surrender B because that looked really scary. So now Son of Car looking for it. Up with the showstopper. Got counter tagged up and no way. Alem goes under the showstopper. Are we serious? How does he get nothing with that ult? So cursed.
Car is getting so boomed on this map right now. It's Alem that gets to dip him this time, and Kumi on the solo entry gets diffed by Logan now. QOR can start to individualize, can start to target him while Nightblood have a sight, have some time. Do they really have any chance of the round at this point? Those double smokes, gotta be your biggest tool. Note gonna try and set up checkpoint after checkpoint with these frags.
At least a haunt, but he's in position now, and look how proactive Nightblood are gonna be. Just a staggered swing, it works. And Note still lives to tell the tale and almost dealt with Waterfall, but now you got all kinds of ults coming out just for the final round of the half. And it closes out Nightblood's way. Like I said, the lead is within reach, but at least the tie is here.
Switching sides.
It's all on what Nightblood Gaming can bring to the table with this composition now on the defense. As the desk mentioned coming into this map, Note a very active Clove with the help of Smiley Smokes. I wonder where he could perch. Yeah, a moment of silence for Son of Car after that interaction.
Can't believe Alem just thinks about dashing into danger like that.
That's such
he really
that's
has become
such
the
a
danger.
Mind-blowing play from him.
18 and 8 too.
Yeah.
It's blowing a lot of people's minds.
Now on the attack, I mean, it's only up from here for this guy.
QOR now get to fully utilize the potential of a Neon on offense. Kind of the synergy that Alem has created with Darkest and Nerve in the picture too. Like there's so many layers of utility. I'm wondering how Nightblood are going to want to position, really counter position because you don't want to really be close range. You want to keep your distance while holding some form of map control.
Nightblood still 3 for 3 on pistols so far this match, despite being down. Big pistol for this one as Core will get their exec going as Smiley still on site, enters and Tuzi can diff. Sights there as Carr, they're early and sprays down only for one. But Spike isolated, so NBG have some time to recover. Nerve on Rubble, could get the drop.
Yeah, through Rubble, we're waiting for this chase down from Kumi against Nerve. It's an easy finish. Now Nightblood can surround, divide, and conquer Core. And maybe take another pistol under the belt, but Alem is done playing around, and the chemistry, Core just playing together. And Screwface has an uphill battle, and especially with basically the high-low setup on the other side. Oh, look, Alem's not wasting any time, kind of chokes, but still Core take their first pistol, and the lead's back in the court.
And the exact moment that Core want to be able to finalize, they do. After NBG finds so many ways to get the drop, it still just doesn't matter. There's enough of a stack, and that's what Core is going to rely on so often here. Alem opening the place on up, and Core just spreading their wings on whatever space they need to control. It'll be close a lot of the time, especially against Nightblood, who are going to be so firepower oriented, but with the way Core have this game plan set, and again, with the way that these players themselves are able to just play for themselves, they should be able to get away with this map pretty quickly from here if the stars are in their favor.
Had a good win con, or at least a high kill potential for Son of Car, having a Bucky on the other side of the door. So now that this is no longer a lurk situation, this is looking like a commit. And off the other side, oh, the Bucky doesn't get the one and done as Son of Car was hoping for, and this completely splits open A, calling Screwface's attention, but the duel at a distance against what Core have, yeah, not going to be a good chance for him. So could be a flawless for Core going into the bonus if they pull this off.
Yeah, a couple players low though, so you could get rid of a couple of guns here if you find the right bodies. It's just Core have enough time to shuffle them.
Oh, thought he had the headshot there and can't steady and re-peek into Tuzi. Okay, you deny one weapon, still 4 going into the next. This Core trying to stack their lead as best as they can.
So with this bonus round, Nightblood, I mean, they have the world at their fingertips for how they want to start this round out at the very least. What they want to play for controlling early on. Core are going to take a heavy fight to start. It's just, where is that fight going to be?
Yeah, Core have been working the map well from C to eventually ending up at A, but this time not wasting any time, and Ash wanted to see the power of the sonic sensors, and Kumi puts Alem to bed. The Sentinel now, you have to fear them, and Core found out the hard way, but it's still a site that they've been able to take at the sacrifice of their duelist, and Tuzi could have a good 2 in front of them, and just the tap through the wall is kind of gross. Can't get away. Good trade from Note. Trying to maybe be too proactive, though. Nightblood weren't really ready to support the Clove. 3 versus 3. Time on Core's side. One coming out of Waterfall. Kumi just has the barrier. No Ned, and about to walk into the sidelines of Darkest, and Core just had a better post plan going on.
Yeah, once they can set up, it's really unstoppable, especially against the composition that can't properly flash their way in. It really is just all firepower and contact after Smiley uses all of his utility. Everything else is just very predictable and welcome for Core. How about that opening shot from Kumi? That is so stupid, but yeah, I mean, this is how Core intends to just make the rest of these rounds work. Take a site with whatever's left, and those players will be able to hold it down. That is just the way that they will make it work.
All right, here's the walk down. Nightblood, oh, splitting like the Red Sea, and splitting heads on the Core side. Can't even recover those weapons, though, but man, is it going to make things even harder for Core. No Rolling Thunder either.
So now
Smiley
Core,
teleports out.
yeah, desperate to recover just any easy frags, and Smiley's the obvious target being isolated here, but rest of NBG can manage their own personnel advantage over here on A in the meantime, so tough decision to make. Eventually, Core will just split the difference, and everyone will hop on over to B site for the family reunion.
Yeah, you kind of needed that Prowler from Nerve to be deeper, but pretty happy with how things have cleared out towards B. So Core trying to sell C as well, and Smiley won't really fall for it. He'll anchor just in case, especially after that haunt being thrown. But I think Nightblood know what's up. Core, the split towards B has
30
happened,
seconds left.
and Logan protects their tail. Smiley just won't be able to prevent the spike from getting planted, but a Thrifty is very possible for Nightblood, especially with how small this site is. This Annihilation could easily grab someone. Depends how Kumi would want to angle it and even invest into it. Now the blind is thrown, and Kumi has to just throw it out, hope for the best. Tuzi collects 2, makes this a 1v2 for Logan, and there's the Thrifty for Nightblood.
All the smokes they're able to set up allow Nightblood to not really care about everything that Core can offer to the fight. They can just hop in with this Annihilation, go in guns blazing, and they have enough people to make it work. It is so feisty, it is so dirty, but it'll work for Nightblood this round, and to scrap it back down seems to be the way that Nightblood are able to make these rounds work again. Which is funny because, if anything, Core have been one of the scrappier teams coming out of the region lately. So to turn specifically that table when Core is hitting everything else the right way, it is certainly an odd time to do so. But you'll take what you can get when you can get it if you're watching Nightblood at this point, who now have to commit everything to be able to hold on to this potential to get the streak back into game.
Nightblood have really broken the momentum of Core and do so. Finally, we get to see Note come alive in this match to really justify the Clove, to leverage the smokes, and Core were on the chase to find where this damn Clove went, at least where the support was. When Nightblood just fade into the shadows and Core have to re-clear through. Oh, there's the encounter. Core coming out of tree. Nightblood just gonna face this. Oh, wait, no, and Screwface just gonna keep away. They have a haunt, even a seize to play with, and as they drew that out, just a quicker reaction from Core. And while a Rolling Thunder secures the plan, I guess, but they thought the retake was closer than it was. But Nightblood have one less worry off their shoulders.
Yeah, seems like if anything, they were trying to bait that out a little sooner, but they'll be fine with that, and Logan's now up here for the entire push.
Oh, just a wild nearsighted Logan. Just barely catches Son of Car, which, again, the showstoppers have not been able to really kick in. Maybe he was intending with the satchels. Either way, Nightblood won't be intending on doing nothing. As Core will get up to double digits off of this and a chance to close out the series.
Yeah, no real chance at this point after Core take that site back, and you saw the indecision really plaguing Screw, as well as I believe it was Note there, heading up a drop. Do we stick around and try to just hold this down because we know our retake game is just not nearly as effective with the kits that we've got? And in turn, you know, risk dying so early, or do we just wait for the stack to come back? And seems like Screwface, in an attempt to try to do a little bit of both with that haunt to pull away the Rolling Thunder, dies early on. And then you're forced to stack back out. The fact that Logan is able to find Car without falling is huge, though. Despite the short sight, Car still can't manage to find the right frag at the right moment. And he's going to try to again with this showstopper once more. Doesn't hit Darkest it all this time.
Dude, Darkest, this is off, I swear to God. Nightblood just coming right through the spawn. And Core at least make the most out of it. And they do tempo up to take all the map control that was given to them, and you're even circling around the defender's spawn. Not gonna be as free of a journey as Alum expected. Still gonna commit, but now Nightblood have invested more to protect their backs, and Core still have a spike to protect.
Last player
Tuzi.
standing.
2 stands for Tuzi. He's always good for the double kills, but Kumi has 1. He has to close out. Trying to fuse the spike as well. Knows where Darkest is. Now playing with this food. Just needed to tag Darkest. Kind of overcooked that. Now Darkest gets to live on and protect the spike. The fault line's going to waste Kumi's time even more. The pressure really getting to Nightblood in that moment. So this round is cooked, and Core will get ever so closer to that semifinal.
How does Darkest just toy with him like that? With such minimal util as well, he's just standing him down for half of that. That is an aura off that Darkest manages to win after bot fragging the majority of the previous map. He has come up with silencing basically every shout that Nightblood has gone for. 2 showstoppers have done a total of 45 damage combined to him. And he has been the first leg of denial for any unconventional play that NBG has offered, and he has met it with stunning reflexes. For him to just clutch up like that in the 1v1 without even touching or seeing Kumi, I mean, that is true confidence play, and that is probably Core taking this series.
Darkest is more of an aura player. Like,
for sure.
Like bagging people, starting to scream every time they win a round, to really killing when it matters. It's not about the quantity, it's sometimes just about the quality. And 11-7, we got some quality players on the side of Core. Ones that were capable of beating Envy, to ones that are capable of definitely upsetting this entire bracket, as our Deska point out, as their dark horses. But Nightblood have always been in their shadow. I have no doubt that Nightblood could take this timeout and force an overtime if they really tried their best.
Most definitely. We could go the distance just as easily here if Core let go for even a second. Playing for Rubble hella aggressively this time around. Alim's already way ahead of Smiley over on Rubble. Already just down to note for the smokes. Nightblood cannot play preventative. They have to play for frags, and so Son of Car egged a little more forward on Tree for now. Nightblood desperate to find an opening, but they won't get handed one. Core will simply reset and look for something else to get away with, something else that's even weaker. And that looks to be that C site now that they know there's only that singular controller available.
And Nightblood can just play for the retake off the Nightfall. And I don't know what Smiley was looking at. I feel like you should always have your eyes on Rubble. But a lapse there means Core have an easier round to go. Could easily just pop the Logan ult as he does, and no, just has to hope for the best. And been deadly in the past, has to show up big and gets absolutely cooked by Alim. We'll have the ult to get back around the pillar side, but overstayed their welcome. Core killed them twice. And yeah, the Nightfall that was used from Screwface, but Nightblood don't look too reestablished. They have to fight through the corner against Darkest, who has, you know, mainly Logan that has a big old gun. So 12 for Core. Match point, series point.
Just forced to fight their way into it once they saw there was only 25 seconds left on the clock. NBG, once again, trying to play opportunistically in the match that would facilitate something like that, and failing to meet the quota when it comes to fighting itself. Core holding those lines, staying confident as ever. 6 for 7 here on the attack, and still all the tools they need to carry this out here and now. Alim with that overdrive 2Z, the TP. They really could have their way with the mobility of this map. They could teeter between Rubble and Mound like it's nothing. Alim already going to do the former to start things out, cause a ruckus over here on the courtyard, and force NBG to reallocate very quickly.
Hey, Screwface chooses battles right, dodges the fault line, but gets chased out by Alim. But Screwface removes the face from Alim and converts too. Nightblood can always rely on him, and the paranoia is thrown out from Smiley. And I don't know about this one. Core to unleash the Nightfall to retaliate against Nightblood. It forces them into submission. But Core haven't made too much headway towards planting the spike. They don't feel too secure.
Yeah, they no longer have a way to clear the link out, so they have too many peaks to check to confidently go for this off rip. But now they'll go for it. Nerve will get that walk in. Is NBG huddle at the stairs? 35 seconds to go. Core could try to spin the block here.
30 seconds left.
Instead, they'll throw the haunt out before letting the spike go down, just making sure no one can check the safe plant from drop.
Okay, Prowler. It's going to get the information Nerve needs to swing off of this, but now Nightblood have already crossed, so the window for Nerve is slowly starting to close along with his eyes. And Logan, 1 versus 3. He's been in these scenarios before. I don't think he's clutched them yet. Spike gets tapped. He's not going to budge.
She knows.
Oh, the high-low's too clean. You can never fully cleanly close out against Nightblood. They're just always in your shadow.
Yeah, they'll always make it hard. And now 4 rounds down with still stuff to cycle through. It's going to continue to not be easy if Core flub those major checkpoints. And that was a lot of just, again, like individual hits getting done there. A lot of like simple counteraction. So it's clear that NBG can keep up with Core. They just have to enough on the sites when Core switches it up. And C's definitely been the hot button issue. Kumi setting up the sensors here for the first time in what feels like forever.
For that time he did pop, it was the time that Alem got literally tripped up, and could be finding that out again, but gonna step to the side and also worry about, okay, you don't have any vision into B, so could the door open? Could we get flanked? That was usually Core's special, but the attacking op is really fun too, but will Logan get any kills from it? Be able to kind of take a good duel against someone in the staircase. That's Son of Car. Has to really lock in against this approach from Core. Here's the drop down. Screwface gonna be alerted. Has the Odin picking his moment right, and his battles go his way. A 2-for-1, but Son of Car can't really do more. He's been smoked off. He's gonna step ahead, try to keep some map control. Does not want to cower. As Core now with the cutoffs try to head towards B, but no, knowing Nightblood are on their tail, this is looking very dire for Darkest. And Tuzi's not even gonna ult to join Darkest. He's gonna invite him over to C.
Yeah, now that that mesh is faded away, it's a little more vulnerable, but I mean, you got to shout out Screwface. There's no universe in which he's that far up on Rubble, and no one knows that more than Screwface. So to play on top of that and just have the couple bullets stall the Prowler to make sure that he's not fully checked as well. Gorgeous stuff to give himself a double kill. And Nightblood a personnel advantage, leading to a 4v2 as Core do take the site. But so much to claw up against. Nightblood fighting to stay in this series, fighting to stay in the upper bracket.
And Darkest has to play close to where the action's gonna be. First, it's the flash, the annihilation, barely dodge. Something about Darkest, he's Neo, he's in the Matrix, and Core have their backs against the wall, not able to earn that rolling thunder, but Tuzi can earn himself a medal. Double kill, can he break the curse and go for 3, though? Kumi's around the corner, will tap the spike, and it distracts him long enough for Son of Car to get the kill, and Nightblood live on again.
Returning to post.
Let's keep this party going. Nightblood continue to have enough of a response and still more than enough ideas in the bank to catch Core off guard. The team coverage continues to be more there than Core's as well. And a timeout probably called to focus on that in particular. How can we achieve a better set play to fully guarantee a site rather than just guarantee a phase of it? Because Core have had no trouble getting Spike down, that much is for sure. They can reset, but it's just been too far gone a couple of these past rounds. And so Nightblood now with all of the tools in the bank to be able to just play keep away, keep playing stall. How does Core swipe that rug out from under their feet one more time to get this over the line?
Surely they have the ults. It's really just been so close between these two teams round after round. It takes these heroic plays, whether it's Screwface, Alem, Darkest dodging every ult in the game. Like, screw an aim trainer. How about an ult dodger? I don't know if that's a sim people are doing, but Core, Rolling Thunder, plus Overdrive. Surely this is just a simple round, right?
This feels like it should be more than enough for Core to be able to take over, but they don't have the proper buy for it this round. Just the 2 Guardians. Still a pretty heavy commitment, but they'll be able to buy up next round at least. Just seeing if they can toy with the economy that Nightblood Gaming still has to pretty heavily commit to this round, so that the 12-10 is super easy for Core.
Well, Screwface is suppressing a lobby with an Odin, and Logan is playing chicken against that. Surprised that he still is pushed up as he is. The Core have to go for the Hail Mary with, like you said, the weapons that they have. And would you want to invest the Overdrive from Halem just to have the extra firepower and the speed, the damage? But with the Sonic Sensor in the way, Core could be really tripped up. At least they'll be tripped up as a team. Halem will have a moment of safety. With the shorty, this could do good enough to get Core into the semifinal. And with the spike, the chances, the lives of Nightblood Gaming in the upper bracket are taking away. And the Prowlers from Screwface is not going to go deep enough into the site. He just has to get into position for the Nightfall. Wait for Nightblood Gaming to synchronize. There is the Nightfall pull. Within it is Nerve, who's trying to hold back the forces. Son of Core gets no support. This corner hasn't been checked. Core gets away with too much murder in that moment. But Nightblood will try to salvage. And up next is the Rolling Thunder. The retaliation from Core on the post plant. And is it enough? Nightblood ticking away. And they fall to the lower bracket. Logan, a knife through the hearts of the opposition. Core get a date to the semifinal.
Alim was single-handedly enough to be able to drag Core into that B site with ease, but the Nightfall was a smart decision. That's why you saw Core blossom out a little more than they normally would for the post plant. Really solid stuff to minimize the threat. All it took was the coach just telling them what they needed to do, and they executed that brilliantly on that B site. They sense the blood in the water with those ultimates, and they're able to intuitively use them, take that round, and finish this game one round earlier than I think they expected to necessarily. But that's exactly the kind of place that they want to be, where they're even better than they can recognize at every given moment. And they will continue to have to prove that against Winthrop in the winners semis, which they have gotten themselves to.
Yeah, from Core, this 5-12 comeback to closing it out on their map pick, looking good, looking prepared, and obviously so improved from their calling to their mechanics to really their chemistry as a team. And you saw it in the comms, just how hyped they seem to be for their upcoming match. It's Winthrop up next in the semi-final. Kind of a little collegiate grudge match with a couple of collegiate players on the Core side. But we're going to be looking forward to hearing what Core has to say about that match after this break.
far back from NBG, and he has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
Lotus is the second map in the series, and going into it, it was a Nightblood Gaming to switch things up a little bit, and in the end, it's going to be Core to take advantage of that, close out the series 2-0, and move along into the semifinals. I mean, Ash, when we looked at Lotus, this is something we knew a lot better from these teams, and there was this possibility of a little bit of a Nightblood Gaming comeback at the end, but Core, timeout, close it out, solid.
Yeah, I mean, Core looks so good right now on Lotus, and I think that for Nightblood Gaming, we saw the vision with the composition that they're running. That it was a huge change going into playoffs, a massive risk to be taking, to be changing up your composition so drastically. There were ideas that were coming into play, some of like the trap utility coming out from Kumi and whatnot, but I think Core, what they did really well was just that general map control, starting out on defense first, really pressuring NBG, not letting them get too comfortable with that double smoke composition as far as that information that they were looking to try and deny, some of the lurk spacing that they were looking for this squad as well for that mid-rounding. And Core just try to get ahead of it and get into those fights a little bit earlier on.
And I think the one thing that Core is really good at that they showed in this match as well is their ability to recognize like their comp strengths versus other team strengths. And the fact that they're doing it so well consistently, and in this map, like you can just tell that, you know, they recognize they have the breach, they recognize that they could bully the map control and out trade Util in the late round, and it felt like they were always in those positions and they're always capitalizing off the kind of the value difference between these two comps, if you will. And that just goes to shout out to Darkest. I mean, honestly, he not only was his calling on point on both attack halves, but his individually on the second map, he really stepped up for his team. He had so many important kills, so many important clutches, and just his calling and his utility was just so on point. And you could just clearly tell when things are going well because of how they're moving into pulse plants, how they're setting up for them, and just like how many rounds it felt like Core, even sometimes when they were at a disadvantage, felt more comfortable than a lot of these late rounds.
I love that you speak to that comfort out of all things, because for Core, even when things were maybe not quite going as well, I kind of feel like it was a little bit more to the kudos of Nightblood Gaming as opposed to a fall apart. And it's just all right, just collect yourselves, move on forward. And nothing speaks confidence like a nice kill to be ending off a playoffs match. I just got to say. But I think for Core, when you look over at the squad, Ash, it's a team that, yeah, maybe hasn't been the top of the conversations like Envy, like Hubert. But looking at what they're able to do today, like, yeah, this squad, this is strong.
They absolutely are. We cannot forget the fact that they ended off that Swiss stage in that second, third place spot being shared with Maribel, going 4-1 in when you consider their match history as well. They were not teams to scoff at as far as those wins go heading into playoffs. And I think this matchup up against NBG, this was where we're kind of looking at that test between these two to see, okay, we've touted both as that potential like underdog dark horse heading into playoffs. Can't really call Core an underdog considering their Swiss results.
I think they're graduated.
But yeah, exactly. You're picking up what I'm putting down though. The name that you weren't necessarily expecting to be someone, a team that you could see carrying forward really deep into a playoffs run. And they proved that throughout stage 3, throughout that Swiss stage, and everyone stepping up to the plate today. I think what's looking so great for Core is that general synergy, the utility usage to really set Alum up has been stellar.
Especially too, looking at Alum, like this Core team looks like a team that's getting closer to a next step, but Alum I feel like is already there. When you're looking at his performance across the board, Roy, this is someone that we've never been shy of complimenting, always steps up and just electric performance across the board. And it's so nice to see him so supported by this team.
Yeah, I feel like we've highlighted him and we've talked about him before, but not in like the way we are now. Like his form just feels different right now. Like he's sharp, he's fast, he's always in really good positions. His self-sufficiency is on point, and his ability to capitalize off his team's support is even more impressive. And Tenric talked about like, NA being kind of an individualized region, but I feel like this team and many teams in tier 2 are very good at playing off each other. And I think this sort of in the moment playstyle is kind of where this player shines the most. Yeah, it's a little bit overheaty at times, but ultimately he is very consistent, one, in terms of capitalizing off utility. His team plays on point, and his mechanics are just sharp and calm, and just very consistent, and he's very clearly a big piece of today's win.
Yeah, and be able to see him moving on forward is going to be so exciting, because if Alum keeps like playing at the point he is now, well, I think it's going to be pretty scary going up against QOR. So I'm excited to say MVP of the match, but also our interviewee for today. We have Alum on the line to chat a little bit more. First off, like, this was an insane series. Head over to the interview. I got to hear from him, guys. But Alum, this was an insane series. The 2-0's victory. And I got to start on this Corrode first, because I'm not going to lie, seeing that scoreline, I wasn't too sure about it. But talk to me about that bounce back and being able to go from a 5-12 to then taking the map.
It was a little scary, but I think it was like 5-12. I realized I'm like back against the wall and I don't really have anything to lose. So I just started being more cocky, kind of. I was just like peeking stuff. I was like, if I lose, we lose. If I kill them, we kill them. So it's like no regrets, no nothing. Started peeking more, and I think it worked out.
I mean, definitely worked out, because that was a crazy comeback. And then I wanted them to talk about Lotus in the map too, because we kind of looked like for a moment where Nightblood Gaming was kind of maybe starting to come back themselves. So I want to know then how you're able to shut them off and be able to take this in a 2-0.
I mean, it's whenever we feel like we are driving the wheel, and then once we feel like we start like giving it up a little, we just full reset and be like, it's okay, we lost some rounds, but just bounce back, play our own game, and with all the practice we've done so far, if we play our own game, I don't think there's anybody who can stop us. So that's our plan.
I mean, that practice has definitely paid off. And I got to talk about your performance, because you have been someone that the desk has been watching for a little bit, and lights out performance today. I want to know how you're feeling heading into playoffs, everything else with the performance that you're having.
I mean, I started off rough the season with the keyword game, and then that kind of was like a reality check. I was like, oh, this won't cut it. I can't keep up the same way. So I did a full reset, started doing more stuff, and I am fully informed. I think I have much more to show, but as of right now, max confidence. I don't think I can be stopped.
All right. And how is that confidence then going forward into the rest of the playoffs? Because obviously when we are eyeing up Ascension, that's still a run, and you're going up against Winthrop University next. It was also looked really strong.
I mean, all thing we can do is just play our own game, play confident, and just see what happens.
Easy peasy. Last but not least, we're having a laugh. You're literally flexing on the competition while you're playing. And I know that someone in chat has to be wondering what the routine is. So
recently not too good, but I used to do push pull legs, the regular 6 times a week. But recently I've been slacking off, been playing too much Valorant.
Hey, putting the work into Valorant is paying off itself. So congrats on this win. Best of luck in this next match. And thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk for us. I mean, there's the routine. It's gone into Valorant now.
I've been inspired.
Are you inspired?
Yep.
I mean, that was a lights out performance today.
Yep. Listen, I'm about to hit the PPL 2 times a week. You heard it from the man. I'm about to get jacked just like him, and I'm about to pop off in my rank games. That's it. It's just I'm inspired.
I mean, I've always wanted to flex on the competition, right? Like that's a next level, so we'll take that. But I mean, for QOR, being able to flex literally on Nightblood Gaming, that's going to be them advancing on within the semifinals. Now 2-0, going up against Winthrop University next. And Ash, when I'm looking across the board at these teams, I don't even know what to think. And then looking at the lower bracket, like that's going to be eliminations. Like what?
This is so weird. Like, this is such a weird bracket. I feel like it's so insane to me to see Maryville down in the lower bracket right now as well. It's tough because they did have that collegiate head-to-head, but it is just insane. The QOR Envy is that preview of what we could have expected, and probably do still expect potentially that grand final to be, and having a preview of that early on. Honestly, considering all the teams you cannot go wrong with any match that we're gonna get in this playoff, like no matter what. I think the way that it pans out now is just so insane that I'm terrified. Roy, I don't know what to do. I like that lower bracket. I'm stressing out a little bit here.
Yeah, it feels like any of these upper bracket games could literally either be grand finals or like upper finals at the very least. Like every single one of them, like QOR versus NV, Winthrop University versus QOR. Like all these 4 of these teams have just such good form right now. They're only improving with every single match. And then even when you go to the lowers, you still have Box of Rockets versus TSM. You have Maryville University versus NBG. Like we just saw, you know, with the potential that of NBG today, and despite their game, even Box of Rockets, who actually had a pretty good shot at, you know, potentially giving QOR a run for their money. But yeah, this is very competitive. The pressure's only like mounting more and more as we get deeper into this bracket, and it feels like everyone is leveling up and rising to the occasion.
Yeah, stage 3 of Valorant Challengers has only been providing, and a lot of pressure on those teams as only 2 spots for Ascension. Of course, it's still anyone's game, but getting into eliminations next week, for some, that dream is about to end. But we'll end on the high note for today. We got a team in the semifinals. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm ready to go play some Valorant or working out. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure to tune in next week for some more Valorant Challengers. Have a good night, everyone.
Base, but time is against them, and Moose has been exposed, and T-Dog has to do it all on his own against his former team to prove something. And QOR just gonna hide away. Caillou takes a peek. T-Dog wasn't fast enough to the trigger, and it's a crossfire. T-Dog has to look both ways before crossing the road. And now the spike is ticking down from a semi-final spot. And Satellite with the op. It doesn't get any worse, any better than this, depending on who you're a fan of. The glass has been broken, the hopes have been shattered, and it's Moose trying to break down the door and break down the hopes of QOR fans, but the whole squad is there. Satellite with the start. Nightblood are working every second of this clock, and Nerve, as soon as he hears a spike getting tapped, could be reacting accordingly, but the drop down is found. Logan and Nerve combine on the post plant. It's looking good, but Screwface, the lone wolf yet again, knows he doesn't have time. Nerve just has to deny, and Nerve, who's trying to hold back the forces. Son of Car gets no support. This corner hasn't been checked. Core gets away with too much murder in that moment, but Nightblood will try to salvage. And up next is the Rolling Thunder, the retaliation from Core on the post plant. And is it enough? Nightblood ticking away!
Pull one of these.
Here we go.